Chapter 639. After the collective criticism of the dormitory, Tang Jing realized that it was wise for him to disappear quietly. Otherwise, with Princess and pestering him like this, who knows what would happen. AI Princess and is gone. In fact, I'm not used to it. Do you think she will come back? Several people sighed with regret. Immediately, the three of them looked at Tang Jing in unison. Tang Jing was slightly startled and said, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know? If you don't know, who else knows?" The three people did not believe him. "I think you guys are really obsessed." Tang Jing speechlessly rolled his eyes and directly went to the bathroom to wash up. Tang Jing did not know that because of his evasive attitude, Princess and did not completely give up. Moreover, in the near future they will meet again. At that time, it will not be so easy for him to get rid of her. School life was gradual and slightly boring. In addition to attending classes, Tang Jing concentrated on practicing martial arts. The ancient Clear Heaven Scroll and Dragon God Secret Art were both improved. Every day after class, Yi Ding Dang came to find him many times, leaving countless shadows of the two people in the school. On the weekend, Tang Jing left the school and returned to his residence in Beijing. When he stepped into the room, a white figure quickly jumped on his shoulder. Circle plus, "Hey Xiaobai." Tang Jing was slightly shocked because the last time in the Northwest Desert Base, Little White drank a lot of magma in order to save people. From then on, it became dispirited and listless and its body became round like a football. After not seeing it for a month, it actually changed a lot. Its body became bigger and its fur became brighter. A pair of small eyes rolled around, looking at Tang Jing and chirping non-stop. "Master, you are back." Gui Qiansui also climbed out and respectfully called. "Gui Qiansui, how did Xiaobai grow bigger?" Tang Jing asked. Gui Qiansui shook his head. "I don't know. Some time ago something happened to it. Its whole body was burning with flames, almost igniting this house. Not long after, the flames on its body went out, and it had a new change." Xiaobai chirped a few times as if showing off. Suddenly, it jumped out from Tang Jing's shoulder. Huhud Xiaobai did not land on the ground, but suspended in the air, a pair of snow-white wings grew out of its body. Tang Jing did not notice this pair of wings at all. He could not help but be surprised and stared at it. "Xiaobai, you have wings?" Xiaobai nodded proudly, flapping its wings even more vigorously, flying in circles in front of Tang Jing to show off. Xiaobai's wings were not long, but they were covered with snow-white hair. When it was tucked away, it was tightly attached to its body. Outsiders could not notice it at all, even Tang Jing's eyes were blinded. TSK, it seems that the magma is very good for you. Why don't we go find a volcano and let you drink some magma?" Tang Jing suddenly had an idea and suggested. Unexpectedly, when Little White heard this, it shook its head like a rattle drum, and kept squeaking with a bitter face. "You don't want to go?" Little White hurriedly nodded in agreement. "What? Didn't you drink magma to improve your strength?" Tang Jing scratched his head, confused. Xiaobai chirped as if it was explaining the reason. However, there was a language barrier between the two sides. Tang Jing spread his hands and could not understand Xiaobai's words. "I won't go." Tang Jing did not force Xiaobai. Xiaobai must have its own reasons. Unfortunately, it could not speak. If it could communicate with words like Gui Qiansui, it would be much more convenient. "Xiaobai, from now on, you and Gui Qiansui will start to cultivate a set of martial arts. Are you willing?" Tang Jing asked seriously. Xiaobai scratched its head, its eyes full of doubts. Obviously, it did not understand the meaning of Tang Jing's words. "Look at this set of 36 heavenly spirit arts. It is especially suitable for you demon beasts to cultivate. It will definitely be beneficial." Tang Jing took out the set of 36 heavenly spirit arts as if it was a treasure. Xiaobai stretched out its pink claws and flipped it casually. Its small mouth curled into a Chinese character. It was very disdainful. With a slap, the set of 36 heavenly spirit arts flew in front of Gui Qiansui. "You don't want it?" Looking at its disdainful look, Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaobai immediately nodded. It was a tacit agreement. "Isn't this a set of martial arts for you demon beasts? Why don't you want it? Listen to me, this set of martial arts is very powerful. Both the Thundercloud Beast and the Pegasus are cultivating this set of martial arts. If you don't cultivate it, you will definitely lose to the Thundercloud Beast in the future." Xiaobai proudly raised its small head with a disdainful look. It seemed to be saying that it did not think the Thundercloud Beast could surpass it. Looking at its arrogant look, Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy was really getting better at acting cool. "Great Immortal, can I cultivate this set of martial arts?" Gui Qiansui suddenly asked carefully. Just now, it had already flipped through the 36 heavenly spirit arts. Its entire body and mind were immersed in it. This set of martial arts was too useful for it. It could not wait to cultivate it. Tang Jing smiled faintly and said, "This was originally prepared for you. Of course you can cultivate it." Gui Qiansui was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, great immortal, for your kindness." It could foresee that after cultivating this set of martial arts, its cultivation would definitely increase greatly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Bai curled its lips in disdain. It seemed to despise Gui Qiansui for even cultivating this kind of martial arts. Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry looking at this little guy. Its vision was too high. Since you don't want this set of martial arts, then forget it. Wait until later to see if there is anything you are interested in. Tang Jing said helplessly. Only half a day after the weekend, Su Yingtian came to the door. "Tang Jing, this time you disappeared from the world for so long and caused such a big disturbance. You really can't stay idle." Su Yingtian pointed at Tang Jing and shook his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Jing understood what he meant and asked, "Are you talking about the matter in the northwest?" Su Yingtian nodded. "If not this matter, what else could it be? You've stirred up Xing Feng's anger again, making him so angry that he's fuming." Tang Jing shrugged and said, "It's best to anger him to death. I really don't know what to do with you." "What, he came to complain to you?" Tang Jing asked in a good mood. "Why would he come to complain to me? He's just trying to stir up bad luck. He's not so stupid. He directly used the resources of the upper echelons to report to the highest level." Su Yingtian pointed his finger at the sky, speaking with deep meaning. Tang Jing frowned and said, "Humph, it's really a case of the guilty party complaining first. I was just about to report to you about the Dragon Group's situation. Do you know that their super soldiers have made new progress? Not only did the ordinary super soldiers increase in strength, but they also created the 4 heavenly kings. Every one of them is not an ordinary person. Moreover, the changes in their bodies are shocking. It's as if they are transforming into demons and not humans." Recalling the wings on the Flame King's back, Tang Jing did not feel that his words were alarmist. Su Yingtian's expression immediately froze and asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? You really don't know?" Tang Jing asked. Su Yingtian shook his head. Ever since the Dragon Group's base was destroyed, their intelligence work became extremely tight. Moreover, there was a big internal cleansing. The people I planted were all removed, so it was very difficult to get any useful information about the Dragon Group. Who would have thought that their progress would be so great? Xing Feng really has good methods. If that's the case, then the Dragon Group is impregnable. Tang Jing sighed. It's not that far off. The Flame King has already died at my hands, but the other 3 heavenly kings are definitely not kind people. With such experts helping the Dragon Group, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Tang Jing said solemnly. No wonder Xing Feng is so angry. So it turns out that you killed one of his generals. Humph, so what if I killed him? What can he do to me? Could it be that he wants to kill me? Tang Jing said with disdain. With his current cultivation, it would not be easy for Xing Feng to touch him. That's why he can only howl. However, this time his backer is very strong and reported many bad things about you. The most important thing is that you did something to the Tree of Life. After saying this, Su Yingtian stared at Tang Jing with a burning gaze. Back then, when the Tree of Life soared into the sky, he had also seen how magical this tree was. However, the Dragon Group later used all kinds of resources to include this Tree of Life into the Dragon Group's research scope. This made Su Yingtian feel very helpless. Of course, the Tree of Life caused a huge commotion in the upper echelons. Many eyes were staring at this big tree. However, the Tree of Life was too magical. Up until now, there had been no practical research results. However, everyone knew that with time there would be results. However, Xing Feng suddenly complained that Tang Jing had done something to the Tree of Life, making it impossible for them to get close to the Tree of Life. What research was there to talk about? Therefore, when the upper echelons heard this news, they also criticized Tang Jing. When Tang Jing heard this question, he did not panic. He did not even blink as he said calmly, "Haven't they been researching the Tree of Life all this time? Now that there's a problem, they're blaming it on me. Isn't that framing me?" When Tang Jing laid down the Universal 8 Desolation Formation, he understood that the Tree of Life was not only related to the Dragon Group, but also something that the country attached great importance to. By doing this, he was excluding the country. However, in order to save the world, he had to do this. He was not stupid. From the moment he made this decision, he was already prepared to insist that he had nothing to do with the Tree of Life. In any case, no one from the dragon group saw it with their own eyes, so there were no witnesses. With his current status, it was impossible to touch him without conclusive evidence. Seeing Tang Zheng's solemn vow without any change in his expression, Su Yingtian could not help but secretly praise him. This kid's shrewdness was getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 640. Tang Zheng calmly looked at Su Yingtian. In the end, Su Yingtian looked away and said with a smile that was not a smile, "It doesn't matter if you did it or not, but Xing Feng has already convinced the upper echelons that you did it, so your days won't be easy." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and said, "How bad can it be? It's best for you to calm down for the time being and not let the dragon group have anything on you. Don't let the upper echelons have too much dislike for you. Otherwise, even with the protection of the National Security Bureau, you will still be at a disadvantage. After all, you are still a citizen of this country," Su Yingtian warned. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled. He did this for the sake of the big picture, but he did not expect that it would cause the upper echelons to be unhappy. However, on second thought, he had never expected anyone to remember his great kindness. This was not only for the people in power but also for the world. "Damn, I didn't even realize that I was so noble," Tang Zheng quietly joked. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not say a word, Su Yingtian did not bother about this matter. After all, Tang Zheng was not an ordinary person, and it would not be a good thing to push him too far. "But the information you provided about the Dragon Group's 4 heavenly kings is very useful. I will report it to the upper echelons. This is the Dragon Group's doing behind the backs of the upper echelons, so they must bear the consequences," Su Yingtian sternly said. "TSK. Tang Zheng indifferently shook his head. "That's your internal matter. In any case, tell Xing Feng that if he is unhappy that I killed the Flame Emperor, I will accompany him at any time. But if he dares to implicate me and touch the people around me, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will make him die without a burial." As he spoke, his body emitted an intense killing intent. Even if Su Yingtian was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but tremble. His expression changed a few times before he solemnly nodded his head. "Don't worry, I will pass this message to him. But with my understanding of him, he will not dare to find trouble with you." That would be for the best. As long as Xing Feng did not target his family, then he really did not have much to fear. With his current cultivation, it would not be easy for Xing Feng to touch him. "Let's not talk about these unhappy things. What's going on between you and Princess Anne? Are you really a couple? Brat, you're amazing. How many boats did you step on them?" Su Yingtian asked with a mischievous smile on his face. "Hey, you are a big man, how can you be so gossipy?" Tang Zheng speechlessly protested. "Haha, after all, she is, how did you hook a brat like you?" Su Yingtian chuckled as he spoke, looking as if he was watching a good show and didn't mind the situation blowing up. "I don't know the cause I not at UE. I just happened to save her once in the South Sea. I already know that, but I think Princess Anne is not as simple as saving your life. What kind of magic potion did you feed her?" Su Yingtian asked tirelessly. Tang Zheng was speechless. He turned around and ignored him. Seeing him like this, Su Yingtian did not stop and continued to say, "You left for no reason. Princess Anne was really angry and almost caused a diplomatic incident." Tang Zheng did not turn his head and said, "Don't make a big fuss. She's already gone, so this matter ends here." "Ends here?" Su Yingtian's voice suddenly raised a few octaves. "Do you know the main reason I came to find you today? Isn't it about the Dragon Group? What else could it be?" Tang Zheng was confused. "Aha, after I tell you, you will definitely be shocked. Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, just say it." "Do you still want to see Princess Anne?" Su Yingtian kept him in suspense. Princess Anne's beautiful face flashed in Tang Zheng's mind. As a man, looking at such a beautiful woman was naturally pleasing to the eyes. But the other side's halo was too dazzling. Staying by her side also meant enjoying the treatment of being in the limelight. As a man who had always kept a low profile, Tang Zheng did not like the feeling of being in the limelight. So comparing the two, he would rather not see Princess Anne. But hearing Su Yingtian's tone, Tang Zheng suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned around and stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "Don't worry about what I mean. First answer my question." Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and said, "I don't want to see her." Su Yingtian stared and said, "F***, are you still a man? You don't even want to see such a beautiful woman?" "Everyone has their own ambitions. If you keep me in suspense, then I will leave." Su Yingtian gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you win. To tell you the truth, even if you don't want to see her, you have to see her often." Tang Jing became more and more confused. He scratched his head and asked, "She has already returned to the country. How can I see her? You can't scare me." Suing Tian was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Tang Jing and said, "I don't know what she sees in you. To tell you the truth, Princess An will come to Beijing soon. Not for a visit but for an exchange." This time, after Princess An visited Huaxia, she announced to the public that she is very interested in the culture of Huaxia. Therefore, she wants to study in Huaxia for a period of time so that she can understand and learn more. Tang Jing's eyes widened the more he listened. In the end, his eyes were like two copper bells. He stared at Suing Tian and said, "You are not joking? Is there a need for me to joke?" Suing Tian's face was serious. Does this princess have too much time on her hands? What's wrong with her that she actually came to Huaxia to study? Tang Jing had a headache. He was not in a good mood. What kind of attitude is that? She's an international friend. How can we refuse her request? This is our country's charm. You don't know that after this news is announced, our country's soft power will increase by a lot. Our status in the country will also increase significantly. Tang Jing curled his lips. What was the use of doing all these fancy things? The most important thing was to make the people's lives better. Seeing Tang Jing's disapproving expression, Suing Tian continued, "Of course, these are all high-sounding official words. You and I know very well why Princess An suddenly wanted to study in our country, and why she specially chose Yenqing University. Of course all of this is because of you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that charming." Tang Jing quickly waved his hand. "You don't believe me. With my decades of experience I will never be wrong. She came for you. You, the mysterious knight, have contributed greatly." Alas! Tang Jing was helpless. He sighed faintly. Now that what was done could not be undone, this matter could not be changed anymore. He tried every means to avoid Princess An, but he did not expect that he was still one step behind. She directly took the firewood from under the cauldron and directly made a more ruthless move. He could not avoid it even if he wanted to. He could not always not go to school. He was dejected like a defeated general. Suing Tian looked at him and grinned. He suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so dejected. Others would be envious of this good thing for several lifetimes, but when it came to you, it was like killing you. If other people knew, you would definitely become the public enemy of all men in the world. Even spittle would drown you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Tang Jing turned around and walked away listlessly. Suing Tian almost jumped and said bitterly behind his back, "You brat, you don't know how lucky you are." Tang Jing did not think that this was a lucky thing. He was thinking about how to deal with this difficult princess. But in the end he did not think of any useful method. "Forget it, I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. I'm a big man, what's the point of being so wishy-washy? Before, I was not afraid of so many difficulties and obstacles. How could I be afraid of a woman?" He took a deep breath, swept away the haze in his heart, and strode to the front of a large building. This building was very grand and the location was excellent. It occupied the central business district of the capital, the golden location of the golden location. Mu Hongyan is really amazing. She actually found such a good place in such a short time. This place would be the headquarters of his company in the future. It was absolutely domineering. There was never a shortage of tenants in this area, and not just anyone could open a company in this place. Mu Hongyan was able to do all of this, which was enough to prove her ability. Tang Jing could not help but secretly rejoice for a while. His original unintentional move had actually recruited such a general. He was really lucky. Of course, such a large building definitely had more than one company. When Tang Jing walked into the lobby, he saw an endless stream of white-collar workers shuttling back and forth. Although it was the weekend, there were still a lot of people. One of them was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Without a doubt, she was the focus of the crowd. She just casually stood there, but her temperament was completely different from the others. There were also many other beautiful women, but compared to her, they were absolutely dwarfed. She attracted a lot of attention. When Tang Jing stepped into the door, her pair of watery eyes immediately locked onto him. Like a butterfly, she flew towards him. His vision blurred and a person rushed over. Fortunately, Tang Jing trained a pair of fiery golden eyes, and instantly saw her appearance. His face bloomed with a smile. Otherwise, in the face of such a sudden attack, his first reaction would definitely be to knock the other party down. Bang! With a muffled sound, she heavily crashed into Tang Jing's body and fell into his embrace. Tang Jing did not move. He stretched out his hands and hugged her. He touched her black hair and smiled with relief. "Master, You finally came to see Ling. She finally opened her mouth. She raised her head and looked at Tang Jing with infatuation. Yes, Ling, long time no see. You've become more beautiful. Really? Ling rubbed her cheeks, which were fairer than jade, and asked with joy. She was no longer the little Ling who did not know much about the world. In this period of time, she really crammed a lot of life knowledge. Chapter 641. The two people's intimate actions attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone's attention was originally on Ling. Everyone was trying to guess who this man was to be so intimate with such a beauty. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Ah, isn't she the goddess Tang Ling who's been very popular recently?" After his reminder, some people also reacted and quickly checked the photos on the internet. It really was her. Tang Ling has been exposed a lot recently. Thanks to AI series of actions, she already had a bit of fame and was praised as a goddess by many otakus. After all, her temperament, which was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, was very different from the current chaotic entertainment circle. People couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the crowd and used himself as a human wall to block everyone's line of sight. He didn't even turn his head as he said in a low voice, "Hurry up and go upstairs. I'm so anxious." Ling stuck out her tongue and said with grievance, "Ling missed Master so much that I couldn't wait to pick Master up." "Ah Ling, didn't I tell you not to call me Master, call me brother?" Tang Jing corrected. Ling playfully blinked and said, "Ah Ling forgot. Brother, don't be angry." Aimi was about to cry as she advised, "You two should go upstairs if you want to catch up. There are so many people watching. If someone takes a photo and posts it online, all your efforts will go to waste." "Okay, let's go upstairs." Tang Jing just happened to see an elevator door open. He immediately pulled Ling and rushed in like the wind. Before anyone could react, the elevator door closed. Aimi finally let out a sigh of relief. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, "Every time the boss comes, it's like he's testing my nerves." Ding. The elevator door opened and Ling walked in with Tang Jing's arm wrapped around Tang Jing's arm. Immediately they attracted a lot of attention. But Ling didn't let go of her hand because this floor was full of colleagues in the company. She didn't have to worry about other people's eyes. However, the employees stared at Tang Jing as if they were looking at an alien. They were all guessing who he was and how he could be so intimate with the company's most popular actress. Mu Hongyan quickly walked out to welcome him. She smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Tang, you're here." Tang Jing nodded and said, "Sister Mu, thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Let me show you around first," Mu Hongyan said cordially. When other people heard the conversation between the two people, they couldn't help but be speechless. Mu Hongyan was famous in the company for being strict and serious. How could she be so polite to this handsome guy? "This is the headquarters of our group. Back then I had my eyes on this building, but the owner didn't want to rent it to us. After a period of struggle, young Master Yin finally came out and settled this matter." Mu Hongyan explained as they walked. The passers-by all greeted Mu Hongyan. She was like a general in ancient times, emitting an extraordinary temperament. When Tang Jing heard this, he asked in astonishment, "Yin Luyun?" Mu Hongyan nodded her head and said, "Young Master Yin seems to have a good relationship with you?" Tang Jing remained silent. His relationship with the Yin family was very subtle. They had shown kindness to him time and time again, and this time they had helped him without asking for credit. He really admired the Yin family's way of doing things. Mu Hongyan continued, "During this period of time, everything has been proceeding in an orderly manner, especially the pharmaceutical factory. With Senior King of Medicine as a consultant, things have been getting twice the results with half the effort. Many new drugs are already in clinical trials, and the results are very good. I believe that it won't be long before they enter the stage of mass production." Tang Jing gave a knowing smile and praised, "This is all thanks to you guys." Mu Hongyan smiled and said, "Without you all of this would be nothing. You are the biggest contributor. Let's talk in the office." After walking around and familiarizing themselves with the environment, Mu Hongyan invited him. Tang Jing nodded his head, and the three of them walked into Mu Hongyan's office together. Her office was decorated very generously, and it didn't have the stinginess of a woman at all. "Brother, what do you want to drink? Tea or coffee? Sister Mu has a lot of good things here." Ling volunteered to introduce. "Drink some tea." "Okay, it will be ready in a while." Ling immediately turned into a tea girl. She boiled tea, made tea and poured tea. The whole process was done in one go. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, It was simply a kind of beautiful enjoyment. These are all the contents of the new training. Her comprehension is very high and she can understand many things in one go. Mu Hongyan praised. Ling raised her head and smiled shyly and said, Sister Mu, you flatter me. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Aimi opened a crack in the door and poked her head in to look around. Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing and said, Why are you sneaking around? If you want to come in, come in. Aimi pinched her thumb and middle finger together and laughed. Boss, you are really charming. Don't you know that outside there are a lot of people guessing who you are? I'm not a big star. What's there to guess? Oh, boss, you are belittling yourself. Ordinary stars can't catch up with you. You are Princess Anne's mysterious knight. Aimi opened her mouth and said exaggeratedly. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly. How do you know about this? Haha, we are in the entertainment circle. Of course we know about this. Besides, not only in the entertainment circle, many ordinary people also know about you. If you enter the entertainment circle now, you will completely crush those popular young stars. Aimi still didn't give up and urged. He suffered many losses in front of Tang Zheng, but he still didn't give up. Mu Hongyan and Linger also looked at Tang Zheng at the same time. Obviously they were also very clear about the previous storm. Mu Hongyan was more and more surprised. She was really puzzled. How did he get involved with Princess Anne? Moreover, it seemed to be a little ambiguous. Tang Zheng heard and quickly waved his hand to stop him. Let's talk about serious business. Aimi bitterly glanced at Tang Zheng before letting out a long sigh and said, What a pity. Okay, boss, let's talk about serious business. During this time, Linger's reputation has been gradually accumulating. Recently, she has been discussing cooperation with several film and television companies. If it is confirmed, she will start shooting a movie. In addition, she has already started recording her album. I believe that it won't be long before she becomes more and more famous. In today's entertainment circle, not only did one have to rely on their good looks and good temperament to stay popular, but they also had to have excellent results, such as singing and acting. In short, relying on their looks to make a living could only make them popular for a while but not forever. Linger had a face, so of course she also had to have soft power. She had to cultivate both inside and outside. That was the true style of a big star. When it came to serious business, Aimi was very serious and showed the style of a gold medal manager. Tang Jing nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for all of this. This is my job. It's not considered hard work. After Aimi finished speaking, there was a strange look on her face. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Tang Jing slightly frowned and said, If you have something to say, then say it. Is there something that you can't tell me? There has been a little trouble recently. There are some bad words about Linger online. Aimi said hesitantly. When Linger heard this, she also stopped what she was doing and curled her lips, feeling wronged. Those people are really annoying. They made things out of nothing and said bad things about me. Although Tang Jing didn't know the exact situation, he could roughly guess it. As the saying goes, when a person becomes popular, there will be a lot of trouble. Recently, Linger has become more and more popular, so there must be someone who is jealous. Thus, they are secretly stirring up trouble and purposely slandering her. Have you found out who it is? Tang Jing coldly asked. I found out. It's my old enemy, the popular celebrity Lu Yenran. Lu Yenran? Tang Jing frowned. This name was a little familiar. Where have I heard it before? Seeing that he didn't remember, Linger immediately reminded, It's the woman we met when we were buying clothes at Ordinary Balance during Chinese New Year. Tang Jing instantly realized. So it's her. Back then they even had a conflict which involved the Lei family. Lu Yenran was known as a fairy sister in the entertainment industry. But after Linger was pushed onto the stage, many people realized that Linger had the temperament of a fairy sister, and Lu Yenran couldn't compare to her. However, she had been famous for a long time. After all, Linger couldn't compare to her for the time being. But everyone knew that Linger had potential, and it wasn't impossible for her to surpass Lu Yenran in the future. Lu Yenran and the company behind her also felt the pressure. Thus, they hired ghostwriters to slander Linger. As the saying goes, public opinion can melt gold. Although it's just a matter of chasing the wind, the audience who didn't know the truth would be subtly influenced if they heard too much, which was disadvantageous to Linger. Tang Jing figured out the reason and coldly snorted, I didn't find trouble with her, but she came to us first. Boss, I have already dealt with this matter. Although there is some negative influence on the internet, it won't affect the overall situation. You did well. Collect more information on this woman. Linger is getting more and more popular, and there will definitely be conflicts with her in the future. We won't fight a battle that we have no confidence in. Since she is slandering our Linger, we won't fabricate facts to slander her. Instead, we will use evidence to nail her to death. Unknowingly, Tang Jing emitted a powerful aura, causing Ai Mi's heart to tremble. Lu Yanran actually dared to provoke the boss. This time she will definitely suffer a huge loss. I heard you say that she's a troublemaker. I believe that she has a lot of information on her, right? Tang Jing asked. Ai Mi nodded her head. Of course. Many people in the entertainment industry are unhappy with her. But everyone is afraid of the benefactor behind her, so no one dares to reveal this information. Otherwise, her reputation as a fairy sister would have long disappeared. She's just fooling ordinary people who don't know the truth. Her benefactor? Oh. Tang Jing asked in suspicion. Chapter 642. Tang Jing nodded and said, no wonder she is safe and sound when she causes trouble everywhere. Turns out she has a big backer. So boss, let's take the long view. Ai Mi suggested. The corner of Tang Jing's mouth hooked up, revealing a devilish smile and said, she dares to slander Linger, I don't care who is behind her. As long as her bullshit matters are verified, I will be happy to let the public know. Ai Mi's eyelids jumped. She wanted to persuade him but held back. Her emotions fluctuated and she could not help but feel a little excited. When other people faced Lu Yanran, they all retreated. But her boss faced her head on. This was really too satisfying. Boss, you can rest assured. I, Sister Ai Mi, promise you that I will use all my connections and resources to investigate Lu Yanran as soon as possible. Ai Mi patted her chest and promised. With that, he left the office without stopping. Looking at his energetic appearance, Mu Hongyan praised, Ai Mi is indeed very capable. The series of plans that she made for Linger can be said to be perfect. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Linger to reach her current level of exposure in such a short period of time. Tang Jing nodded and looked at Linger with a smile that was not a smile and asked, Linger, now that you are a star, how do you feel? Linger opened her bright black eyes and stared straight at Tang Jing and said, not much. No matter how big of a star Linger becomes, I will always be my brother's Linger. Haha, in the future when you are more famous than me, I will ask you for an autograph. Tang Jing joked. Linger's cheeks flushed red and said shyly, brother is making fun of Linger. As she spoke, she naturally took his arm. Mu Hongyan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she thoughtfully looked at the two. Since it's all thanks to Yen Liuyun's help in the office building, I'll remember this favor. Since I have time this weekend, I'll invite him to have a meal with me. Sister Mu, would you like to join us? Mu Hongyan shook her head. I won't go. The company is just starting up and there are a lot of things to do. Let Linger accompany you. That little girl hasn't seen you for a long time. She must want to spend more time with you. Upon hearing this, Linger was delighted and said, Elder Sister Mu knows Linger the best. Linger just wants to stay by Big Brother's side. She leaned on Tang Jing's shoulder like a little bird. If her fans saw this scene, they would definitely want to skin Tang Jing alive. Seeing Mu Hongyan's firm attitude, Tang Jing did not force her and left the office with Linger. Under everyone's gaze, he allowed Linger to hold his arm and disappear into the elevator, causing everyone to whisper and discuss. Linger wore a pair of large sunglasses that almost covered half of her face. She intimately held Tang Jing's arm and went to a nearby restaurant. Just now, he had already made an appointment with Yen Luyun over the phone and invited him to come here for lunch. When Yen Luyun heard this invitation, he was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly agreed that he would be there in a while. Sure enough, not long after the two sat down, Yen Luyun appeared at the door and quickly walked over under the guidance of the waiter. Young Master Tang, long time no see. Yen Luyun cupped his hands towards Tang Jing and calmly nodded towards Linger. Young Master Yen, please take a seat and order first. As the host, I'm not a picky eater. Yen Luyun laughed heartily. Tang Jing did not hold back and ordered a few signature dishes. Linger sat silently at the side and silently observed Yen Luyun through her sunglasses. Young Master Tang is a famous figure in this period of time. Many people in the circle are talking about you and are envious of your luck. Yen Luyun said with a smile. Tang Jing bitterly smiled. He naturally knew that Yen Luyun was referring to Princess Anne. He shook his head and said, this matter is a freak combination of factors. It's not as complicated as everyone thinks. That might not be the case. But with young Master Tang's ability, it's not impossible for you to attract Princess Anne. Tang Jing immediately waved his hand and said, stop, let's not talk about this today. We'll just reminisce about the past. Then I'll accept your invitation. Let me introduce you. This is my sister Linger. It's her first time here. I hope young Master Yan can take care of her in the future. Tang Jing took the initiative to introduce. Yan Luyun was surprised. Wasn't Tang Jing an orphan? Why did he have a sister? Just a moment ago he thought that she was one of Tang Jing's close female friends. However, her temperament was indeed different. Although he could not see her face, he believed that she was not bad. So it's Miss Tang. Nice to meet you. Yan Luyun warmly greeted. Linger took off her sunglasses and smiled sweetly as she shook hands with Yan Luyun. When he saw Linger's face, a trace of amazement flashed through Yan Luyun's eyes as he praised, Miss Tang is really a natural beauty. You're so beautiful that even birds and geese fall. Linger faintly smiled and said, Thank you. But you seem a little familiar. Where have I seen you before? Yan Luyun doubtfully blinked his eyes as he muttered to himself. Linger, it seems that you're not famous enough. Young Master Yan did not recognize you. Since Tang Jing introduced Linger to Yan Luyun, he did not intend to hide his identity. Yan Luyun was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Linger a few more times and suddenly, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, So it's you, the fairy sister who has become famous recently. Immediately he turned his head and stared straight at Tang Jing, the shock in his heart overflowing with words as he said, Young Master Tang, your job of keeping this a secret is too good. You don't know, but there's news about your sister in the circle recently. Tang Jing's interest was piqued and he sat up straight as he curiously asked, Oh, what news? This. Yan Luyun's face slightly changed as he was at a loss for words. Tang Jing slightly knitted his brows and said, Is there something you can't say? It's just a group of rich playboys who are bored. Yan Luyun said embarrassedly as he glanced at Linger. Tang Jing's heart moved as he had already guessed a few things. These rich playboys ate, drank, and played every day. So when they saw such a beautiful fairy sister suddenly become famous, they would definitely have many improper thoughts. There might even be some blind ones who would have ideas about Linger. Tang Jing had always been cautious. He had already known that there might be trouble when she entered the entertainment circle, so he specially set up an entertainment company to put an end to this kind of thing. He never thought that this kind of thing would happen faster than he expected. But this kind of thing was unavoidable, but Tang Jing would definitely not watch this kind of thing happen. He had to nip it in the bud. Seeing Tang Jing's face become gloomy, Yan Luyun knew that he must have guessed a few things and hurriedly said, These are a group of people who don't know what's good for them. I will go and greet them. Tang Jing shook his head and said, I like to deal with this kind of thing myself. Ling was being targeted by these wolves, so of course he had to stand up for her. There was no need to trouble others. When Yan Luyun heard this, his heartstrings trembled. He had known Tang Jing for so long, and every time he made a move, it would be accompanied by blood. He was deeply afraid that Tang Jing would directly kill these people in a fit of anger. Thus he hurriedly advised, Young Master Tang, don't be rash. These people don't deserve to die. Tang Jing was slightly startled. He saw that Yan Luyun had misunderstood his meaning. He did not think that he would kill these indecent people. After all, Linger was simply too beautiful. She was as dazzling as the sun, and it was normal for her to attract the attention of the opposite sex. He couldn't kill all the men, right? That would be too unreasonable. Young Master Yan, I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to express my attitude to these people. I want to personally express my attitude. Tang Jing coldly said. When Yan Luyun heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. An idea came to his mind and he said, There's a gathering tonight. Why don't young Master Tang and your sister come and have some fun? Oh, what gathering? Some people in the capital regularly hold gatherings. They are all people in the circle. With young Master Tang's current status, it would be good for you to familiarize yourself with them. Yan Luyun suggested. Tang Jing relied on his own strength to sit on the same level as these aristocratic families' disciples. Many of them could only look up to him. However, he had always been outside of this circle, and most people did not dare to take the initiative to invite him. After all, he had a fierce reputation. Several aristocratic families' disciples had suffered a great loss at his hands. No one wanted to be unlucky in front of him. Tang Jing pondered for a moment. Yan Luyun's suggestion was not bad. His company was in the capital, and in the future he would inevitably have to deal with people in this circle. Familiarizing himself with them beforehand would make it easier for him to handle things in the future. Moreover, he also wanted to personally sound the alarm for these people and make them dispel any thoughts they had about Linger. Okay, then we'll listen to young Master Yan's arrangements. Yan Luyun was overjoyed. If he could pull in such a strong ally like Tang Jing from the circle, it would be greatly beneficial for him and the Yan family. In addition, this meal is mainly to thank young Master Yan for helping my company solve the office building problem. I'm really in the dark in the capital. I'll definitely have to trouble young Master Yen a lot in the future. Tang Jing expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Young Master Tang, you're too polite. Your company has a female hero like Boss Mu in charge. It won't be long before your name will be known all over the country. After the meal, they found a place to drink tea for a while. Then the three of them got into Yen Liuyun's car and went straight to the destination of the party. In the evening, the car quietly drove into the underground parking lot of a building. Yen Liuyun picked up a card and swiped it at the elevator door. With a ding, the elevator slowly opened. This is a private elevator. You can only enter it by swiping a card. It goes straight to the top floor. Our meeting place is on the top floor. Yen Liuyun introduced. This building is a landmark building in the capital. The top floor overlooks the entire capital. The scenery is very good, especially at night. It's a different kind of scenery when thousands of lights are on. You guys really know how to pick a place to meet. This is a private club. It has a membership system. Ordinary people can't go upstairs at all, especially those nouveau riche. They'll break their heads trying to get in, but in the end they still have to return in failure. Then who's the boss of this club? Tang Jing asked curiously. Yen Liuyun pretended to smile mysteriously and said, You'll know when you see him. The elevator was very fast. After a while it stopped. The three of them walked out of the elevator. In front of them was a very grand door. There were several security guards standing at the door. Chapter 643. Behind the door was a grand hall with carved beams and painted rafters. There were several wooden furniture, especially the landscape paintings hanging on the wall. With a single glance, one could tell that they were the work of a master. Young Master Yen, you've come. Please come in. An account manager who was in charge of one-on-one meetings walked out. Just now, when the three of them had just entered the elevator, the account manager already knew that they had come, so he hurried over to receive them. This clubhouse had a dedicated one-on-one meeting, so that the members could enjoy the utmost respect and enjoyment. Yen Liuyun slightly nodded and said, These are my two friends. Today they specially came to take a look at the clubhouse. The account manager maintained a humble attitude and expressed his welcome. How could someone who could be personally accompanied by young Master Yen be an ordinary person? Young Master Yen, the banquet is about to start. The account manager reminded. Yen Liuyun waved his hand and said, We'll take a look around first. You can go do your own things. The account manager respectfully excused himself. How do you feel? Seeing the other party walk away, Yen Liuyun asked with a smile that was not a smile. Tang Jing shrugged and said, This care is really meticulous. This is one of the characteristics of this clubhouse. Also, this clubhouse is a platform for everyone to use to communicate. Many big business deals are done here. Tang Jing's heart moved as he thought of the ordinary balance clubhouse and said, Then what kind of services are available here? Yen Liuyun naturally knew what services he was talking about. He meaningfully smiled and said, This time you've guessed wrong. There really isn't any messy business here. Tang Jing's eyes widened in surprise. This is where the owner of the clubhouse is smart. In this circle there is never a lack of women. If this place was run as a brothel, it would instead lower the level of the clubhouse. After all, the members here are not only men. Yen Liuyun explained. Tang Jing suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the ordinary balance courtyard's level was too low. It was simply at the level of a nouveau riche. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked around the clubhouse. Many people greeted Yen Liuyun, but none of them bowed and groveled. On the contrary, the people here didn't like those soft-hearted people because that would be inferior. Miss Tang, do you like this place? Yen Liuyun did not neglect Linger and asked with concern. Linger was not surprised by the compliment and said calmly, Just so. Yen Liuyun was briefly stunned before he bitterly smiled. Miss Tang's standards are indeed high. These words were not meant to be sarcastic, but sincere. In fact, he had been paying attention to Linger just now. If an ordinary woman were to come here, she would have been looking all around. It was too much for her eyes to take in, and she would be bursting with joy. However, Linger was completely different. Most of her attention was on Tang Jing. She was indifferent to all this luxury and only glanced at it occasionally. This kind of temperament made Yen Liuyun sigh with emotion. Sure enough, Tang Jing did not have any ordinary people by his side. Other people who come to this clubhouse are not stingy with their praise, but this lady's words have turned my hard work into nothing. A voice full of energy but not harsh to the ear, came from not far away as a person leisurely walked over. This person looked to be in his 40s and was very ordinary. He was not handsome, nor did he have any special temperament. It was as if he was thrown into a crowd and would be drowned at any time. Tang Jing curiously looked at this ordinary person. From his words, it seemed that he was the owner of this clubhouse. "Director Ji, let me introduce you." Yen Luyun revealed a trace of a smile and said familiarly. The other party waved his hand and said, "Young Master Tang's great name is like thunder to my ears. How could I not know? I just never had the chance to meet you." As he spoke, he handed over a business card with only a phone number and a name on it. It was also extraordinarily ordinary, as if it was him. "This humble one is Ji Wuxiang. I hope that young Master Tang will take care of me in the future." Ji Wuxiang politely introduced himself. "This surname seems to be very rare." Tang Jing curiously looked at the business card in his hand and said, "This is a surname from ancient times, but there are fewer and fewer people with this surname nowadays. It seems that Director Ji's family has a long history. I don't know about this because I am the only one in my family." Tang Jing was stunned. At this age he had a successful career but was still single. This could be considered a genuine golden bachelor. However, this involved the other party's privacy. This was the first time they met, so Tang Jing naturally would not tactfully ask more. Ji Wuxiang's gaze turned and looked at Linger and said, "Miss Tang has recently made a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. Your future is limitless." Tang Jing was shocked. This person was able to recognize even Linger at a glance. He was really amazing. Linger faintly smiled and said, "Thank you. The banquet is about to begin. I still have to greet the guests, so please go ahead." Ji Wuxiang did not stay any longer and quickly left. Watching his back disappear behind the door, Yen Luyun looked at the business card in Tang Jing's hand and said, "This business card of his is not easily given away." Tang Jing did not feel flattered, but was very curious and asked, "This person's cultivation is not shallow. What is his background?" "His specific background is not clear to everyone, but we know that he is really amazing." "What kind of amazing?" "There is nothing in the capital that he cannot do." Tang Jing opened his eyes wide and said, "Isn't this boasting a bit too much? There are too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital, but no one dares to say that there is nothing that they cannot do. Perhaps even the big families would not dare to boast like this." Yen Luyun meaningfully smiled and said, "Many people will think that this is boasting at first, but only those who really know the inside story will know that this is not an exaggeration. It is just that he will not easily promise anything to others." Tang Jing shook his head. It was still a little hard to imagine. This person was too ordinary. He was not even a martial artist. Tang Jing did not feel a trace of internal strength from him. Tang Jing found it hard to believe that such an ordinary person had such a powerful strength. But he has a rule. If he gives this business card to someone, then he will help the other party. So, if others see this business card, they will definitely be jealous and jealous. Yen Luyun said something shocking. Tang Jing looked at the ordinary business card in his hand in disbelief and said, "A business card has such great magic power?" Yen Luyun solemnly nodded and seriously said, "Of course, because it is Ji Wuxiang's business card." Tang Jing took a deep breath. He really could not guess what kind of ability he had to attract Ji Wuxiang so much. But the other party's good intentions he could not refuse, so he carefully put away the business card. The few of them did not continue to stroll around but went straight to the banquet. After all, Tang Jing came today to get to know this circle, so of course he could not hide. The banquet was held on the rooftop. There were already many people gathered in groups of twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Tang Jing swept his eyes and was surprised. Yen Liuyun's words were indeed true. The members here were not simple. He already saw several familiar faces that often appeared on TV. Not only were there business people, there were also political people. On the contrary, a few so-called popular stars became a foil, quietly accompanying these people. Look at those big stars. They have tens of thousands of fans outside and are revered by people. But here their roles are completely reversed. They can be considered insignificant characters. Yen Luyun introduced. They are not members here? Hee, how could they have such qualifications? Yen Luyun said with a somewhat disdainful tone, "It's already a great fortune for them to be able to come here." Tang Jing was secretly speechless. The more he came in contact with this mysterious club, the more he was shocked by the power contained in this mysterious club. "Let me introduce you to a few friends." Yen Luyun brought the two of them to the front of several people. The other party immediately stopped talking and greeted Yen Luyun. "Everyone, let me introduce you to a friend, Tang Jing. Young Master Tang, let's get together more often in the future." When the few people heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They extended their hands to Tang Jing and said, "Young Master Tang's great name is like thunder to my ears." It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to meet young Master Tang. Tang Jing smiled faintly and said, "Everyone is an elite in their respective fields. This is killing me." "Ah, young Master Tang is too modest. Ever since young Master Tang came to the capital, everything you do can be said to be a big deal. I have no choice but to admire you. Young Master Tang, the Chu family has suffered a great loss in your hands, especially Chu Xiaofeng. He is used to being arrogant and many people have suffered losses because of him. So, you have really helped everyone vent their anger." Tang Jing glanced at Yen Luyun. It turned out that these people were so kind to him because of the Chu family. Yen Luyun saw through Tang Jing's thoughts and said in a low voice, "In the past, Chu Xiaofeng was just a sh*t stirrer. He relied on the Chu family to run amok." Tang Jing gradually understood the reason. Although these people were already unreachable for ordinary people, and they were all members of the club, compared to the Chu family they were still too weak. Therefore they did not dare to say anything to Chu Xiaofeng. They did not expect that Tang Jing would solve the big problem of the Chu family for them, and completely take revenge for them. The Chu family has only themselves to blame. It's just a small matter, so it's not worth mentioning, Tang Jing said. The few people could not hide the admiration in their eyes. They exchanged contact information with each other, and this could be considered to be acquaintances. Without a doubt, these connections would be very helpful to the development of his company in the future. Of course he would not neglect these people. Yen Luyun introduced him to a few more people and then they came to the railing. There were a few people gathered here and they were talking and laughing as if there was no one else around. Suddenly the laughter stopped. When this group of people saw Tang Jing and the other two, their eyes immediately swept towards Linger without restraint. Under the backdrop of the night, Linger's beauty did not diminish. Instead, it added a sense of mystery, causing one's heart to sway. There was no lack of beautiful female companions beside these people. They all raised their heads and looked at Linger. Strange sparks immediately burst out from their eyes. Chapter 644. Speaking of the devil, he had just discussed Lu Yinran with Ai Mi, but he did not expect to meet her in the clubhouse. Lu Yinran was the master of face-changing. She looked at the two of them in astonishment, and then her eyes quickly turned vicious. Why are they here? Lu Yinran felt that it was inconceivable that the two people she had met in ordinary balance would appear in such a high-end clubhouse. Moreover, one of them had become her strong competitor. Since Linger had risen step by step, Lu Yinran had been particularly jealous. Of course she did not really put Linger in her eyes. After all, although she was beautiful, she had no power or influence, so how could she compete with her? But she would not watch Linger grow stronger, so she hired a water army to confuse the public and deliberately discredit Linger. But tonight, when she suddenly saw Linger in the clubhouse, Lu Yinran immediately had a strong sense of crisis. This place was not a place that anyone could come in. She also begged her benefactor for a long time to get this opportunity. When she saw the members here, her eyes were dazzled and she was almost stunned. This was the real upper class. She silently swore that no matter what method she had to use, she would join them. It had to be said that she was a very ambitious woman and was very good at using her advantages. Otherwise, how could she have everything she had today at such a young age? She obediently stayed by her benefactor's side. The other party was about 50 years old and had a big beer belly which made him look like a huge football. But Lu Yinran was very gentle to him and did not dislike this ugly body at all. Compared to this person, the young master of the Lei family, Lei Jun, was much younger and more handsome. However, the relationship between her and Lei Jun could not even be considered as an act. She occasionally returned home to visit her relatives and unintentionally met Lei Jun. The other party was very passionate and Lu Yinran was just playing with him. So, after Lei Jun suffered in front of Tang Jing, Lu Yinran did not hesitate to leave him. Being young and handsome did not have much attraction for her. She needed money and power, and the one who could give her all of this was her benefactor, her godfather. That's right. To outsiders, she called her benefactor, Godfather. It seemed that this was the current trend. There were many godfathers and goddaughters in society. Tang Linger only knows how to brag. She's so pure but she's still the same as the others. With her ability, what qualifications does she have to be here? She must have climbed up someone's branch. Lu Yinran judged others by herself and speculated maliciously. If that's the case, I'll have to be even more careful of her. Before she can truly gain a foothold in this circle, I'll ruthlessly step on her. Immediately, her eyes flashed with a fierce light. Right at this moment, a few young men glanced at Linger and whispered, "Hey, isn't that Tang Linger who's been very popular on the internet recently?" This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. To think that we would actually meet here. Isn't that even better? Anyway, we've been talking about her for a long time. Now that she's here, how can we let her fly away? The few of them winked at each other and laughed maliciously. When Lu Yenran heard this, her heart moved. She quietly widened her eyes. She knew that these hedonistic young masters were not afraid of trouble. Since she had been targeted by them, then she can forget about running away. Thus, she slightly turned her head and charmingly smiled at the few young masters and said, "Young masters, for Tang Linger to be able to catch your eyes, it is her fortune. I hope that you all will be able to carry the beauty home." "Ah, Miss Lu really knows how to speak. Then we'll borrow your auspicious words." The few of them were instigated by the beauty and could not find north. They boldly and decisively walked towards Tang Linger. Lu Yenran's face flashed with a mischievous smile. She was prepared to watch a good show. Suddenly, her godfather turned his head and asked with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you have a grudge with that beauty?" "A little." Lu Yenran hesitated for a moment before replying. However, a trace of panic flashed through her heart. She was very clear about her godfather's nature. He was simply a lecherous ghost. Although he already had a beauty like her, she did not know how many other women he had outside. Tang Linger was young and beautiful. If she took a fancy to her, wouldn't her position be in danger? Wouldn't she be lifting a rock to smash her own foot? Thinking of this, she quickly pressed her body closer to him. Her pair of towering breasts kept rubbing against his arm, and she acted coquettishly. "Godfather, this woman is very bad. She always goes against me, and I don't know how many lovers she has outside. Otherwise, how could she become so popular so quickly?" "Oh." Her godfather frowned and revealed a disappointed expression. Although he was a lecherous ghost, he liked the original goods. He could not be interested in a woman who had already been tainted by another man. Lu Yenran knew this very well, so her words poked at his heart. Seeing his reaction, she could not help but feel relieved. She knew that her words had worked. Of course, she did not think that her words were slander. Judging from her experience, how could a little girl like Tang Linger, who had no money or power, become popular so quickly without the backing of another man? How could it be possible? She must have used her body to exchange for it. She had done this in the past, so she believed that Tang Linger was the same. She looked into the distance and saw that several young masters had already walked to the front of Tang Zheng. Some of them seemed to be unable to hold back and directly stretched out their evil claws to grab Linger's buttocks. Tang Zheng and the others were talking with others when they suddenly found that several people had surrounded them. However, he did not care. Linger's mind was on Tang Zheng. Seeing him talking with others, she could not help but be a little infatuated. She thought that her master was so handsome. Suddenly, she felt a trace of movement behind her. It seemed that someone was approaching. As a 100-year-old ginseng that had transformed into a human form, her sensitivity to the environment was extraordinary. After noticing this, she immediately turned around. Her hands were like a vice and immediately grabbed that evil claw. The other party was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that such a sneak attack would be caught, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose and he laughed frivolously. "Yo, beauty, you're quite proactive. Hee holding this big brother's hand, is it comfortable?" Linger's expression changed slightly. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed and she said, "What are you doing?" I want to ask you what you are doing. Grabbing my hand so anxiously, are you interested in me?" The other party turned the tables and teased. When the other young masters heard this, they all laughed without restraint and said, "Beauty, look, we are also very handsome. Why don't we go over there and have a few drinks?" Linger's cheeks flushed red. For a moment she was speechless. She really did not know how to respond. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already turned around. His eyes were as cold as frost. His footsteps flashed and he stood in front of Linger to protect her. Linger had no choice but to let go. She took a small step back and stuck close to Tang Zheng's side. "If you know what's good for you, then scram," Tang Zheng said with a murderous aura. But the other party was not scared. Instead, they looked at him with contempt and said, "Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten us?" Without a doubt, Tang Zheng was a new face. The capital's social circle was not that big. At least everyone was familiar with his face. But the person in front of them was definitely a new face. No one had ever seen him before. Perhaps he was a country bumpkin who came to see the world. The young masters did not put him in their eyes. Tang Zheng originally came here today to teach them a lesson. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and let the others stop having improper thoughts about Linger. But since these ignorant fellows jumped out, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Yen Luyun felt the strong killing intent from Tang Jing. His heart jumped and he immediately stood out. He looked at the people in front of him with an unfriendly expression and berated, "You guys have guts." Quickly apologized to Miss Tang. The eyelids of the few people twitched. They looked at Yen Luyun with complicated expressions. Without a doubt, Yen Luyun still had a lot of power in this circle. Most people would give him face. Seeing his aggressive attitude, the few people looked at each other but did not retreat. First, there were so many people here. If they apologized to a woman, how would they survive in the future? Second, their own identities. This was the most important point. Although they knew Yen Luyun, their relationship was not good. Could even be said that they were like fire and water. Their family background was not as good as Yen Luyun's, but the person behind them was not inferior to Yen Luyun. This person was Song Yu. This group of people usually followed Song Yu's lead, especially during this period of time when the Song family was strong and the Yen family was showing signs of decline. These people were even more obedient to Song Yu. Everyone knew about the conflict between the Yen family and the Song family. The two sides fought openly and secretly, so the people from both sides were clearly in their own positions. If they apologized today and Song Yu found out, they would not be able to get any benefits at all. So, they could only brace themselves and do it. "Young Master Yen, you want us to apologize to a woman? Impossible." The other party flatly refused. Yen Luyun's face was ashen. His face was actually useless. It seemed that during this period of cultivation, some people had forgotten how powerful he was. If that's the case, then take responsibility for your own actions. Yen Luyun slipped and was about to rush over to teach the other party a lesson. But just as he took a small step, a hand blocked in front of him. He had no choice but to stop and look suspiciously at Tang Jing. Tang Jing coldly said, "Linger's matter is my matter. I will solve it myself." Yen Luyun originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and help Tang Jing and Linger vent their anger. In fact, this could be considered saving the other party once. This was because Tang Jing would not show mercy every time he made a move. With these people's bad behavior, Tang Jing would definitely not show mercy. These people might not even be able to keep their lives. Chapter 645. The few of them stepped forward and directly approached Tang Jing. They stared at him like a tiger watching its prey and jokingly said, "Country bumpkin, today I will let you know what you are worth. Beijing is not a place where a country bumpkin like you can do whatever you want." Tang Jing did not say anything, but his eyes became colder and colder. The people who greeted Tang Jing just now all surrounded him, wanting to help Tang Jing get out of this situation. Yen Luyun waved his hand and signaled them to leave. Since Tang Jing wanted to do it himself, then of course he could not go against his wishes. When other people saw this scene, they all turned their heads to look. When they saw Linger, they could not help but reveal a stunned expression. Then he suddenly realized that this was another fight over a woman's favor. Many people, full of interest, held their wine glasses and looked forward to it. Without a doubt, this kind of behavior was a kind of spice, adding a little spice to the party. Therefore, the unrelated people did not stop them. Even the staff of the club did not come out to stop them. Lu Yanran was so excited that her little heart was beating rapidly, and her face also showed a bit of excitement. She stared without blinking, and her heart was even filled with bad intentions. Wait a moment, Tang Linger will be taken away by these rich young masters in front of everyone's eyes. She must take a picture of this moment and let the majority of the netizens see her true face. At that time the evidence will be conclusive and she will not be able to make a comeback. Then her fairy sister's position will be even more unbreakable. Sigh, if the heavens want to punish you, you can go against it. Yen Luyun secretly sighed and did not say anything more. Tang Jing's eyes flashed and stared at the person who just stretched out his evil claws and said, "Just now you were the one who made the first move, right hand?" F***ck, I was the one who made the first move, I still want to make the first move. The other person immediately cursed. These young masters all had a few moves of their own, and they were usually taught by famous teachers. However, their aptitudes varied and they didn't practice hard. Therefore they could only scare ordinary people. When they met a master like Tang Jing, they weren't even fit to carry his shoes. But they didn't know the difference between them. After the man cursed, he kicked Tang Jing's crotch with his long leg. Not only did the other party know to strike first to gain the upper hand, they were also not afraid of anything. Thus, the moment they made a move, they were ruthless and insidious. Many people gasped as if they could see the scene where Tang Jing's little brother was kicked and fell to the ground, gasping in pain. However, Tang Jing did not move. Just as the kick was about to hit him, it stopped steadily in midair. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. What was going on? Tang Zheng's hand had already reached out and grabbed the other's right wrist. Ka. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out as the other party's arm was twisted into a fried dough twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the night sky. The leg that had kicked out hung limply, without the slightest bit of aggression. The others didn't see how Tang Zheng made his move. Everything happened too fast. In a flash, the situation of the battle had a huge reversal. When the other young masters saw this, they looked at each other and showed their ferocity. They roared, "Country bumpkin, you dare to make a move? You're courting death." The few of them immediately attacked Tang Zheng at the same time, punching and kicking together, all of them landing on Tang Zheng's body. Tang Zheng let go of the broken arm. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He still didn't move, but his hands moved quickly, leaving only afterimages. The punches and feet that were attacking immediately made a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds. Although it was just a simple punch, the strength was surprisingly strong. His genuine chi burst out and rushed directly into the other party's punches and feet, shattering the bones. Screams of agony rose and fell one after another, causing one's hair to stand on end in the night sky. Many people's faces suddenly changed as they looked at Tang Zheng in horror. This young man was too powerful. He had severely injured his opponents so easily. This kind of strength and calm attitude was definitely not simple. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Many people were a little curious. Who was this person that dared to deal with so many young masters so unscrupulously? The forces represented by the families behind these people were not simple. They were afraid that this person would suffer a big loss in the future. "You dare to hurt us?" The young masters covered their arms or legs and pointed at Tang Zheng in disbelief. The veins on their faces were bulging and they looked fierce. "I want you to understand that no one in this world can have any ideas about Ling'er. Otherwise, I will be very angry and the consequences will be very serious," Tang Zheng said resolutely and murderously. The young masters were not frightened. Instead, they became angry and hysterically shouted, "Do you know what you've done? I want you to die without a burial monk. Yes, no matter who you are dead for sure. Just who are you, brat?" Tang Zheng looked around and found that many people had the same question in their eyes. Since today was to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, then of course he had to announce his name. Thus he stuck out his chest and lightly said, "Remember, I will not change my name, I will not change my surname. My surname is Tang Zheng." Tang Zheng. A few people immediately imprinted this name deep in their hearts, but some people reacted quickly. They opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "You are Tang Zheng." It was clear that Tang Zheng's name was very famous in the capital. Although they had never seen him in person, they knew immediately. "So it's you." The flames of hatred in their eyes became more and more intense. Although their hearts were gradually filled with fear, they did not reveal it in front of everyone. "It's me." Tang Zheng walked step by step towards the culprit who had fallen to the ground, the person who had extended his claws. "What are you doing? If you dare to extend your hand, then it won't be as simple as crippling your arm," Tang Zheng coldly said. "Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything to me, young Master Song will not let you go." The other person was so scared that he crawled back, but he did not forget to threaten him. "Young Master Song you? Yes, if you know, then hurry up and scram. Otherwise, when young Master Song comes, you won't be able to escape." The other person seemed to have found a trace of confidence as he threatened. "Hang, even if Song Yu was here in front of him, you can forget about living," Tang Zheng said with killing intent. He really wanted to kill, so killing this person was not unjust. Since he dared to be so unrestrained in this place, then in other places in front of ordinary people, wouldn't he be unbridled? Therefore, there must have been ordinary people who had suffered at his hands, and even ordinary girls who had been bullied by him. Since it was like this, then he deserved to die. Moreover, if he wanted to leave a deep enough impression in these people's hearts, then blood and life were the best medium. When the other person heard this, he was so scared that he was dumbstruck and asked in disbelief, "You want to kill me?" He never expected that when he brought up Song Yu, not only did it not scare the other person, but it also made the other person determined to kill him. The other people also did not expect this scene and could not help but be shocked. This kind of ruthless person was too rare. Many people secretly glanced at Ling'er, and then quickly looked away. This was a rose with thorns, and the thorns were stained with poison, so it was absolutely not to be touched. Lu Yanran was already dumbstruck, her eyeballs almost falling to the ground. She was originally waiting to watch a good show. But this show was too wonderful, so wonderful that it made it hard for people to accept. Tang Zheng fought several people alone, and unexpectedly won without any effort. Whether it was skill or aura, he crushed these hedonistic young masters into dregs. What's going on? Isn't he ordinary balanced, that kind of country bumpkin from a small place? How can he be so arrogant and domineering? Lu Yanran's brain was not enough to understand. So he is Tang Jing. Godfather suddenly sighed softly. Lu Yanran seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw and asked, Godfather, what's wrong with him being Tang Jing? You don't know Tang Jing? Lu Yanran was at a loss and said in a daze, this name sounds familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. A while ago, Princess Anne's matter was spread like wildfire, isn't he the main character? Godfather reminded. Of course he did not finish, especially the matter between Tang Jing, the Chu family and the Song family, these things were only known by people in the circle, and stars like Lu Yanran did not know. That mysterious knight is him? Lu Yanran suddenly realized, but in an instant she felt that it was even more inconceivable. All of this seemed even more unreal, how could he be Princess Anne's mysterious knight? Then if these people go up against him, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? Lu Yanran muttered dejectedly. That may not be the case, too much is easy to break, this person is decisive in killing, if he really kills that person, then the other party's family will definitely not let it go, the Song family may come forward. Godfather analyzed. Lu Yanran was overjoyed, like a person in despair who had suddenly grasped at a life-saving straw. Then wouldn't he be finished? Godfather smiled mysteriously but did not comment. Lu Yanran bit her lips and silently hoped in her heart, the Song family must act as soon as possible and get rid of this Tang Jing, then Linger will have no backing and naturally will not be a threat. Yen Luyun sighed, not surprised at all, he had already seen Tang Jing's killing intent, so he did not try to persuade him. That person's head drooped, still feeling like everything was a dream, and asked again in fear, you really want to kill me? Tang Jing looked at him with a serious expression and said, I don't like to repeat what I said. After saying that, he grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up high. Hurry up and let me go, I don't want to die. He could finally confirm that Tang Jing really wanted to kill him, and was definitely not just trying to scare him. His whole body went limp and he did not even have the strength to resist. Tang Jing directly dragged him to the railing, and the night wind blew, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. Everyone had the same thought in their mind. Tang Jing was going to throw him off the rooftop. If he fell from a height of hundreds of meters, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Chapter 646. The person involved was clearly aware of Tang Jing's intentions. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, softening into a puddle of mud, leaving behind a wet trail. He was scared to the point of pissing himself. Someone pointed at the trail and exclaimed. Suddenly the crowd burst into laughter. The other young masters were so scared that they forgot to help their companions. They were dumbstruck as they watched this scene. Whoosh! Tang Jing casually waved his hand and the person in his hand drew an arc in the air, crossing the railing, leaving half of his body hanging hundreds of meters in the air. Ah! The person involved did not know where his strength came from, but he finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. He kept struggling, trying to break free from Tang Jing's control. You want me to let go, right? Then I'll help you. Tang Jing coldly said. The person looked down at the 100 meters in the air and screamed with a pale face. Don't let go, please let me go, I won't dare to have any improper thoughts towards Tang Linger, I am a beast, I am a fart, please let me go. He begged for mercy with tears and snot running down his face. Where did your awe-inspiring aura go? I have eyes but can't see, you are great, let me go, woo. As he said this, he actually burst into tears. But you have offended Linger, you deserve to die. Tang Jing's fingers slowly loosened. When other people saw this scene, many of the women covered their eyes, as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Young Master Tang, please have mercy. Suddenly a person quickly walked out. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see Ji Wuxiang anxiously rushing over. He apologetically said, Young Master Tang, Miss Tang encountered this kind of thing at my place, I cannot absolve myself of the blame. Chief Ji, this is a grudge between me and him, it has nothing to do with you. Tang Jing temporarily stopped his actions. Young Master Tang is magnanimous, this Ji can't thank you enough. This person is just a small fry, killing him would simply dirty young Master Tang's hands. If young Master Tang trusts me and hands him over to me, I will definitely give young Master Tang and young Miss Tang an explanation. Ji Wuxiang said with certainty. Tang Jing's eyes flickered a few times. Just now, Ji Wuxiang was very respectful to him and even gave him a business card that would not be exchanged for money. This was not a small favor. Furthermore, this was his territory. If he were to embarrass him in front of so many people, his prestige would definitely be affected. Director Tang Jun clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. If others respect me, I will respect them tenfold. After a slight pause, Tang Jing swept his gaze over the crowd. His sharp gaze was like a knife that could cut through hair, causing people's hearts to palpitate in fear. Director Ji is a straightforward person. Since that is the case, then I will trust you and hand him over to you. Tang Jing casually threw the person in his hand to Ji Wuxiang's feet. The other party had just escaped from the gates of hell and was overjoyed. Ignoring the pain in his body, he hurriedly thanked Ji Wuxiang. Many thanks to Director Ji for saving my life. My family and I will not forget your kindness. Ji Wuxiang did not even look at him as he coldly said, harassing my guests in my club. Do you really think that I, Ji Wuxiang, am easy to bully? Someone come, break his remaining arm and 2 legs and throw him out of this building. Also, throw all the other people out and cancel their membership. In addition, tell their families that they must take out a sincere apology to young Miss Tang. Otherwise I, Ji Wuxiang, will personally come and reason with them. These words were resolute and decisive, like a heavy hammer that struck everyone's hearts. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Ji Wuxiang. No one would have thought that Ji Wuxiang would propose such a severe punishment. Although that person did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Was Tang Jing so important that Ji Wuxiang did not hesitate to offend so many families for him? As soon as his voice fell, several security guards jumped out and moved like lightning. With a few cracking sounds, his other arm and 2 legs were safely twisted. Even if they were reattached in the future, they would still be crippled. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Tang Jing with complicated gazes. That person directly fainted from the pain and was dragged down the rooftop like a dead dog with the others. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied? Ji Wuxiang asked. Thank you, President Ji, for upholding justice. Tang Jing gently nodded his head. Ji Wuxiang immediately revealed a smile, clapped his hands and said, Everyone, those guys ruined everyone's mood. I will punish myself with a cup of wine as an apology to everyone. Saying that, he took a cup of wine from the waiter's tray and drank it in one gulp. When the others saw this, they all raised their glasses and smiled as if nothing had happened. Young Master Tang, let's talk in private. Ji Wuxiang said in a low voice. When they came to the edge of the rooftop, many people secretly looked in their direction. This time their eyes were not fixed on Linger, but completely focused on Tang Jing. Without a doubt, at this moment, Tang Jing's light overshadowed Linger's. Everyone was trying to guess what they were talking about. Lu Yanran was depressed like a defeated general. She bit her lips and secretly looked in anger and fear. Originally, she thought that the families behind those rich playboys would deal with Tang Jing, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Ji Wuxiang's tough attitude made those people's families not dare to act rashly. Not only did they not dare to act rashly, but they also had to apologize to Tang Linger and beg for forgiveness. Lu Yanran had been in the industry for so many years, facing these big families and rich people. She had always been trembling with fear. She always had a smile on her face, afraid that she would offend them. But this time, Tang Linger completely defeated her. Not only was Tang Linger not afraid of these rich people, but she also made them apologize to her. Lu Yanran felt that this world was too crazy. This was beyond her understanding. She had never expected herself to be able to reach this step. But what did she do to be able to do this? She subconsciously looked at Tang Jing beside Tang Linger. Could it be him? But how could it be? She didn't see how much ability this Tang Jing had, except that he had a bad temper and had a little scandal with Princess Anne. But these were not enough to make the rich people afraid, let alone make Ji Wuxiang be so polite. She didn't have time to think about the cause and effect, when her godfather turned his head and looked at her seriously. He warned, don't provoke that Tang Linger in the future. Lu Yanran was stunned. Her godfather, who was incompetent in her eyes, was actually afraid of Tang Jing. Don't treat my words as wind passing through your ears. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, don't blame me for not recognizing you and not caring about you. Her godfather continued to sternly warn her. Godfather? Lu Yanran hurriedly stuck her huge chest to him and said coquettishly, but that Tang Linger is too despicable. She stole my fairy sister's title. Do you think I should just tolerate it? Humph, even if you can't endure it, you have to endure it. Lu Yanran's eyes flashed. She bit her lips and looked wronged and indignant. Her godfather stared at her for a long time and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to get rid of her as soon as possible. With his understanding of her, of course he knew that she didn't take his warning to heart. Since that was the case, then she was a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later she would provoke Tang Linger and bring him trouble. Moreover, he was tired of playing with her. It was time to get out of the situation. Lu Yanran didn't know that her reaction had brought about such serious consequences for herself. Her mind was constantly thinking about how to deal with Tang Linger secretly and protect her position and interests. Tang Zheng and the others gathered together with Ji Wuxiang. They were talking and laughing. The unhappiness from before was swept away. Ji Wuxiang took a sip of wine and said, "Young Master Tang, I heard that your company has already been established in the capital. You even invited the famous female hero Mu Hongyan to take charge. Congratulations." "Manager Ji, you must be joking. I am just doing small things to earn some pocket money," Tang Jing said modestly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. When I was your age, I didn't know anything," Ji Wuxiang said with emotion. Tang Jing smiled. He didn't know if these words were true or false. If he really didn't know anything when he was in his 20s, and now he had such achievements, then in the next few decades, his rise would be too fast. It was comparable to the speed of a rocket. Manager Ji is too modest. Now that you have become famous, you don't know how many people envy you, Tang Jing said. Ji Wuxiang shook his head and said, "AI, you only saw my glory in front of others. You didn't see the bitterness behind me. Now this world is becoming more and more difficult to survive in. The changes are too great. I don't even recognize it anymore." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Tang Jing asked curiously, "Oh, why do you say that?" Yen Luyun also looked curiously at Ji Wuxiang. Towards this mysterious manager Ji, he was also filled with curiosity like Tang Jing. "Young Master Tang, you represent a new power. You have completely broken the world structure." Ji Wuxiang looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Tang Jing was slightly startled. He said blankly, "Do I have such great ability?" "Of course you do. After all, you are a cultivator. In the past, cultivators didn't amount to much. But ever since young Master Tang appeared, cultivators have been growing stronger step by step. They even have the tendency to suppress martial artists. Don't you think this is breaking the current structure of the world?" When Tang Zheng heard the word cultivator, his heartstrings immediately tightened. He said calmly, "Manager Ji is too serious. My strength is nothing. The several large families are stronger than me. How can I possibly break the world structure?" "No, you are underestimating yourself. The several large families are indeed powerful, but they have already fallen into a bottleneck. Young Master Yen, I wonder if my words are correct?" Ji Wuxiang didn't have the slightest worry of offending the Yen family. He went straight to the point and asked. Yen Luyun didn't expect him to say these words. His face was filled with resentment and he was speechless for a moment. Ji Wuxiang smiled and continued to say, "But young Master Tang, your development potential is enormous. There is no limit. In time you will definitely surpass the several large families. At that time, who would dare say that cultivators are weak? Wouldn't the structure of the world completely change?" Tang Jing was speechless. Chapter 647. Tang Zheng and Yen Luyun looked at Ji Wuxiang at the same time. They did not know what basis he had for his assertion. However, there was no doubt that these words were really shocking. It set off stormy waves in their hearts. President Ji's words are exaggerated. After a long while, Tang Jing shook his head. Even he could not make such an assertion. It even seemed a little arbitrary. Yen Liuyun's lips were tightly shut. He did not say a word. Ji Wuxiang's words were definitely not targeted. Did he really believe what he said, or did he have a deeper meaning? Ji Wuxiang heard this, smiled and said, "Then we'll see in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed a trace of a mysterious smile before he bid farewell and left, leaving the two of them dumbstruck on the spot. After a long time the two looked at each other. Tang Jing asked, "Young Master Yen, what do you think his words are for?" Yen Luyun shook his head blankly. "I don't know, but there is no doubt that he thinks highly of you." "Ah, think highly of me? I'm alone and weak. How can I be a match for your big families?" Tang Jing said self-deprecatingly. "You can't say it like that. President Ji is right about one thing. The big family's development potential has been overdrawn. Now they are like a stumbling elephant. It is not easy to move forward. And your rise is indeed much faster than ours," Yen Luyun said with certainty. Tang Jing was not excited at all. Instead, he sighed and said, "This President Ji is really mysterious." The two still could not understand Ji Wuxiang's intention. He looked at problems so sharply. No wonder he could have such strength. "Brother, I see Lu Yen ran over there." Suddenly Linger pulled Tang Zheng's clothes and said, "Then let's go and meet her." Tang Zheng's eyes were cold. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in vain. When Yan Luyun heard this, his eyes immediately locked onto Lu Yanran. He frowned and asked curiously, "She has a grudge with you? New enmity and old enmity, this isn't a small matter." Tang Jing smiled coldly. Yan Luyun coldly snorted and said, "She really doesn't know what's good for her. She's just a small star, yet she dares to go against young Master Tang." The three of them immediately walked towards Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran was in a daze and suddenly saw the three of them walking towards her. She was startled. Although she didn't completely admit defeat in her heart, she was still in awe of Tang Zheng. After all, Tang Zheng's series of actions just now had frightened many people. Lu Yanran wanted to avoid the danger for the time being, but she found that there was no way to retreat. Even her godfather had the intention to retreat. However, Tang Zheng and the other two had already blocked their path of retreat and were staring coldly at the two of them. Lu Yanran's face was pale. She didn't completely admit defeat in her heart, but facing Tang Zheng and the others face to face, she couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Hello, young Master Yan." Lu Yanran's godfather resentfully greeted Yan Luyun and then nodded towards Tang Zheng and Tang Linger. Yan Luyun frowned and coldly said, "Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang, I trust you have been well since we last met." This sentence was obviously filled with strong dissatisfaction. As a veteran who had been in the official circle for decades, how could he not understand? Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang's face slightly changed and said, "Young Master Yan, I have nothing to do with Lu Yanran. Young Master Yan, please don't misunderstand." Then he flatteringly smiled at Tang Zheng and said, "It's really an honor to be able to meet young Master Tang today." Lu Yanran could hardly believe her ears. She stared at her godfather, dumbfounded. This godfather, who was omnipotent in her eyes, actually sold her out. Moreover, he sold her out cleanly without leaving a single trace. Yan Luyun was also shocked by the other party's shamelessness. After being stunned for a while, he looked at Tang Zheng and explained, "He is a deputy bureau chief of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television." The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television. Tang Zheng suddenly understood. Wasn't this the largest official organization that managed the entertainment industry? No wonder others said that Lu Yanran had a powerful backer. It turned out that she had the support of a deputy bureau chief. As long as Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang said a word, no one would dare to offend Lu Yanran. No wonder she was so popular and invincible. However, looking at the other party's attitude, it seemed that the powerful backer in the eyes of ordinary people didn't have much capital to be arrogant in front of Yan Luyun, so he still softened. Suddenly Tang Zheng was more relieved. It seemed that there was no need for Lu Yanran to have a good life in the future. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang's words were almost a death sentence for Lu Yanran. But Tang Zheng didn't feel that she was pitiful. She only had herself to blame. If she hadn't stirred up trouble, how could she have ended up in such a situation? Tang Zheng didn't pay attention to the deputy bureau chief, who was strong in appearance but weak in reality. He stared straight at Lu Yanran and said, "I already know that you hired the Internet Water Army to smear Linger. You have to take responsibility for what you did. What do you want?" Lu Yanran was so scared that she took a step back. Her face was ashen as she stuttered and asked, "Tell the truth to the media and publicly apologize to Linger." Tang Zheng didn't want to be ruthless, especially since the other party was a woman. Publicly apologize? Lu Yanran looked like she had seen a ghost. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Can't I?" Tang Zheng's expression was cold as he asked. "Sure, there definitely won't be a problem." Before Lu Yanran could answer, Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang had already agreed. Young Master Tang is really magnanimous. She will definitely publicly apologize and apologize to Miss Tang. When did I agree? Lu Yanran was so angry that she questioned. "You don't have the right to speak here." Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang's face darkened. He suddenly turned hostile and didn't recognize her at all. His expression was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Lu Yanran was so angry that she almost fainted. Looking at the black-faced godfather, she hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't swallow the words in her throat and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. You're so shameless. I've served you for so many years and endured your perverted desires. How could you treat me like this? You've gone too far." Swish. This question immediately attracted the attention of the others. They thought to themselves, "Tonight is really brilliant." So many wonderful shows were put on one after another. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang, who looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, actually had perverted hobbies. "Hey, you really can't judge a book by its cover." There was a burst of laughter in the crowd, which made Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang's face burn as if it was being roasted by fire. He flew into a rage and suddenly waved his fat palm. Slap. This slap was so loud that it directly made half of Lu Yanran's face swollen. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang roared angrily, "You bitch, how dare you talk nonsense? I'll break your mouth. Tell you you're completely finished." Lu Yanran was completely stunned. She blankly covered her face and didn't know what to do. "Get out of here. This is not a place for you." Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang regretted it very much. He was so soft-hearted that he didn't resist her 18 kinds of martial arts in bed. He even agreed to take her to the club after coaxing and pestering. He was really unlucky to have a relationship with Lu Yanran, this crazy woman. Lu Yanran didn't respond. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang didn't want to see her anymore. He was afraid that she would do something crazy again and irritate Tang Zheng and the others. So he pushed her forward with both hands. Lu Yanran staggered to the door of the club and finally fell at the door in front of everyone. The others didn't have the slightest reaction or pity. The upper-class society was so cruel. You may be high and mighty in the last moment, but you may become a prisoner in the next second. Lu Yanran vividly demonstrated this point. Many stars present who had come here with great difficulty were vigilant. They looked at Tang Zheng and the others and firmly imprinted the faces of these three people in their hearts, warning themselves not to provoke them in the future. There was no doubt that Tang Linger's identity in these people's minds rose. Many stars had secretly made up their minds to have a good relationship with her in the future, such as asking her to cooperate with them in shooting movies or recording albums. Tang Linger didn't know that she had gained so many benefits. She only looked at Lu Yanran calmly without any pity or satisfaction. She didn't have much good or bad feelings towards Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's actions were just a small episode to her. The gap between the two was too big. It was like the gap between an eagle and a chick. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang looked at Tang Zheng in fear, wondering if he was satisfied with this decision. Tang Zheng couldn't say that he was satisfied. He just lost interest. He was originally angry, but when he saw Lu Yanran's miserable appearance, his anger disappeared completely. This woman's strength was too weak compared to his. He seemed a little useless by making such a big fuss. So he didn't care about Lu Yanran's ending. He said dispiritedly, "Master Yan, let's go." Master Yan seemed to have figured out Tang Zheng's thoughts, but he didn't forget to glare at Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang and said, "You're on your own." After that, the three of them walked towards the door together. They didn't even look at Lu Yanran, who had fallen to the ground. Fumed, the three of them went downstairs and breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Zheng said, "I have achieved my goal today. Thank you, Master Yan." Master Tang is too polite. "Has your aunt Yan Qingyi returned to the capital? How is she?" Tang Zheng asked casually. Yan Luyun was slightly startled. He didn't know why he would ask about his aunt. He said, "Aunt just returned to the capital a while ago. Everything is fine. Please say hello to her for me." Tang Zheng said, remembering his experience with the Tree of Life. Yan Luyun was even more confused. He had never heard of his aunt and Tang Zheng interacting. Why did it sound like they were very familiar with each other? "I will definitely bring it." Yan Luyun still promised. The two sides said goodbye. Tang Zheng took Ling and disappeared into the night. Yan Luyun watched the two disappear with a complicated expression. He then drove home. As soon as he entered the house, he couldn't wait to go to his grandfather's room. He found that his aunt was also there. The two seemed to be discussing something. Since his aunt returned from home some time ago, she had been secretly discussing with his grandfather. No one else knew what they were talking about. Chapter 648. Yan Padian and Yan Qingyi stopped their conversation at the same time, looked at Yan Luyun and asked, "What's the matter?" "Grandfather, I want to see Tang Zheng today. He asked me to send his regards to his aunt." Yan Luyun said. Yan Padian nodded his head in gratification. "You are getting closer and closer to him. This is indeed a good thing." "Grandfather, from the looks of it, he seems to be very familiar with aunt?" Yan Luyun asked suspiciously. Yan Potion's thick white eyebrows furrowed, but Yan Qingyi took the lead and said without batting an eyelid, "I met him a while ago and once again witnessed his extraordinariness." Seeing that his aunt did not say anything, Yan Luyun did not ask further and said, "Tonight we met Ji Wuxiang and his attitude towards Tang Zheng was extremely strange. He attached great importance to him, and even asserted that the development potential of our great families was not as good as Tang Zheng's. In the future he would surpass us and even the structure of this world would change because of him." To be honest, as someone who was a few years older than Tang Zheng, Yan Luyun was very shocked by these words, and even envied Tang Zheng's achievements. All these years, he had been cautious and conscientious in order to win the title of the head of the 4 young masters of the capital. However, Tang Zheng's rocket-like rise made his achievements pale in comparison. Ji Wuxiang. Yan Potion's eyelids twitched, his expression became especially serious, and he asked, "Did he really say that?" Grandson heard it with his own ears. "It's absolutely true." Yan Luyun nodded firmly. Yan Padian pondered for a long time, then sighed faintly and said, "Since he said so, I'm afraid it will really become a reality." Yan Qingyi and Yan Luyun were both shocked. They never thought that the old man would be so certain of Ji Wuxiang. "Grandpa, is this true?" Yan Luyun asked in disbelief. Yan Padian nodded his head. Since it came from his mouth, then it should be close to the truth. In terms of looking at people and predicting the situation, no one can surpass him. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. This kind of evaluation was too high, especially when it came from Yan Potion's mouth. There was no doubt about it. "Father, is Ji Wuxiang really worthy of such an evaluation? Who is he?" Yan Qingyi couldn't help but ask. "His origins are too mysterious. Even the great clans don't know much about him, but one thing is for sure. His strength is definitely not simple and his background is not small. Because of this, he was like a fish in water in the capital. No one dared to find trouble with him. For a person who cannot be understood, no one wants to be his enemy." Yan Padian sighed with emotion. Yan Luyun was slightly disappointed to see that the old master was unable to tell Ji Wuxiang's background. He asked, "Then what exactly did he mean by those words?" Yan Padian shook his head. "I can't guess it for the time being, but without a doubt, there is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. These words will definitely reach the ears of others." Oh, that's right. That's why it's hard to say whether this is good or bad for Tang Zheng. Praise him to death. The silent Yan Qingyi's eyes suddenly lit up as she said in a powerful and resonant voice. "Killed by flattery?" Yan Padian and Yan Luyun cried out in alarm. "You're saying that Ji Wuxiang deliberately said that, and then made Tang Zheng's halo even more dazzling so as to kill him?" None of them had thought of this. "Since Ji Wuxiang is as mysterious and far-sighted as you said, Father, then his words and actions must have a deeper meaning. I really can't figure out his specific thoughts, so I thought of this with a flash of inspiration." Yan Qingyi explained. Yan Luyun was puzzled. Would Ji Wuxiang really have such an intention? What good would it do him to kill Tang Zheng? A person wouldn't do something that would be thankless, right? The few of them looked at each other speechlessly, unable to guess the reason behind it. This Ji Wuxiang was shrouded in layers of mysteries, shrouded in clouds and mist, making it impossible for people to see through him. Then what should we do? For the time being, we still can't figure out his specific intentions. Let's wait and see and remind Tang Zheng when necessary. In addition, our family's established policy will not change, but we must quickly close the distance between us and Tang Zheng. This is your aunt's gain from this trip. The world is really going to change and Tang Zheng is the most important factor. Whether or not our Yan clan can soar again depends on this child." Yan Padian said with a resounding voice. He did not retreat because of Ji Wuxiang's unknown intentions, but instead took a step closer. Obviously, what Yan Qingyi saw and heard in front of the Tree of Life had contributed to his determination. Yan Luyun glanced at his aunt, guessing that this must be related to the secret discussion between the two of them in the past few days. "I heard that Tang Zheng's company has already started, with Mu Hongyan at the helm, and our Yan family is cooperating with his company in all aspects, pushing his company into the fast track of development. Since Ji Wuxiang has predicted his future achievements with certainty, then we will push Tang Zheng forward. In the end, we still hope to see the day when he stands at the top of the world, and all of our Yan family's investments will bear fruit." Yan Padian added. Tang Zheng did not know that those words had such a huge impact on him. Of course, this was a good influence and a bad influence followed suit. Song Yu looked at the few people in front of him with an ashen face. These were all hedonistic sons of rich families who had been insufferably arrogant in the past, and were a group of people who followed his lead. These people had become so battered and exhausted. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face, causing him to feel a burning pain. "Young Master Song, you have to uphold justice for us. That Tang Zheng is too arrogant, he doesn't put us in his eyes at all, and even more so, he doesn't put you in his eyes, young Master Song." Everyone complained with snot and tears streaming down their faces. So many of you are still not a match for him. You still have the face to complain in front of me?" Song Yu roared in disappointment. The few of them trembled in fear and said, "Ji Wuxiang is also helping him. We can't do anything about it. We have the heart but we don't have the strength." Ji Wuxiang. Yes, he publicly asserted that Tang Jing would surpass several great families in the future, and that he alone would break the world's structure. Song Yu's brows tightened, his expression fluctuating. The few of them looked at him with fear and trepidation. Someone said indignantly, "He's talking nonsense. Who does that kid think he is? Breaking the world's structure? Isn't he afraid of biting his tongue when talking big? There's young Master Song in this world. That kid has no place to strut around." The others hurriedly agreed and nodded in agreement. "Shut up," Song Yu said coldly. In the past, Song Yu was a cultured and refined person who never revealed his inner world. However, the more he interacted with Tang Jing, the more he gradually lost control of his temper. He could no longer restrain it. In particular, Qin Lao's death had seriously agitated him. Since he was young, Qin Lao had been by his side and could be considered his closest bodyguard. The relationship between the old and the young was quite good. However, because of a momentary mistake, he sent Qin Lao to ordinary balance, but he didn't expect that Qin Lao would die at the hands of Tang Jing. Therefore he hated Tang Jing to the bone. He wanted nothing more than to drink his blood and eat his flesh. However, he knew that Tang Jing's power was already established, and he also had the backing of the National Security Bureau. It wouldn't be easy for him to touch Tang Jing. Qin Lao's death could only be temporarily put aside, but he never forgot this hatred in his heart. This time, the few rich playboys were taught a lesson, but it didn't make him lose his wolf. However, after hearing Ji Wuxiang's words, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Ji Wuxiang was too mysterious. His assertion was very likely to be true. If Tang Jing was really as successful and powerful as he said, then his revenge would be even more unrealistic. He absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. Seeing Song Yu lose his temper, the few people closed their mouths and looked at him in silence. "Ji Wuxiang, do you really think so highly of him?" Song Yu seemed to be talking to himself, his eyes filled with an ominous glint. "Young Master Song, I think you're just bragging. How could that brat be so powerful?" Someone couldn't help but interject. Song Yu coldly smiled and disdainfully said, "What do you know? You guys only know how to eat, drink, play and chase after female stars. What else can you do?" The few people were speechless. Wasn't this a true portrayal of their daily lives? "You guys can go back." Song Yu impatiently waved his hand. None of these people could help him at a critical moment or give him advice. He couldn't help but miss Qin Lao. If he was still here, he would definitely analyze the pros and cons for him. Once he thought of Qin Lao, his heart couldn't help but ache. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Seeing the few people leave, his eyes once again filled with an ominous glint. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tang Jing, how could I let you do as you wish? Ji Wuxiang, although you think highly of him, I want you to know that there are too many variables in this world. I want to make Tang Jing completely disappear from this world." He finally made up his mind to get rid of Tang Jing before he reached the peak. But he clearly wasn't Tang Jing's opponent. Even with the help of the Song family, he still might not be able to win. After all, the Yen family had always been protecting him and he also had the National Security Bureau behind him. "You have too many protective talismans on you. Then I will find someone to break them." I heard that the dragon group suffered a big loss at his hands this time. Xing Feng must be furious. In the past, Xing Feng always wanted to work more closely with the Song family. This time he will follow his wishes and work together to completely eliminate Tang Jing. No one knew that Ji Wuxiang's words would lead to so many consequences. What was his intention when he said those words? Was it to kill? Or did he have other motives? Tang Jing didn't know these details at all because he was told to quickly go to the airport at dawn. What was he going to do at the airport? He was confused. Su Yingtian said with certainty that he had to hurry or he wouldn't let him go. Tang Jing had no choice but to say goodbye to Linger. He rushed to the airport early in the morning, but the scene in front of him made him flabbergasted. Outside the airport, several news trucks and many cameras were waiting solemnly. Damn, which country's leader is coming? What a big fuss. Tang Jing shook his head and searched for Su Yingtian in the crowd. Chapter 649. Tang Jing was shocked. Why were they making such a big scene? Just as he was about to strike back, he realized that these were all reporters, so he quickly retreated. But the reporters had trained a pair of fast legs, and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Tang Jing from all directions, leaving no gaps. "Tang Jing, what's the progress of your relationship with Princess Anne?" They shoved their cameras in front of Tang Jing and bombarded him with questions. "What's the progress of your relationship with Princess Anne? Will you marry Princess Anne in the future, or will you go to Sweden to get married? Was it your suggestion that Princess Anne came all the way to Huaxia to study? Are you here to pick her up now? The questions were getting more and more outrageous. Tang Zheng's head was about to explode. How could these reporters have such a good imagination? It would be a waste if they didn't write novels. However, he finally figured out why there was such a big scene today. It turned out that Princess An was here. He thought that he would have to wait for a while. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Suing Tian was really a thief. He didn't tell him the truth and just tricked him into coming to the airport. Suing Tian probably also knew that if he told him the truth, he wouldn't be so obedient and come to the airport. But now that he was trapped by the reporters, he had a headache. Looking at the pairs of eyes that were burning with the flames of gossip, Tang Jing really wanted to jump up and fly over their heads. But then, it would definitely be more lively and it would be recorded by those cameras. Seeing that he didn't say a word, the reporters didn't give up. They surrounded him even more tightly and kept asking him about his relationship with Princess An. Tang Jing had no choice but to say loudly, "Everyone listen to me. I have nothing to do with Princess An. What you know is fake. It's all a misunderstanding." How can it be a misunderstanding? Princess An came to China to study and she even went to the same school as you. Isn't that the best proof? The reporters all had a look of, "Don't treat me like a child," and refuted one after another. Tang Zheng was at a loss for words, but he didn't want to be misunderstood any further. He explained, "What I said is true. I only know Princess An." Seeing that he was trying to distance himself from Princess An again and again, the reporters immediately imagined many scenarios. Finally, someone's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. He immediately lowered his head and recorded a line of words in his notebook. The mysterious knight and Princess An feared that their relationship would change, so the mysterious knight deliberately distanced himself from her. When the others saw this, they reacted one after another and immediately thought of a headline with a similar title. Princess An had a change of heart as soon as she came to Huaxia. The mysterious knight actually had a change of heart. This was definitely explosive news, enough to attract the attention of the whole world. Crack, crack. The sound of shutters kept ringing. The reporters recorded Tang Zheng's expression at the moment and wanted to convey it to all the readers. The image of this modern Shinshimi was bound to be deeply rooted in people's hearts and become the public enemy of many men and even women. A princess was actually abandoned by him. This kind of man was really too abominable. Tang Zheng didn't know that his image had suffered such a huge change. Seeing that there was finally a crack among the reporters, he took the opportunity to slip through and escape. Tang Zheng couldn't wait to leave the airport immediately, but before he could go far, he was stopped by Suing Tian. He crossed his arms and looked at Tang Zheng with a faint smile. Tang Zheng frowned and said angrily, "Director Su, you are too deceptive. You didn't tell me the reason, so I was surrounded by these people and almost couldn't escape." Suing Tian smiled and said, "This is a good thing that many people dream of. You are lucky. Go and ask how many people want to be the focus of the interview, but they don't have the opportunity. I will give this opportunity to you. You go." "Haha, I want to, but I don't have that fate." "Ah, this is your fate. You can't escape, so slowly enjoy it." Suing Tian patted Tang Zheng's shoulder and laughed. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and waved his fist and said, "I don't believe in fate. I believe that fate is in my own hands and I can control it." Suing Tian smiled non-committally and said, "Don't run away at the last minute. I called you here for a proper reason." "What business?" "Protecting Princess An. Isn't this the most important thing? She is a princess. Does she still need me to protect her? Who knows how many bodyguards are protecting her in the dark? Why would she need me to do it?" Tang Jing shook his head. He obviously thought that this was nonsense. "Didn't I tell you a few days ago? After Princess An comes to China, you will be in charge of her security. She doesn't have bodyguards?" "Of course she does, but she didn't bring them this time. Since Princess An is here to study, she will be traveling lightly. So she is the only one who came to China." Tang Jing almost fainted. A princess actually came to Huaxia by herself. This was too ridiculous. Didn't she know that there were many bad people in this world? But thinking about how she dared to sail alone on the vast sea, it was not difficult to understand her courage and behavior. But this made things difficult for Tang Zheng. She wanted to travel lightly so she couldn't have someone follow her every day. So most of the time she needed Tang Zheng to protect her. Protecting a princess, wasn't this nonsense? He had so many things to do every day. He had to practice martial arts and deal with other things. He didn't have enough time. How could he have the energy to protect the princess? Seeing Tang Zheng's gloomy mood, Suing Tian explained, "This is something that many people yearn for even in their dreams, so don't try to stop me. Whoever wants it can take it by themselves." I really don't want it. Tang Jing, you promised me. As a man, how can you go back on your words? Suing Tian used his trump card. Damn, you didn't make it clear last time, okay? Where did you tell me that I am the only one who will protect her? I thought that I was just a support and would occasionally lend a hand, but now you are pushing everything to me. Tang Jing angrily retorted. Suing Tian looked resentful. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he quickly smiled and said, "This is a special case. Please bear with it." Tang Jing also knew that although he had wasted so much time, he still had to accept this task. He could only sigh and said, "You tricked me. I will remember this. It won't be so easy in the future." Suing Tian didn't mind and laughed. Passengers came out of the airport exit one after another. Reporters heard the news and immediately swarmed over to block the exit. Pairs of fiery eyes swept through the crowd. Suddenly, a tall Western face came into view. It was completely different from the other passengers. Whether it was appearance or temperament, it was much higher than the others. She wore light makeup and was dressed casually. Canvas shoes, jeans, a simple jacket, and a suitcase. Although it was a simple outfit, it was completely the style of a fashionista. Moreover, it gave off a handsome feeling. Princess Anne. There was no doubt that this was the simple Princess Anne. She didn't even wear a pair of sunglasses to cover half of her face like other celebrities. She completely exposed her beautiful face to everyone's eyes. There was no arrogance on her face. Her face was calm and her pair of lively eyes searched the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a figure in the distance. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a charming smile. The cameras immediately recorded this smile. This smile was completely in line with Huaxia's aesthetic. Tang Jing couldn't hide it all. Suing Tian took a step back and slipped to the side like a passerby. His work was confidential. It was not suitable for him to be exposed under the spotlight. Tang Jing helplessly became the focus of the spotlight. His impatient expression was vividly recorded. Many people were even more certain of their previous thoughts. A man with such an expression towards Princess Anne must be a heartless man. The previous rumors weren't false. When Princess Anne came to China for a few days, Tang Jing disappeared. At that time, there were already rumors of him being a heartless man. Today's events directly confirmed this matter. Princess Anne excitedly waved at Tang Jing and walked towards him with her suitcase. Tang Jing had no choice but to walk towards her. However, the reporters wouldn't let them go so easily. They blocked Princess Anne's path and started to ask her questions. Princess Anne's Huaxia was very fluent and experienced. She answered the reporters smoothly. When asked about her relationship with Tang Jing, she smiled mysteriously but didn't say anything. Although there was no accurate sentence, it left people with unlimited imagination. In short, in the reporter's pen, Princess Anne was definitely the incarnation of a goddess. She was the polar opposite of Tang Jing. Move aside. What's there to watch? Seeing that the reporters were endless, Tang Jing impatiently squeezed through. This time, the reporters didn't have a good impression of Tang Jing. They all glared at him. However, Tang Jing acted as if he didn't see them. He directly squeezed to Princess Anne's side, took her suitcase and asked, "Can we go now?" Whether it was her expression or her tone, she was impatient. It showed the demeanor of a chin shimmy. Princess Anne smiled sweetly and said, "Yes." Tang Jing conveniently picked up her suitcase and said, "Then let's go. You're about to cause a traffic jam." Tang Jing squeezed forward but was blocked by the reporters. It was so tight that he couldn't do anything. "Everyone please make way, is that okay?" "Thank you." Princess Anne saw the situation and immediately asked gently, "What?" Like the tide, the crowd retreated to the sides with humble smiles on their faces. Tang Jing really wanted to curse. No one cared about him at all. Princess Anne's simple words were treated like an imperial edict. The gap between men and women was too big. Chapter 650. What made Tang Jing dumbfounded was something absolutely unexpected. Princess Anne actually did not have a place to stay in China. This time, she came to study privately and deliberately refused the official reception request. Suing Tian did not tell Tang Jing about this situation. "Which hotel do you want to go to? I'll take you there." Tang Jing touched his forehead and said with a headache. Princess Anne blinked her big lively eyes and said, "I don't want to stay in a hotel. I'm tired of staying in all the hotels in the world. It's not interesting at all. Since I came to Huaxia, of course I have to adapt to the life of ordinary people." "What do you mean by ordinary people's life?" Tang Jing gradually had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Princess Anne looked at Tang Jing affectionately and said, "Of course it's to live in an ordinary family. You also have a place to stay in Beijing. I'll live in your house." Tang Jing refused without thinking. He even saw the strange look in the taxi driver's eyes as if to say this kid is a fool. He actually refused this kind of luck. Princess Anne's identity was indeed very tempting, even to Tang Jing, it was self-evident. But he already had enough romantic debts. If he provoked another princess, who knows how much trouble it would be. He didn't want to live under the spotlight all day like a white mouse without any secrets to speak of. After all, he really hid too many secrets that could not be revealed to outsiders. Princess Anne was not discouraged. She blinked her big watery eyes and said pitifully, "Can't I stay for a while?" At this moment, Princess Anne's appearance was so charming, especially that lovely and moving eyes, it made people completely unable to say half a word of rejection. The driver glanced from the rearview mirror, his hands were in a panic, and he almost knocked the taxi into a nearby tree. The charm of the princess was indeed unstoppable. Even if Tang Jing was experienced looking at her appearance, he could not bear to refuse. "I live on campus," Tang Jing said helplessly. Princess Anne bit her lip and shook her head. "No, you also have a place outside because you often don't return home at night. You won't tell me that you sleep under the bridge, right?" Obviously, she was prepared to investigate and directly expose Tang Jing's lies. Tang Jing was speechless. He couldn't help but feel angry. "Your identity is too special. It's not good for you to live with me." Princess Anne stubbornly shook her head. Instead, she moved her hips towards Tang Jing. The two of them faced each other, and they could almost hear each other's breathing. "My identity is nothing. Your identity is the truly special one." Princess Anne had always believed that Tang Jing was an immortal. Since he was an immortal, then her identity as a princess seemed insignificant. Therefore she had never put on airs in front of Tang Jing. "Living with you is something I've always dreamed of." Princess Anne stared at Tang Jing with burning eyes. She was like a little girl who saw her idol for a long time. Cough cough. Tang Jing almost choked on his saliva. This sentence had too many meanings. Living with him, didn't that mean living together? Living together with a princess. This seemed to be very tempting. Cough cough. He coughed dryly and hurriedly discarded these charming thoughts. Although this was a very tempting thing, the risks involved were not small. What would Fang Shishir think of him? There was also Yi Dingdang. It would be strange if they did not make a scene. Moreover, the media would swarm him. They would not give up until they dug up all the details of him. He scratched his head. This was really a vexing problem. "Tang Jing, can I live in your house?" And stared at Tang Jing with watery eyes. Her eyes were filled with expectation. "Young man, a man should be straightforward. Why are you being so wishy-washy? The girl has already said this much. If you still refuse, I will doubt if you are a man. Moreover, this is a foreign friend. Hey, it is my duty to bring glory to the country." The driver seemed to be unable to continue watching this situation. He could not help but speak up for the injustice. "You don't understand the situation." Tang Jing rolled his eyes. "How could I not understand the situation? Back in the day, your uncle also fought his way to the top. I have plenty of experience. Hurry up and say yes." The driver was obviously unaware of Princess Annie's true identity, but he still sounded very reasonable. "I can only let you stay for a few days. Since you like the life of an ordinary person in the capital so much, then go find a new house in 2 days." Tang Jing could only take a step back and compromise. Anne's charm was too great. If the stalemate continued, perhaps the driver would not be able to bear it and would directly leave Tang Jing on the road. Yay! When Anne heard this, her eyes lit up. She cheered and hugged Tang Jing. Her body was tightly pressed against his. The chauffeur smiled knowingly. Tang Jing indeed felt like he was on fire and ice. He had to admit that Anne's body was very good. Her front and back were perky. Moreover, because of her long-term training, her limbs were well proportioned. There were also some small muscles that were filled with the beauty of strength. With such a great body lying on top of him, it was enough to create a fatal temptation. It made Tang Jing's heartbeat uncontrollably quicken, and completely did not realize that she had such a great charm. She just naturally revealed her excitement. After a while, she finally let go and moved her body to give Tang Jing enough space. From time to time, she would point at the scenery outside the window and ask Tang Jing questions. Tang Jing chatted with her casually. He could not help but remember that he purposely disappeared some time ago. After this meeting, and did not mention a word about it. It was as if it had never happened. He did not know if she did it on purpose or if she had really forgotten. The more she was like this, the more Tang Jing felt a little guilty. She was a dignified princess, and she had repeatedly expressed her goodwill, but he avoided her like the plague as if she was a god of plague. This was indeed a bit of a blow. Looking at the excited Anne, Tang Zheng's heart moved. Actually, she was also a simple girl. She was not arrogant. Instead, she was more approachable than most so-called goddesses. Forget it. I'll let her stay first. Then I'll find a place for her. I hope no one else finds out. Otherwise, the news of me living with Princess Anne would be too big. The taxi stopped at the entrance of a residential area not far from Yenching University. The two of them got off together and walked into the residential area. Along the way they attracted a lot of attention. Although it was not uncommon to see foreigners in a big city like Yenching, there was nothing strange about it. However, Anne's temperament and appearance were completely different from the average foreigner. She could not help but attract attention. Tang Zheng said in a low voice, "Let's go." Seeing that she did not have much of a reaction, he instead observed the situation in the residential area with interest. Tang Zheng anxiously grabbed her hand and did not allow her to resist. In fact, she did not resist at all. She strode into the residential area. Bang! The door was heavily slammed shut. Tang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and looked like she had returned to her own home. She looked around Tang Zheng's residential area with interest. Whoosh! A white figure jumped out of the house and jumped on Tang Zheng's shoulder in the blink of an eye. A pair of small eyes rolled around and looked at the uninvited guest suspiciously, and recognized Xiao Bai at a glance. She covered her mouth with her hand and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, it's him." At that time, Xiao Bai was still fresh in her memory. She had also seen how powerful Xiao Bai was in the South Sea Dragon Palace. It was like a mythical beast in the legends, which made her very curious. Xiao Bai squeaked twice. Apparently, it did not have much feelings for this beauty. It lay on Tang Zheng's shoulder and licked its toes. "Shangshin, you're back." Gui Qiansui slowly climbed out and greeted respectfully. Princess Anne also recognized Gui Qiansui. At that time it was an enemy, but now it was subdued by Tang Zheng, and looked at Tang Zheng with eyes full of worship. Tang Zheng was simply a godlike figure. No, he was even more powerful than the mythical immortals in the Western world. Tang Zheng stole a glance at Gui Qiansui. His eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Your cultivation has improved so fast?" Gui Qiansui practiced the Heavenly Spirit 36 Absolutes. His cultivation had increased greatly, and the aura he exuded was completely different. That was why Tang Zheng noticed this, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Gui Qiansui was overjoyed and said, "All of this is the effect of Shangshin's cultivation method. Thank you for your help. As long as I master the Heavenly Spirit 36 Absolutes, I will be able to transform into a human." "Really? That's great." Tang Zheng was still vexed that he had so many demon beasts, and there was no way to take them away. But now the situation has changed. As long as he had the Heavenly Spirit 36 Absolutes, the demon beasts would be able to transform into a human once they mastered it. At that time, no matter where Tang Zheng went, they would be able to protect him and serve him. It was simply like having a few more powerful helpers and they could follow him at any time. All of this is Shangshin's reward. Gui Qiansui will definitely remember it. Gui Qiansui said excitedly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Princess Anne felt like she was shrouded in fog, but she also felt that it was very novel. She sincerely sighed and said, "Tang Zheng, you are really more mysterious and powerful than I thought." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "You flatter me. I hope to know more about you in the future. I am very interested in the culture of your Huaxia." And said enthusiastically, "Then you should pay more attention in class. I don't need to know anything about you. I will prepare a room for you." "Thank you." Annie smiled faintly and did not refuse. The cohabitation life here had just begun, but the entertainment circle and the international community had already exploded. The matter of Tang Zheng and Anne had gone viral on the internet. There were countless shocking headlines, most of which were protesting and angry at Tang Zheng's behavior. What did he do to win Princess Anne's favor? Princess Anne could be said to be throwing herself at him, chasing him so far to see him. Of course, the statement about Tang Zheng, the modern Chinshimi, was also very popular. It attracted the attention of all parties and caused various social effects.
Chapter 1656. Sister Xian'er, does that mean something might have happened to the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor? Night Sorrow asked. No, that guy is hiding from someone. In the celestial realm, there's a crazy guy known as the Great Demon King. Every once in a while, he would come out to challenge someone. Gue Zhu was an example, and the next one might be the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor. He admitted that he couldn't handle the Great Demon King, so the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor might have gone into hiding, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is this great demon king a scammer? Datura asked. Not really. He called himself the punishment demon king, which means that if he doesn't like someone, or someone with bad morals, he would find fault and punish them. The Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor's reputation isn't very good, especially the titled Saint Emperor, which caused the great demon king to be unhappy. Anyway, the two of them don't get along, and the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor doesn't have enough confidence, which is the current situation, Lin Xian said with a smile. In other words, one is a show-off, and the other is a cowardly turtle, right? Datura said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Hihi, you're right. That's actually the case, Lin Xian laughed. Lin Xian was convulsing with laughter because no one in the heaven realm had ever given her such an evaluation, but Mandela's evaluation was indeed very apartment. The three of them continued to move forward, and the golden body Holy Spirit maintained a parallel line with them. The golden body Holy Spirit's strength is rapidly increasing, Night Sorrow said. It used to be a stable evolution, but the process was slower. After waking up, it changed its method. You should know what's going on with it, right? Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow and asked. It's already clear. The original soul of the virtuous body skeleton has been completely annihilated, and a relatively pure emperor-level soul entered the skeleton. The soul itself was pure, and after being purified by the Yellow Springs River, it was attracted by the virtuous golden body, and the two combined to form the current golden body Holy Spirit. Because it was purified by the Yellow Springs River, the soul is in an ignorant state. Now, it trusts me more, so it's following me. Night Sorrow nodded and explained the situation. Then there won't be any hidden dangers. You can rest assured and keep it by your side. Lin Xian was originally a little worried, but now she was relieved. After advancing for a month, Night Sorrow and the others didn't gain anything. However, Night Sorrow's realm had increased a little. What his doppelganger saw and heard in the Yellow Springs River had stimulated his true body. His true body had perfected his nihility domain, which had reached 40% completion. On the other hand, the golden body Holy Spirit's cultivation base was increasing rapidly. His aura had completely stabilized at the Emperor realm. Elder Sister Xian Guizu's ghost wings are hidden very deeply. Datura said after not seeing any movement from his ghost wings. It's hard to say whether or not there will be one. You can't rush it, and you can't force it either. Let nature take its course. Lin Xian was very calm, mainly because she had experienced many things and was able to see things very indifferently. This section of the Yellow Springs River is very long. If the formation plate still doesn't react when we reach the source of the Yellow Springs River and the Yellow Springs River, we'll just fly downstream and search for it, Night Sorrow said. You two don't need to worry about me. It's really nothing. If it's fated, it will be there. If it's not fated, don't force it, Lin Xian said. Because they had already collected a large amount of flames of life, Night Sorrow and the others didn't care about collecting more flames of life, so they just walked along the Yellow Springs River. After a while, Night Sorrow and the others arrived at the source of the Yellow Springs River, which was where they had come from through the void. The Yellow Springs River passed through many spatial worlds, but some only passed through small corners. In spatial worlds, it was only a few hundred kilometers or even 1,000 kilometers, but in the evil execution land, it was much longer. Night Sorrow and the others had advanced very quickly, taking more than a month, which meant that they had traveled at least tens of millions of kilometers. That bastard Guizu, I don't know where he hid the ghost wings, Datura cursed. Then we'll fly downstream and search for it. If we can't find it, we'll have to go back. We can't delay our return. Sister Xian if we can't find it this time, we'll accompany you next time, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. Okay, we'll follow your arrangements. Lin Xian nodded. She wasn't in a hurry. In fact, she was just accompanying Night Sorrow and Datura. Once this evil execution trip is over, she can still come back, Lin Xian said. Because there wasn't much time, Night Sorrow and the others began to fly. The golden body divine spirit followed behind. Its speed was even faster than Night Sorrow and Datura. Because of my matter, I've delayed you and the golden body divine spirit's evolution, Lin Xian said. Don't say that. We came in together. We're a whole. Night Sorrow shook his head. Flying separately by the Yellow River wasn't completely fruitless. Night Sorrow found a skeleton in the Yellow Spring River. It was a golden red tailbone of a demon beast. After Lin Xian identified it, she told Night Sorrow that it was the tip of the tailbone of the blood Kirin. Night Sorrow, Kirins are auspicious beasts and virtuous beasts. If this tailbone is made into the tip of a spear, it will be very suitable for you, Lin Xian said. It's a very good find. I'm puzzled that an existence like the blood Kirin could fall. Night Sorrow shook his head in confusion. Normally, entering the King realm means that one's lifespan is unlimited. However, nothing is absolute. For example, the tribulation of breaking through, whether one's Tao heart is stable enough, and so on. Not to mention the King realm, even imperial emperors and emperors have the possibility of falling. Because if you're strong, your opponents are stronger, Lin Xian said. Night Sorrow understands. Thank you for enlightening me, Sister Xian. Night Sorrow nodded to Lin Xian. When they reached the end of the Yellow Spring River, the three still didn't find anything. Night Sorrow went to the periphery of the Yellow Spring River and carried out a massacre, collecting more than 800 flames of life. Because they were about to leave, he collected as much as he could. Sister Xian, we made a mistake and went the wrong way, Night Sorrow said. Why? Night Sorrow, what do you think? Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. Gue Zhu placed the space source. If Gue Yi is in this evil Punisher land, then he should be with the world source. It's meaningless for us to follow the Yellow Spring River, Night Sorrow said. Yes, we were wrong in the beginning. This time, we won't make it in time, Datura said. Don't worry. If we can't do it this time, then we'll do it next time. At worst, we'll pay the price and ask Ethereal Battle Emperor to give us a chance to enter, Lin Xian said. I'm afraid that's very difficult, right? Night Sorrow looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. Nothing is absolute. Okay, let's go out. Lin Xian shook her head. I can feel where the world source is, but we don't have enough time. I've experienced it before. The world source will hide from cultivators. It's difficult to get close to it, Night Sorrow said as he looked up into the distance. You can sense where the world source is. Lin Xian turned to Night Sorrow. Chapter 1657. Yes, I misunderstood. That's it for this time. If I come again, Night Sorrow, you have to help and come with Sister Xian, Lin Xian said. Look at the original chapter ZD_. No problem. As long as Sister Xian asks, I will definitely be there, Night Sorrow nodded. The golden body Holy Spirit needs the flames of life to advance. You kill in this area for a few more days, then we'll take your dark hand teleportation array back to the main camp. It'll only take a little more than 2 days, so it won't even take me a day, Lin Xian said to the golden body Holy Spirit behind Yishang. Alright, I will bring him to kill, Night Sorrow said and flew towards the periphery of the Yellow Springs River with the golden Holy Spirit to kill the evil spirits. Datura and Lin Xian followed behind. The two of them did not make a move. It was not that they could not kill the evil spirits now, but that there were not enough of them to kill. Ah Luo, Night Sorrow's opportunities and luck are really overbearing. With the golden Holy Spirit following him, he will have an Emperor Realm helper in the future, and it will not be an ordinary one. If the Golden Holy Spirit evolves, no one in the Emperor Realm will be able to hurt it, Lin Xian'er said. After I met him and married him, I also obtained a lot of opportunities. The opportunity to enter the Emperor Realm has a lot to do with him, Datura said. Lin Xian'er exhaled. Previously, she had only read about it in the ancient records that people with a body of merit and good luck would be blessed with good luck. Now, she had experienced it firsthand. Outside, the Radiant Dynasty had already sent a lot of compensation to the Ethereal Dynasty, asking them to quell their anger. One of the materials was very suitable for her. In addition, she felt that there was still hope to obtain the ghost wings. These were all brought after she met Night Sorrow. A few days passed, and after obtaining another 800 flames of life, Night Sorrow kept the golden body Holy Spirit that did not resist into the 8-dragon cauldron. Then, together with Lin Xian'er and Datura, they activated the transfer array disc and arrived at a place not far from the evil punishing gate, which was also the place where Night Sorrow had set up his trap. Night Sorrow, do you think we can set up a teleportation array in the celestial realm, connect it to this place, and then sneak in to help Sister Xian'er find ghost wings? Datura asked. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, it's possible, but it's a little immoral. This place is guarded by the Misty Dynasty, and they are benefiting the celestial realm. It's not appropriate for us to sneak in here. We can be unscrupulous when dealing with our enemies, but it's not appropriate for us to treat the Misty Dynasty who are friendly to us like this. I'd rather pay the price and ask them to give us a chance. Sister Xian'er, I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I admire your character and principles. A momentary loss is nothing. Lin Xian'er truly admired Night Sorrow's perseverance and felt gratified in her heart, because Night Sorrow was someone who deserved to be treated sincerely and trusted unconditionally. However, I won't be inflexible. I'll set up the teleportation array. I can pay a huge price and even make a promise to the ethereal battle monarch to give me a chance. If he doesn't agree, then we'll do it again without harming his interests. No one can break Sister Xian'er's opportunity, said Night Sorrow. Alright, I'm afraid the realm teleportation stone won't work. You'll have to change to the god's teleportation crystal. You'll have to change the array base. Lin Xian'er said. Although Night Sorrow had changed his attitude, Lin Xian'er felt that Night Sorrow's decision was very reasonable and had principles. It was as flexible as Night Sorrow had said. After dismantling the inter-realm teleportation array and setting up the Emperor-level teleportation array and hiding it, Night Sorrow clapped his hands. Done. Then let's go to the campsite, said Datura. There's no hurry. Let's talk about our gains and some other decisions first, said Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, go ahead. Lin Xian'er knew that Night Sorrow had more to say. Now that we have close to 3,000 flames of life, I plan to hand over 1,000 directly to the ethereal battle monarch. Not for anything else, but for the right to talk to the ethereal battle monarch once. As for the remaining 2,000, Luo and I will take 1,000, and Sister Xian'er will take 1,000, said Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, what kind of decision is this? It's right for you to hand over 1,000 to the ethereal city lord. But why are you giving me 1,000? I have some things that I can't tell you at the moment, and I'm already feeling very guilty. Give me 300. You'll feel bad if you don't take even a little. Don't say anything else, or I won't be able to accept it, said Lin Xian'er. She was indeed very touched. Lin Xian'er knew that Yi Shang was willing to hand over 1,000 more flames of life to Ethereal City's City Lord's mansion because of her opportunity. She also admired Yi Shang for directly using 1,000 flames of life as a stepping stone. Not everyone could make such a decision, and not everyone had the courage to do so. Then I'll listen to Sister Xian'er. That Jin Ling is a glutton and needs flames of life to evolve. I can't not support him, Night Sorrow thought for a moment and nodded. After the distribution, Night Sorrow and the other two returned to the main campsite. At this time, many people had returned because there were still 2 days before the retreat. Those who couldn't return might never return, just like Zhao Yang. Song Ning and Wu Fing were very happy to see that Night Sorrow and the other two had returned. Song Ning invited them into the main tent and brewed a pot of tea. "Are you guys in a hurry? Wu Fing and I are very anxious." "Hee hee. Sorry for making Boss Song and Brother Wu Fing worry. Old Song, this is our mission." Night Sorrow took out 60 flames of life. Lin Xianer also took out 3 Emperor-grade flames of life and handed them to Song Ning. "You didn't pick any mixed equipment. As a friend, I feel that you're at a disadvantage. As one of the ethereal city lords, I'm very pleased," Song Ning sighed and said. "It's nothing. I don't need to take advantage of this." "Also, I'd like to ask Old Song for a favor," Night Sorrow said. "Night Sorrow, tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely help," Song Ning nodded. Night Sorrow took out 10 spirit array containers and pushed them in front of Song Ning. "Here are 1,000 flames of life. I didn't pick any of them. I just want to see the ethereal Battle Emperor and have a chance to enter the evil Punisher land again. Lord Battle Emperor, you can name your conditions." "Night Sorrow, 1,000 flames of life. That's about all 3 of you can get in one time. And you only want 1 chance to enter. Is it worth it?" Song Ning stood up and looked at Lin Xianer. She didn't understand the situation. Sometimes, there's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. It's only about whether you should do it or not. "Boss Song, please help me pass on the message." "Thank you," Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Song Ning. "All right, then I'll accept it first. I'll pass on your request." Seeing Lin Xianer turn her head to the side and ignore her questioning gaze, Song Ning had no choice but to accept it first. She planned to ask Lin Xianer about it when there was no one around. Chapter 1658. Wu Fing didn't ask because he knew that Night Sorrow must have his reasons for doing so. After that, Night Sorrow, Datura, and Lin Xianer left the main tent while Night Sorrow went to get 2 tents. Datura took out a jug of wine, poured 3 cups and pushed them in front of Night Sorrow and Lin Xianer. "Night Sorrow, although you lost some resources, I support you. Friends are hard to find. You did well." Datura raised his cup to Night Sorrow. "Thank you. I was worried that you wouldn't understand." "Ha!" Night Sorrow said with a smile. "Of course not. Sister Xianer is our friend. Besides, no matter what you did was right or wrong, I will always be by your side. A real man should be like you." Datura nodded to Night Sorrow. "Are you husband and wife? One says thank you and the other is shameless enough to praise you." Lin Xianer said with a smile. "It's always been like this in my family. Even if it's just pouring a cup of water for the children, we will always say thank you. It's because my sisters taught us well and also because of Night Sorrow's influence. As for praise, if I think it's right, then it should be praised. Praise is support and encouragement." Datura said. "There's only one Night clan in this world. That's all I can say." Lin Xianer said. It was time to retreat. Song Ning went to Night Sorrow's tent. "It's time. That brat from the Zhao Hua dynasty hasn't returned. He's probably dead. Close to 20 of our soldiers didn't return. Their soul crystals have turned black. They're also dead." Song Ning's voice was a little soft and sad. She had a good relationship with the soldiers of the Song Ning army. "This is fate," Lin Xianer said. After that, the group left the camp and returned to the celestial realm through the evil Punisher gate. "All of you listen up, especially you loose cultivators. After this place is sealed, it will become a sealing-killing array. If you don't want to die, don't come near. Now, return to the imperial city. Song Ning ordered. At the same time, she took out the sealing array disc and activated the sealing array. She could activate it, but she could not stop it. After returning to the ethereal imperial city, everyone went their separate ways. Night Sorrow and the other two returned to the Night Moon Manor. Song Ning immediately went to the towering glazed pagoda of the city lord's mansion. When Song Ning arrived, the doors of the glazed pagoda opened wide, allowing him to enter. Dressed in loose robes, Lin Xian stood with her hands behind her back. This was her original body. She knew Song Ning would definitely come. "Miss, what's going on?" Song Ning didn't stop to rest after returning to the ethereal imperial city. "Actually, I was also very confused. I never thought that he would make such a decision. Because of this, he became my first friend," Lin Xianer said as she sat on the only chair in the hall. "Miss, what happened after you went in?" Song Ning asked. Something did happen. His 1,000 flames of life was actually for Lin Xianer. Take it back for him. I can't accept it. Lin Xianer smiled helplessly because the 1,000 flames of life was burning her heart. I feel very guilty for hiding my identity. You can say that I lied to him. How could I bear to let him worry about me? Also, his current lair is at the Star Moon Lake near our Greenwater City. Tell Night Sorrow that the area around the Star Moon Lake is the territory of the Star Moon Lake. Also, inform the nearby cities to not interfere with the development of the Star Moon Lake. Also, tell him that the Ethereal Empire will not restrict the development of the Star Moon Lake. He has full autonomy. If he is willing, he can accept this token if he pays 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones every 10,000 years and the Misty Dynasty is willing to protect the Star Moon Lake. Lin Xian or rather, the Misty Battle Empress, threw a token to Song Ning. Song Ning thanks Miss on behalf of Night Sorrow. Song Ning took the token and bowed to the Ethereal Battle Empress. You can't accept this token. You can't do that, and I don't need it. This is what I should do, Ethereal Battle Emperor said. Miss, this guy has gained your friendship. This is a huge gain. It means that his realm has a foundation. Song Ning was a little surprised by the Ethereal Battle Empress's decision. You're wrong. It's not that he gained my friendship. Friendship is not that cheap. It was not easy for me to gain his friendship. Inform him that I will arrange for the three of them to come in again at a suitable time. When they come out, they will have to hand over 300 flames of life, said the Ethereal Battle Empress. Alright, I will arrange it. Song Ning nodded. Also, Wu Fing is interested in you. No matter how willing you are, he will have to come to me to ask for your hand in marriage. It's not like you don't have any relatives. If you marry a woman from the Lin family, there must be an explanation. Go back. The Ethereal Battle Empress waved her hand. Miss, wait. If he asks how we know about the Star Moon Lake, what should we say? Asked Song Ning. Your brain has been a little slow recently. Don't tell me you can't hide anything from the Ethereal Dynasty. The Ethereal Battle Empress glared at Song Ning. Song Ning smiled embarrassedly and left the glazed pagoda. She was very happy. She was really happy. She had solved a lot of problems by coming here. After staying in the Night Moon Villa for a while, Night Sorrow went to the Imperial Master Pavilion. That was his business. He had to take care of it. After looking around, Night Sorrow found that everything was fine. He went to the pavilion behind the Imperial Master Pavilion. He planned to arrange the flames of life and put some on the shelves to exchange for high-grade materials. Night Sorrow was in a good mood. He took out the 8-dragon cauldron and placed it beside him. Just as Night Sorrow was about to differentiate the flames of life, he found that everything was still. Even the flame in the crystal lamp stopped dancing. Everything was still. Domain, an extremely vast domain. Everything in the Imperial Master Pavilion was still. Only Night Sorrow could move. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in Night Sorrow's room. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose robe and had a smile on his face. Unlike other cultivators who had long hair, this middle-aged man had short hair. "May I ask why Senior is looking for Night Sorrow?" Night Sorrow cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man. He knew that although the middle-aged man was calm, he was definitely a peerless expert. "I'm here for you and for him." The middle-aged man pointed to the golden body evil spirit. "That little girl is still not careful enough. You didn't notice it either. The golden body divine spirit doesn't seem to have any problems, but the evil punishing land left behind by Guizhou isn't so simple. Come out." The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand towards the golden body divine spirit. The middle-aged man's right hand was filled with a mysterious aura. Night Sorrow did not see any energy fluctuations, but a black energy was grabbed out of the golden body divine spirit. It was a soul. This soul began to struggle. Fine spatial cracks appeared around the soul. "Guizhou, you should not have had any ideas about world merit. The heavenly way does not allow it. Suppress." The middle-aged man shook his right hand and the black soul was scattered. Then, the soul began to reassemble. A ghost face appeared on the reassembled soul. "Tran Hung. What are you doing?" Chapter 1659. After capturing the soul, the middle-aged man stored it in a golden artifact. "This needs to be refined slowly." "This is..." Night Sorrow was a little confused. "Little brat, you're still young and don't understand the methods of those old fellows. Guizhou's soul resides in this golden body divine spirit, but the sudden appearance of a pure soul has disrupted his plans. However, he only needs some time to complete the possession and corrosion. When that time comes, you will be the first to suffer." The middle-aged man pulled out a chair and sat down, pointing to the teapot in front of Night Sorrow. "Then I'll thank Senior." Night Sorrow took the teapot and began to brew tea. He knew that this middle-aged man had no ill intentions. "What, Senior or Junior? In fact, I've just cultivated for a few years." "You can call me Elder Brother," the middle-aged man corrected Night Sorrow. While drinking tea, the middle-aged man did not speak. After drinking a cup of tea, the middle-aged man stood up. "Cultivate your body, cultivate your morals, and respect your heart. The road ahead is long, but it will also be smooth." Guizhou called Elder Brother Tran Hung. "May I know which person on the God and Demon list is Elder Brother?" Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to leave, Night Sorrow asked. At this time, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared, but his voice sounded, "I'm not on the list, but the God and Demon list was written by Elder Brother." Night Sorrow's body trembled. What kind of concept was this? The person who wrote the God and Demon list should at least know the strength of all the experts on the list. His own strength should be above the experts on the list. Everything returned to normal and the world returned to normal. It could even be said that no one knew what had happened. Jean Ling also stepped forward and walked around Night Sorrow. He also did not know that he had just survived a crisis. If not for Tran Hung's help, he would have been possessed by Guizhou in the future. Without tidying up his fires of life, Night Sorrow left the Emperor's Teacher Tower and returned to Night Moon Villa. His heart was not calm. A domain that could freeze a large area was too powerful. In that state, he could kill anyone he wanted. Song Ning arrived at the Night Moon Villa and Lin Xianer was there as well, sitting at the same table as Night Sorrow. Seeing that Night Sorrow was distracted, Song Ning waved his hand in front of Night Sorrow's eyes. Night Sorrow rubbed his eyes. "Is everyone here? What are you thinking about?" Datura asked. "Nothing much, old Song is here." Night Sorrow greeted. I'm here today with some good news, Tsang said. What good news? Datura asked eagerly. This time around, you guys have done a meritorious deed for the ethereal dynasty by killing so many evil spirits. Later on, the heavens will naturally have some sort of reaction. However, things like fortune are intangible. Tsang spoke up. The rules of the celestial realm have a cycle. When it covers this area, fortune and merit will descend. Lin Xian'er added. The Battle Emperor will not take these 1,000 flames of life. She will not take advantage of others. As for you guys wanting to enter the evil Punisher land again, it's not impossible. However, you guys will have to hand over 300 flames of life as the price. Since you've already taken out 1,000, 300 won't make a difference. There's nothing to disagree about. I'll agree on your behalf. The Battle Emperor will find a suitable time to send you guys in. Tsang said with a smile. Lin Xian'er turned her head to the side. Agree on her behalf. He was just lying through his teeth. However, it was still reasonable and there were no loopholes. All right, Sister Xian'er. We'll have a chance to enter. Knight Sorrow waved his arm. There's something else that the Battle Emperor wants me to convey. Tsang said. She won't ask for other things just because she didn't take these 1,000 flames of life, right? We won't force people to do things. Datura stood up and said. Ah Luo, calm down. Let's see what Boss Tsang has to say. Knight Sorrow pulled Datura to sit down. Knight Sorrow, your base should be at the Star Moon Lake in the Greenwater City. The Battle Emperor wants to use the Star Moon Lake as the center. The surrounding 1,000,000 miles will be under the jurisdiction of the Star Moon Lake. You guys can develop freely without being restricted by the ethereal dynasty. However, you can't harm the ethereal dynasty. Tsang said. It seems like we've been exposed. Tell me about the ethereal dynasty's request. Knight Sorrow said after letting out a breath. He was most worried about the Star Moon Lake and Star Moon City being exposed. I've said it just now. There's no request. However, you still have a choice. If the Star Moon Lake wants to be protected by the ethereal dynasty, you'll have to hand over the Saint Spirit Stones. Of course, you can choose not to. The ethereal dynasty will not interfere with the matters of the Star Moon Lake. Naturally, they won't care if the Star Moon Lake is attacked. Tsang moved his finger. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I didn't expect the ethereal Battle Emperor to be such a money grubber. Datura muttered. Ah Luo, be careful with your words. Tsang reached out and pulled Datura. She knew that the ethereal Battle Emperor was sitting right there. What's wrong with that? You won't let me speak. Lin Xian'er smiled. She naturally knew that Datura was a straightforward person. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Boss Tsang, it's reasonable to hand over the Saint Spirit Stones for protection. What's the price? Knight Sorrow asked. It wasn't honorable to ask for protection. However, Knight Sorrow didn't need it. The primal chaos realm needed it. 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones for protection for 10,000 years. Tsang said. 100 a year. Datura looked at Tsang in surprise. Yes, that's what the Battle Emperor said. Tsang nodded. I'll do it. I take back what I said just now. The Battle Emperor really isn't a money grubber. Datura smiled embarrassedly. Knight Sorrow, what do you think? Tsang looked at Knight Sorrow. The person who could make the decision was Knight Sorrow. It's a favor. I can't refuse the kindness of others. I'll take it. However, you have to tell the Battle Emperor that the Ethereal Empire needs it. As long as it doesn't go against principles or morals, Knight Sorrow will help. Night Sorrow sighed. Night Sorrow, you're not happy? Tsang Ning asked. Favors are the hardest to return in this world. I'm very grateful for the Battle Emperor's kindness. If only it was 10 million Saint Spirit Stones for 10,000 years. Then, there would be no such thing as favors. Night Sorrow smiled bitterly. Night Sorrow, you're thinking too much. The Battle Emperor might not think that way. Lin Xian'er said. She didn't expect that her decision would put pressure on Night Sorrow. Yes, it's nothing. If the ethereal Battle Emperor has a war, I'll go. I just have to be myself. Night Sorrow said. The Battle Emperor said that if you agree, this is for you. It's the sovereign token of the ethereal empire. In the ethereal empire, it's on the same level as the Palace Master token. When other forces see this token, they will have to give way. Tsang Ning handed a token to Night Sorrow. I'm puzzled. Our Star Moon city was built very secretly. How did it get discovered? Datura was puzzled. If the ethereal empire wants to know something, nothing can be hidden. Actually, this is a good thing. The Battle Emperor is really kind and doesn't have any other intentions. According to my understanding of the Battle Emperor, if she has other intentions, she will say it directly. She won't use any tricks. Tsang Ning explained on behalf of Lin Xian'er. Chapter 1660. Night Sorrow wanted to hold a banquet, so Tsang Ning went to call Wu Feng. Wu Feng wouldn't attend any banquets held by others. In the past few years, he hadn't attended any social events. Even if it was an invitation from the 7th Mansion head, he would reject it. He didn't want to get involved in any conflicts. However, he was more than happy to attend Night Sorrow's banquet. Night Sorrow was a brother he acknowledged. Wu Feng and Tsang Ning arrived at Night Moon Villa. The banquet was ready. Yi Shang called for Hong Yi and Lan Ning, who were originally unwilling to sit at the table, to sit. You know our family's rules. No one will mind. Yi Shang looked at Lin Xian'er and Tsang Ning as he spoke. Wu Feng didn't understand why Night Sorrow would hold a banquet. Night Sorrow had already told him about Ethereal Battle Emperor's attitude toward Star Moon Lake. This is a good thing. It's worth celebrating. Wu Feng was stunned. Ethereal Dynasty's policy toward Star Moon Lake was surprisingly good. Night Sorrow isn't too willing. He feels like he owes her a favor, Tsang Ning said with a smile. Brother, I know you have your principles, but you don't have to think too much. If Ethereal Dynasty needs something, we will do what we can. But if it goes against our principles, then there's nothing we can do about it. Looking at it from another angle, Lord Battle Emperor is magnanimous. We can't use favors to profane her magnanimity, Wu Feng said to Night Sorrow. Thank you for your advice, big brother. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. It's good that you understand. Don't feel pressured. You're a man with an indomitable spirit. You know what to do. You're just putting too much pressure on yourself. I've seen the Battle Emperor before. She's indeed magnanimous. Although she's a woman, she's definitely not inferior to men, Wu Feng said with a smile. You've only seen her once. Tsang Ning curled his lips. You can tell what kind of person some people are after meeting them once. Night Sorrow and I became friends after meeting once. The War Emperor was very generous when it came to me. She helped others without asking for anything in return. Of course, whether it's me or Yi Shang, we won't go against our conscience and accept benefits from others. Alright, let's drink. This is indeed something worth celebrating. Wu Feng raised his glass to Yi Shang. Lin Xian'er had a smile on her face because Wu Feng's evaluation was very honest. Everything she heard behind the scenes was the truth. Night Sorrow nodded. Yes, my mind is much clearer now. That's very good of you. How many years has it been for me to become a manor lord? I even have to follow the orders of the city lord manor. As for you, you don't have to care about anything. If there's any festive event in the ethereal dynasty, you'll be invited and have a seat, said Song Ning. I'm very grateful to the War Emperor for thinking so highly of me. If there's a chance, I'll have to thank her. Knight Sorrow smiled. Looking at things from a different perspective, he felt much more relaxed. After drinking, Wu Feng and Song Ning left. Datura also sent Lin Xianer to rest. Knight Sorrow brought Jin Ling to his resting place and communicated with Jin Ling. Jin Ling needed flames of life that were above the Heaven Monarch realm. Low-level flames of life would not be of much use. Knight Sorrow sorted out his flames of life and put a storage ring on Jin Ling. He filled it with 30 flames of life and told Jin Ling how to use it. Knight Sorrow didn't have many flames of life that were above the Heaven Monarch realm. However, the consumption of flames of Heaven Monarch realm was not high. After all, it wasn't a resource that could be used indefinitely. After using a few flames of life, it couldn't be used anymore. For example, Knight Sorrow and Datura's soul energy was saturated and couldn't be strengthened any further. Knight Sorrow still had 1,700 to 800 flames of life. After sorting it out, Knight Sorrow planned to send some flames of life back to Xinghua City. Letting Jin Ling cultivate by herself in Night Moon Villa, Knight Sorrow took Datura to the former Night Mansion. He called for Qing Emperor and Wuling Mountain Chieftain to take the teleportation formation to Xinghua City. Knight Sorrow, Datura, and Qing Emperor arrived at the City Lord Manor. Tang Jianfeng, Lord of Heaven God Hu, and the others all came over. They all knew that Knight Sorrow usually had something to do when he came back. After everyone sat down, Knight Sorrow explained the current situation. Domain Lord, are you saying that we can expand our forces now? Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord asked in surprise. That's right. The Misty Dynasty won't attack us. Instead, they'll protect our development. Knight Sorrow nodded. That is to say, we can develop like the other powers. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said excitedly. It's like this. We can start developing now. Here are the flames of life. Master, you can use them as you see fit. As for how to arrange them, you can distribute them to whoever you want. Yishang took out 2 bottles of flames of life and handed them to Emperor Qing. What is the fire of life? Qing Emperor was a little confused. Datura then explained to Qing Emperor and the others the purpose of the fire of life. This is too precious. We have to use it carefully. Domain Lord, aren't you going to exchange it for resources? Leave some for the Domain Lord's manor and give it to those who have contributed, Heaven Lord Xin said. Everyone knew their limits. They all knew how difficult it was for Knight Sorrow. Don't worry. If the chaotic realm develops well, we'll have the confidence to stand out, Knight Sorrow said. After communicating with everyone, Knight Sorrow told Qing Emperor and the others that in the past, the Yi Manor and the Celestial Master Pavilion could hang a plaque in Star Moon City. After settling the matters in Star Moon City, Knight Sorrow and Datura returned to the city in the sky. He gave some of the Saint-level and King-level fires of life to Xikong Chuyu and Taishuyan. After explaining their effects, he asked them to distribute them accordingly. Knight Sorrow also gave some to Yang Lei. He asked Yang Lei to give some to Yang Yu, the people from Medicine Valley, and the members of the God-slaying team. Knight Sorrow did not forget anyone who had passed by him. Feeling that he did not leave anything behind, Knight Sorrow stayed at home for 2 days. He told his family that they could go to the ethereal imperial city if they wanted to, but they had to be careful and not run around. After all, he still had enemies. After Knight Sorrow and Datura returned to the ethereal imperial city, they sought Song Ning in the Night Moon Villa. The City Lord's manor has passed down the order that Star Moon Lake is the fief of the Overlord. The ethereal imperial city recognizes Star Moon Lake as a force, Tsang Ning said to Night Sorrow. But I haven't handed over the Holy Spirit stones. Night Sorrow said. He felt that the ethereal imperial city had acted a little too quickly. Sigh. You haven't handed them over, but you have me. You don't have to worry about this. Tsang Ning looked at Night Sorrow and shook his head. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and said, "Help me hand over another 2 million. Okay, I'll do it for you. Night Sorrow, your mansion can hang the signboard of Star Moon Lake." Star Moon Lake's Night Moon Villa is not bad, Tsang Ning said. There's no need for that, right? Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Let others know that Star Moon Lake is related to me, Night Sorrow said. It's to let others know that it's related to you so that they won't dare to make a move, Lin Xianair said. Sister Xianair, do you think my strength is enough to intimidate others? Night Sorrow asked with a smile. Chapter 1661. Moon Star Lake is a force recognized by the Ethereal Dynasty. They also have the sovereign token of the Ethereal Dynasty. Would Moon Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor dare to touch them? Definitely not. The Ethereal Dynasty doesn't forbid internal conflicts, but there are rules. If they dare to use underhanded means outside the rules, the War Emperor can crush them to death. You're not afraid of battles within the rules, and you're not afraid of anyone below the Emperor realm. There's no one above the Emperor realm in Moon Star Lake. Their Emperor realm cultivators are just decorations, Tsang Ning explained when he saw that Night Sorrow didn't understand. If their Emperor realm cultivators make a move, Big Brother won't sit back and do nothing. Wu Feng looked at Night Sorrow and said. You have friends and brothers, so there's nothing to worry about, Lin Xianair said. Then I'll hang up. But Boss Tsang, you have to know that I won't let the Moon Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor off the hook for bullying me. I can't swallow my anger, they must pay the price, Night Sorrow explained his point of view. Then we'll make them submit, until they come to apologize, Lin Xianair said when she saw that Tsang Ning didn't know what to say. She was telling Tsang Ning her attitude. This might hurt the Ethereal Dynasty, but they are the weakness of the Ethereal Dynasty. They are also a tumor that must be dealt with. If they don't recognize their mistakes, they will suffer in the future and even endanger the stability of the Ethereal Dynasty. Gong Yufan was able to give Yuan Ji the celestial sex puppet, which means that he has a good relationship with the celestial sect. If I don't deal with someone like him, who else can I deal with? Night Sorrow said. You're right. I'm sure the Ethereal War Emperor can understand. You're helping the Ethereal Dynasty solve its internal problems, Lin Xianair said. Tsang Ning took the Saint Spirit stone that Night Sorrow gave him and left. Wu Feng also left the Night Moon Manor. I'm going to refine a batch of seals that belong to the Moon Star Lake. Our people will bring them with them when they go out in the future. This way, if anyone wants to play any underhanded tricks, they won't have a reason to do so, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. You're very meticulous. This way, there won't be an excuse for accidental injury. Lin Xian nodded. Sister Xian, since the Battle Emperor has agreed to let us go to the evil punishing land, we won't activate that hidden hand. Sister Xian can only wait, Night Sorrow said. I'm not in a hurry, I'm really not in a hurry, Lin Xian smiled as she shook her head. She understood that Night Sorrow was genuinely concerned about his friend. Then we will wait. Hong Yi, continue to issue a challenge to the Heaven Monarch of Guanyue Prefecture according to the list, Night Sorrow said to Hong Yi. Hong Yi nodded, don't worry, young master. I will arrange it. Young master, call the members of the God-slaying squad over. They don't have anything to do every day, and they are so anxious that they are crying out. Lan Ning asked. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Night Sorrow agreed after thinking for a while. Star Moon Lake still needs to develop quickly. 10,000 years is nothing in the celestial realm, and it will pass in the blink of an eye. Which force in the celestial realm hasn't developed for millions of years? The ethereal dynasty only charges 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones for protection for 10,000 years. 100 Saint Spirit stones a year is very cheap, but have you thought about what would happen if Star Moon Lake didn't develop for 1,000,000 years? You can't afford it, Lin Xian said to Night Sorrow. Yes, I've thought about this problem too. 100 Saint Spirit stones a year is nothing in the short term, but 10,000 years would require 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones, and 1,000,000 years would require more than 100,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. Thus, the ethereal dynasty is helping us stabilize in the early stages. If we want stability with this treatment, it won't work, Datura said. I know, how could I not consider this problem? What we need now is development. Ah Luo, can you not become an emperor in 10,000 years? Or can I not become an emperor in 10,000 years? Strength determines status. We can ask for protection, or we can choose not to, said Yishan. Is it appropriate to not ask for protection? Datura was stunned. We accept protection because we are weak, and we need it because we are weak. When we are strong enough, I believe the ethereal war emperor will make a new decision. If you become an emperor, will the ethereal dynasty still accept the Saint Spirit stones for protection? That's not a joke. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Originally, I was anxious for you and worried that you would feel pressured, but in front of your confidence, this pressure is nothing. Lin Xian smiled. I'm 180 years old this year, and I can cultivate to half-step emperor. No one knows what will happen in 10,000 years. I've already paid for 30,000 years. If I can't achieve anything in 30,000 years, I'll have lived in vain, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Well said. If you have this confidence, then there's nothing wrong with that. However, Night Sorrow, you must remember that no matter if you become an emperor, or an emperor, you can't leave me out of the celebration banquet. Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow and said. Big Sister Xian what are you saying? Night Moon Villa has your residence, so it's your home. You'll be there at any time. No banquet can be left out of Big Sister Xian Night Sorrow said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. Night Moon Villa had really become a place for her to stay. Big Sister Xian you have a lot of experience. Can I ask you something? Night Sorrow asked. He wanted to know more about Tran Hung. Go ahead, I'll tell you if I know. Lin Xian nodded. In the celestial realm, experts are respected by those on the celestial demon list. However, is the celestial demon list fair and reasonable? Do the experts on the celestial demon list agree? Night Sorrow asked. The celestial demon list is a comprehensive evaluation based on cultivation, absolute arts, weapons, treasures, attributes, and so on. It's relatively fair. Currently, no one has publicly questioned it. Of course, there are examples of successful challengers. However, the successful challengers also increased their strength after the celestial demon list was created. Therefore, there's no such thing as unreasonable. Lin Xian nodded. That means that the celestial demon list covers all the experts in the world. Datura asked. You can't say that. There are many reclusive cultivators who have never come out of seclusion and have never made a move. There are such people who have never made a move. However, you haven't made a move, so you can't question the celestial demon list. Lin Xian shook her head. Then what's the situation with the person who created the celestial demon list? Night Sorrow asked the question he wanted to ask. See section T of the original version √% chapter, off, Tran Hung. Everyone only knows him as Tran Hung. He has existed for a very long time and is the most respected emperor in the celestial realm. No one can question his strength or his legitimacy. There was once an almighty azure dragon who asked Tran Hung why the experts of the azure dragons couldn't be on the list. Tran Hung said that the celestial demon list only included human cultivators and was only a list to encourage human cultivators to improve. It had nothing to do with beasts. In the end, the almighty azure dragon refused to accept it and made a move. What's the result? Lin Xian'er asked with a smile. Sister Xian'er, don't make us anxious. Hurry up and tell us. Datura asked anxiously. Chapter 1662. So overbearing. But it's a pity that I'm not a human, so I don't have the chance to enter the list, Datura said, shaking his head. No, Luo, are you Datura's flower now? You've completely transformed into a human, so you're a human in the world of Tran Hung. What he doesn't approve of is that you're not a human. For example, divine beast clans or talented monster beasts, they're unwilling to give up their beast form. Even if they appear in human form, it's still an illusion. Such cultivators aren't qualified to enter the celestial demon list, Lin Xian'er explained. I've completely transformed into a human. Even if I fight in my original form, it's still a skill. It has nothing to do with my genetic structure. This is proven by the fact that Night Sorrow and I can have children, Datura nodded. Tran Hung is fair and is the pride of our human race. It's also the reason why the human race can dominate the celestial realm. So what if the divine beast clans are strong? They're still in their own world and can't dominate the celestial realm, Lin Xian'er said. I've seen him before. He's a very peaceful elder, Night Sorrow said. What? You've seen Tran Hung? Lin Xian'er asked in surprise. I've seen him before. He helped me solve a hidden danger. The soul of the Guizhu was hidden in the body of the golden body divine spirit and was captured by Tran Hung and suppressed, Night Sorrow nodded. How many years has it been since anyone has seen Tran Hung? He actually appeared in the Misty Dynasty and helped you solve a big problem. How rare. Lin Xian'er's face was full of shock. The Misty Dynasty was her territory. It could be said that everything was under her control. However, she didn't know that Tran Hung had come. This also showed that there was a gap between them. After all, she was the battle emperor who was ranked first on the celestial demon list. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Xian'er shook her head. There were more than 100 experts on the celestial demon list, and she was ranked first because she was the strongest in terms of direct combat. However, in terms of speed and concealment, there were many people who were stronger than her, not to mention Tran Hung, who was the pillar of the human race. Night Sorrow, why didn't you say anything? We have to meet such a person. Datura complained to Night Sorrow. I didn't know at first and we didn't talk. He just left after drinking a cup of tea. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Lin Xian'er shook her head. She knew that Tran Hung wasn't someone that anyone could meet if they wanted to. She had never met him before, or even if she had met him, she didn't know. It was just like how Night Sorrow met her. He only knew that she was Lin Xian'er and didn't know that she was the Misty Battle Emperor. The signboard of the Night Moon Villa changed to the Star Moon Lake's Night Moon Villa. Lin Xian'er had an idea. She took out a big stone from the villa and placed it beside the gate. She waved her sword and carved the words, Lord's Mansion. Gong Yufan of the Moon Viewing Mansion and Yang Tianlai of the Sun Mansion knew about it. They were shocked because their sense of superiority as mansion lords was gone. They were mansion lords of the Misty Dynasty, but Night Sorrow was now a lord recognized by the Misty Dynasty. His status and position were not inferior to theirs. If he were to play any tricks, Cao Ning and Wu Fing wouldn't even need to be angry. The Battle Emperor would crush them to death. Luo Yuandao brought Luo Fei to the Night Moon Villa and brought gifts to congratulate him. Night Sorrow received Luo Yuandao and his son. This was Luo Yuandao's second visit to the Night Moon Villa. The first time he came, he expressed his sincerity. He even openly said that it wasn't Night Sorrow's fault that Luo Fei's original body was killed, even if Night Sorrow was the killer. As for whether it was true or not, everyone knew. Lord Night, it hasn't been long since I last came. I hope it's not a new scene. Luo Yuandao said after sitting down. Oh new, fastest Y on P hashtag. Asterisk, being able to gain a foothold in the Misty Dynasty is also due to luck. Young Mansion Lord Luo, have a seat. Night Sorrow invited Luo Fei to sit. You can't use luck to erase your hard work. It's not easy. Luo Yuandao naturally knew about the conflict between Night Sorrow, Yuan Ji, and Gong Yufan. Haha. Night Sorrow is very happy that Mansion Lord Luo is here. Please try this tea. Night Sorrow poured a cup of heart-cleansing tea for Luo Yuandao. Night Sorrow didn't neglect Luo Fei. He also poured a cup of tea for Luo Fei, who received it with both hands. You're too polite. I, Luo Yuandao, believe that I have a good eye for people. I didn't want to become enemies with Lord Night because I felt that it wasn't easy for young people to come out. Of course, this isn't enough to resolve some problems. Sometimes, kindness is a luxury. Most importantly, I feel that you will have a bright future. Luo Yuandao said. Mansion Lord Luo's words are too serious. However, it's rare to have kindness in your heart. Night Sorrow nodded. I just came out of Star Moon Lake and may encounter some problems. If you need help, Lord Night Sorrow doesn't need to be polite. You can send someone to Shadow Mansion to inform me. I'm willing to make friends with you and form some good karma. Luo Yuandao expressed his willingness to befriend Luo Fei. Night Sorrow thanks Mansion Lord Luo. I will accept Night Sorrow's hospitality. Night Sorrow smiled. He felt that Luo Yuandao was definitely an ambitious person. He was decisive and didn't hesitate in the slightest. Whatever he had in mind, he would immediately make a decision. Lord Night Sorrow is young and promising. If our Luo family's children have half of your ability, then I won't have to worry. Fei, remember to be like Night Sorrow. Luo Yuandao looked at his son beside him and said. Luo Fei stood up and bowed to Night Sorrow. He had almost recovered. Luo Yuandao had paid a huge price to repair his scattered soul after the fall of his original body. His soul had also fused with his damaged body. All that was left was to perfect the fusion. Young Prefecture Lord is too polite. I can see that young Prefecture Lord's soul spirit isn't in good condition. I just went to the evil Punisher land. Please accept these flames of life, young Prefecture Lord. Yishang took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Fei. It contained 3 Heaven Monarch Realm flames of life. This is not appropriate. Today, my father and I are here to congratulate Lord Night Sorrow. Luo Fei didn't bring any gifts. How can I let Lord Night Sorrow spend money? Luo Fei cupped his hands and shook his head at Night Sorrow. Mansion Lord Luo, we don't need to be so polite. Night Sorrow looked at Luo Yuandao. Fei, father has taught you not to accept the kindness of others easily. However, I have also told you not to refuse the kindness of friends. Just keep it in your heart. Accept this gift. Luo Yuandao said to Luo Fei. Luo Fei thanks Lord Night. I will remember your kindness. Luo Fei reached out and took the jade bottle in Night Sorrow's hand. After chatting for a while, Luo Yuandao invited Night Sorrow to the Shadow Mansion as a guest when he had time. He then left the Night Moon Villa with Luo Fei. This is Luo Yuandao, one of the true figures of the ethereal imperial city. He is loyal to the ethereal imperial dynasty and is deeply trusted by the ethereal battle emperor. He acts both righteous and evil, but has his own judgment of right and wrong. It is difficult for him to make a mistake. This can be seen from the way he treats you. Back then, the Grand Elder of the ethereal imperial dynasty, Yuan-ji, was incomparable to him in terms of strategy and ability. He will soon rise to the top of the ethereal imperial dynasty. Lin Xian said. He is already a mansion lord. How can he rise to the top? Datura asked in surprise. Chapter 1663. Sister Xian, you mean that Boss Tsang is trusted by the War Emperor, but in terms of ability, Luo Yuandao is more competent? Knight Sorrow asked. Yes. Luo Yuandao is not as good as Tsang Ning in terms of battle strength, but he is better at management. Tsang Ning does not need any status, nor does she need to be promoted to establish her position in the ethereal dynasty. She is the sister of the ethereal war emperor and comes from the same family. That is enough. It was the same in the past. Do you see how Tsang Ning is afraid of the great elder Yuan-ji? She is not afraid at all, Lin Xian said with a smile. Indeed, Sister Xian is right. Luo Yuandao is very calm and won't make any mistakes. Knight Sorrow nodded. That. I also know the War Emperor. If you have a different opinion, I can convey it. Lin Xian said. Sister Xian also knows a big shot, but I don't have any opinion. I've interacted with Luo Yuandao a few times. There were conflicts in the past, but he chose to back down. Later, he came to resolve the conflict. With such a magnanimous heart, I don't reject him. Through the exchange just now, I recognize his character, said Yishan. His ascension will only bring benefits to Star Moon Lake. Datura said. Lin Xian shared her thoughts with Knight Sorrow and Datura. In fact, after Yuan-ji's fall, Lin Xian already had this intention, but she didn't make any arrangements. After seeing Luo Yuandao's performance today, she was firm in her decision. Inside the Shadow Mansion. Father, Knight Sorrow's rise is too fast. He is now a half-step sovereign. Luo Fei said. Once this little guy enters the Emperor realm, he'll be amazing. He won't be able to stop himself. Even the emperors of the older generation will be left behind by him. Sir War Emperor has foresight in arranging him to be the overlord. He's the second overlord in the history of the ethereal dynasty. You know the first overlord is Lin Qixing. Who dares to provoke Lin Qixing now? Luo Yuandao asked. Your son admires him. He dares to fight and fight. He's fighting his way out. Luo Fei sighed. We don't lack the fire of life of the Heaven Monarch realm, but accepting it is a sign of our attitude. Sometimes, one's attitude decides everything. Aside from the view of benefits, he was also a rare good friend. Look at that damn fatty from the pawn shop. Now that Yuan-ji had brought him along, he was also doing well. What could Yuan-ji do to him? Besides, how bad could the person that Tsang Ning and Wu Fing approved be? In Jianghu, you need sincere friends. Since you can admire him, it means that there is no barrier in your heart. Father can rest assured. Luo Yuandao patted his son's shoulder. Fei will always remember father's teachings. Some setbacks might be an opportunity for me to rise. Luo Fei nodded. That's enough. There's no problem with you becoming the deputy mansion lord of our shadow mansion, Luo Yuandao said. Vice prefecture lord. Father, what are you doing? Luo Fei was a bit confused, because there was no such thing as a vice prefecture lord in the 7 prefectures. Our Luo family has so many young mansion lords, but most of them are trash. In order for you to develop as soon as possible, Shadow Mansion will have a deputy mansion lord. Those emperors and commanders will also be under your command. You don't have to worry. No matter what you do, Father will be there. Luo Yuandao nodded to his son. Luo Yuandao believed in destruction and reconstruction. When he found that his son's original body had an accident but didn't completely perish, he felt that this was a ray of hope in the heavenly Tao. Once he passed the tribulation, he would have a smooth road ahead. Therefore, he helped his son recover at all costs. Fei won't disappoint father. Luo Fei bowed to Luo Yuandao. Ha! This is confidence. Luo Yuandao laughed. Zhang Ning, I admit that you are strong. Lin Qixing, I also admit that you have great potential. I'm not as good as you in these aspects, but our Luo family will continue to have people in the future. Our Luo family is a big family. Luo Yuandao announced that Luo Fei would be the vice mansion lord. This caused an uproar in the shadow mansion. One had to know that there were more than 10 vice mansion lords and several princesses in the shadow mansion. Luo Fei, who had been keeping a low profile recently and whose original body was almost destroyed, was appointed as the vice mansion lord. This was because there were a few vice mansion lords who were stronger than Luo Fei and had more subordinates. All the core members of the Dark Shadow Manor had gathered in the Dark Shadow Great Hall, including a few elders, emperor-level commanders, and some young masters. There were 3 grand elders in the Shadow Mansion. One of them was the patriarch of a family with a different surname and the other was the sect master of a sect. They trusted Luo Yuandao, so they joined the Shadow Mansion and became grand elders. Luo Yuandao also treated them well. Do the 3 grand elders have any objections to my decision? Luo Yuandao looked at the 3 grand elders of the Shadow Mansion. We haven't seen the vice mansion lord's ability, but we know that the mansion lord's decision can't be wrong. We support it. The first grand elder said. Yes. Although we don't know the vice mansion lord's situation, the mansion lord's approval can't be wrong. The second grand elder nodded in agreement. The 3 grand elders and the 2 emperor-rank commanders had no objections. Then it's decided. From today onwards, Luo Fei will be the vice mansion lord of the Shadow Mansion. I'll leave my words here. No matter whether his decision is right or wrong, no one in the Shadow Mansion can go against it. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come to me after the matter is over. However, if anyone dares to contradict or disobey, they will be executed. The grand elders and commanders did not object, not because they trusted Luo Fei, but because they trusted Luo Yuandao's foresight. They trusted Luo Yuandao unconditionally. Not only did Luo Yuandao announce this within the Shadow Mansion, but he also announced this decision to the public. It could be said that he had confirmed Luo Fei as the successor of the Shadow Mansion. Night Sorrow also received the news. This Luo Yuandao is really bold. He directly appointed Luo Fei without caring if he can convince the public, Datura said. It doesn't matter if Luo Fei can convince the public at the moment. It's enough that Luo Yuandao can convince the public. We have to congratulate Luo Fei for becoming the vice mansion lord, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow did not bring any expensive gifts as the Shadow Mansion did not lack them. He only brought 2 packets of heart-cleansing tea and 2 jars of wine from the Chaos Realm. He then brought Datura and Ji Dao to the Shadow Mansion. He could not enter. When they arrived at the Shadow Mansion, Night Sorrow asked for an audience. The gatekeeper did not let him in because they did not know the relationship between Night Sorrow and the Shadow Mansion. H++U++MP. This made Night Sorrow feel conflicted. How could he congratulate if he could not enter? Ha! What's going on? Night Overlord is blocked outside and cannot enter. Is his way of treating guests speechless? Mansion Lord Luo, Night Overlord is here to congratulate but cannot enter. Lin Qixing appeared. After smiling at Night Sorrow, he shouted towards the Shadow Mansion. After shouting, he did not enter and stood at the entrance to accompany Night Sorrow. Lin Qixing was of low birth and his path was very similar to Night Sorrow's. He was also an overlord at first and later joined the ethereal royal dynasty to become a mansion lord. However, he joined for a reason. His master was an elder of the ethereal city lord mansion. Chapter 1664. Luo Fei, who was in charge of receiving the guest, also apologized to the guest and quickly went to the gatehouse. My apologies, Overlord Knight. It was Luo Fei's fault. It's not wrong for you guys to guard the place carefully, but it's your fault for not reporting in time. Go and receive your punishment. Remember not to report when Overlord Knight comes in the future. He is Lord Father's honored guest, and also a good friend of mine. Luo Fei first cupped his hands in apology to Yi Shang, then took care of the guard's mistake. Vice Palace Lord Luo is too polite. Knight Sorrow shook his head. Palace Lord Lin is here. Forgive me for not going out to meet you. Luo Fei cupped his hands and gestured for Lin Qixing to enter. Not bad, you have your father's style. Lin Qixing glanced at Luo Fei and nodded. We'll take your words as a compliment. Palace Lord Lin, Overlord Knight, please come in. Luo Yuandao appeared and invited Lin Qixing and Knight Sorrow into the residence with a smile. Vice Palace Lord Luo has taken on a heavy responsibility. Knight Sorrow is here to congratulate you. Knight Sorrow placed 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine on the table. Overlord Knight, it's better if you call me Luo Fei. It's too distant to call me Vice Palace Lord, Luo Fei said. All right. Today, I'm here to congratulate Brother Luo. Knight Sorrow nodded. Knight Sorrow, you're also an overlord now. You only brought 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine to congratulate us. Aren't you worried that Palace Lord Luo will say that our shadow residence doesn't lack 2 bags of broken leaves and 2 jars of yellow soup? Lin Qixing found a seat and sat down. Lin Qixing, are you purposely making things difficult for us? Knight Sorrow, don't mind it. Everyone, take a seat. Luo Yuandao gestured for Knight Sorrow and Datura to sit down before sitting down. I feel that the shadow residence doesn't lack anything, so I only brought 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine from my hometown. It's enough as long as it's a token of my sincerity, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Come, make the tea brought by Lord Yi and let some people taste the broken leaves. Fei, sit down, Father is here to receive the guests for you. Luo Yuan waved his hand to the servants and then nodded to Luo Fei who was standing to the side. Luo Fei called for a servant to serve Ji Dao before sitting down. After the heart-cleansing tea was brewed, Luo Fei poured a cup for everyone and then slowly tasted the tea himself. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Qixing closed his eyes to feel it. After a short while, he opened his eyes and the first thing he did was to grab the heart-cleansing tea on the table. Luo Yuandao stretched out his right hand to press down the unopened packet of heart-cleansing tea while Lin Qixing directly took away the open packet with his left sleeve. Lin Qixing, can you be more shameless? Not only did you not bring a gift, you even tried to snatch it. Luo Yuandao roared at Lin Qixing. It's just tea. Your Luo Yuandao doesn't care. Good things should be shared with everyone. Lin Qixing ignored Luo Yuandao's gaze and threw the open packet of tea into his storage ring after wrapping it up. He did everything so calmly. Luo Yuandao ignored Lin Qixing and put away the wine beside him. Lord Yi, you have to remember to guard against fire and theft against Qixing. Luo Yuandao, you can't ruin my reputation like this, right? Lin Qixing looked at Luo Yuandao and said. Do you have a reputation? At the very least, you don't have a reputation in Shadow Mansion. Luo Yuandao said. I'm leaving. Lord Yi, come to Qixing Mansion as a guest when you have time. Lin Qixing got up and left without even looking at Luo Yuandao. Luo Yuandao didn't see Lin Qixing off. Instead, he explained to Yi Shang with a smile, Overlord Yi, don't mind this scoundrel. Although we often argue, we're still friends. He's just like that. I can see that. He's casual because we're familiar with each other. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow and Datura returned to Night Moon Manor with Ji Dao. Lin Qixing's visit to Shadow Mansion was a form of congratulations. Luo Yuandao was also very clear about this. When Night Sorrow was practicing his spirit night, Ji Dao came to report that 7 Stars Mansion Master Lin Qixing had requested to see him. He had already brought him to Night Moon Manor's waterside pavilion. Why is he here? I'll go take a look. Night Sorrow greeted Lin Xian, and Datura who were chatting by the side and went to the waterside pavilion in front of Night Moon Manor. Lin Qixing stood up and cupped his fists when he saw Night Sorrow. Mansion Master Lin, please excuse me for not going out to welcome you. Night Sorrow said. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. I'll get straight to the point. My father passed away at a young age and I only have one mother. My mother loves tea and was full of praises after drinking Lord Ye's tea today. Lin Qixing said. No problem. I only have 2 packets for now. I'll prepare more for Mansion Master Lin later. Night Sorrow took out 2 more packets of heart-cleansing tea and gave them to Lin Qixing. You're looking down on Mansion Master Yi by saying that you'll pay for it. I'm leaving. After keeping the tea, Lin Qixing left Night Moon Manor in a flash. Night Sorrow smiled and left the waterside pavilion. However, he saw Lin Xian and Datura walking over. Luo Yuandao is right. 7 stars should be wary of fire and theft. Isn't this robbery? Datura said. As a son, I'm willing to take care of things for my mother. I can even say that I don't care about my face. This is filial piety. Night Sorrow shook his head with a smile. He really didn't mind and admired Lin Qixing. Ah Luo, Lin Qixing doesn't take anyone's things. He won't accept anything from someone he doesn't like because he thinks that Night Sorrow can do it. That's why he doesn't bother about trifles. Lin Xian explained Lin Qixing's way of doing things. In terms of understanding of the 7 mansion masters of the ethereal empire, Lin Xian was second to none. Someone once said that a filial person can't be too bad. Lin Qixing's eyes are sharp but innocent. He should be a maverick. Datura said. In the next 2 days, the city lord resident sent out a decree. The Shadow Mansion Master, Luo Yuandao, was also the enforcement elder of the ethereal city lord residence and was in charge of handling the matters of the ethereal empire. Night Sorrow didn't find this matter strange because Lin Xian had already predicted it that day. Night Sorrow came to congratulate him again. At the same time, the god-slaying team arrived at the Night Moon Villa. Night Sorrow's 2 disciples, Ning Yun and Chiyue, also came. Night Sorrow held a banquet for them. Night Sorrow was especially happy. He clinked glasses with each of his brothers and drank. Long Jin, Lei Bao, Lei Jing, Yun Huang, Ho Jian, Shui Ling, Nan Liyue, Ling Long, and Qian Ziwei were all brothers and sisters that he valued. There was no need to mention Qin Zhen, who was his earliest brother. 13th brother, I thought you didn't care about us anymore. Tianyu, who was sitting beside Night Sorrow, said softly. That's right. I haven't seen 13th brother in a long time. Yimei's eyes were a little red. You guys are thinking too much. I just came to the celestial realm and didn't have a firm foothold. If there was danger, I wouldn't dare to bring you guys here. You guys are my brothers and sisters. How can I not care about you? Night Sorrow turned around and hugged Tianyu and Yimei. Look. Authentic. Chapter 1 Unspecified Currency. Zilin Xian who was standing in the distance, looked at the group of people drinking with shock in her eyes. Azure Rock Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline, and Top Dragon's Bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? Chapter 1665. Whether it was the Azure Rock Bloodline, the Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline, or the Top Dragon's Bloodline, any one of them was enough to scare people to death. Void World, just how many people have planted seeds in the new Void World? Lin Xianer muttered to herself before disappearing into the night. The battlefield of our rise has shifted to the celestial realm, but to be honest, we are all trash, so we have to endure and develop our strength. Don't go out looking for trouble. Long Jean, look after them. Night Sorrow said to Long Jean. Captain, everyone is very obedient. Long Jean said with a smile. At this time, Long Jean was really rising rapidly. He was already a 6-star king. Look at the original chapter section above Q. With Night Sorrow's help, the accumulation of energy was not a problem for everyone in the god-slaying squad. Even time was not a problem. Because of the auxiliary body of the Clear Sky Pagoda, everyone had to pay attention to the increase of their realm. Hong Yi and Lan Ning are the housekeepers here. If there's anything you need, you can look for them. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can look for me or Al Luo. Also, Chiue, pay attention to your rest. If you don't pay attention, you will become a grandmaster. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Chiue was currently pregnant. After leaving, Night Sorrow entered the Dragon Cauldron and refined a batch of Star Moon Lake imprints. It was only a small array sign. After refining it, Night Sorrow injected the void energy, causing the square-inch imprint to emit a faint purple light. Night Sorrow took the purple imprint and gave it to Datura. Al Luo, distribute it to everyone. Send a batch to my master as well. Tell him that those who are not from the primal chaos realm are not to touch this thing. Night Sorrow gave the gold spirit an order. If cultivators with malicious intent or killing intent entered the Night Moon Villa, the Star Moon Lake imprint would distinguish between friend and foe. In addition, the gold spirit could distinguish between hostility and non-hostility. Night Sorrow was just reminding them. On this Night Sorrow, while guiding Ning Yun and the members of the god-slaying squad in their cultivation, he suddenly stopped moving. Flames appeared on his head, and below the flames was a black whirlpool filled with wind energy. Step back, don't get close. Jean Ling, protect me. Datura shouted. Lin Xianer also appeared, soul-extinguishing flame, destructive divine wind, this is the wind-fire tribulation of the Emperor realm. After speaking, Lin Xianer left the Night Moon Villa in a flash. After leaving the Night Moon Villa, Lin Xianer arrived at the teleportation array as quickly as she could and started the teleportation. She was teleporting towards the Heaven's Vault tribe. She knew that Night Sorrow's original body had made a breakthrough towards the 9th stage. At this time, no one would disturb him, because Night Sorrow was the center of the laws of heaven and earth during the tribulation. But what about after the tribulation? After successfully passing the tribulation, the man-made tribulation would arrive. Lin Xianer was worried that the Heaven's Vault tribe would make things difficult for Night Sorrow. They would invite Night Sorrow to join the Heaven's Vault tribe. If he refused, it would be a disaster. According to Night Sorrow's character, it was impossible for him to join. Lin Xianer's doppelganger set off first, followed by her original body. She was prepared for a big battle. If the High Priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe made a move, she would fight with all her strength. Night Sorrow, who was cultivating at the Heaven's Vault cliff, originally had the fastest advancement of his will of destruction. He had already entered the 5-star king realm. After all, it was the soul power of a half-step emperor, so the comprehension of his will was fast. Next was the advancement of his domain of nothingness. As for the spacetime attribute, it had always been a bottleneck. However, just as Night Sorrow was stabilizing his cultivation, the baleful earth chi appeared at the top of the Heaven's Vault cliff. A cycle of violent impact collided with the energy in the void, producing spacetime destruction. Watching the destruction of spacetime, Night's sorrow broke through the bottleneck of the spacetime attribute. After breaking through the bottleneck of the spacetime attribute, Night's sorrow's comprehension was unstoppable. The seventh bloodline talent energy point was activated, and the space momentum burst forth. Even the time momentum appeared and began to revolve around Night's sorrow. The spacetime attribute heaven and earth momentum formed the spacetime domain. As Night's sorrow's seventh bloodline talent energy point continued to release the heaven and earth momentum, Night's sorrow's spacetime domain became more and more mature. In less than 7 days, he completed the transition from the generation of heaven and earth momentum to 10%, crossing the threshold of the Emperor realm. At this time, the members of the Heaven's Vault Cliff who had received the news also arrived. They didn't intend to do anything to Night's sorrow. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything at this time. Because the laws of heaven and earth were irreversible, Night's sorrow's Emperor realm tribulation had arrived. It was the soul-extinguishing flame and the destruction divine wind. Any one of them would be fatal, so no one dared to approach. Night's sorrow sat there cross-legged, surrounded by the destruction divine wind and enveloped by the soul-extinguishing flame. Whether it was the destruction divine wind or the soul-extinguishing flame, once it entered the body, it would be obliterated and die. To control the heaven and earth momentum, one had to be tested by the heaven and earth tribulation. If one passed it, one would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. If one failed, one would die. One had to pay the price of not having the ability to touch the heaven and earth momentum. The high priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe also arrived. Standing beside him was Commander Yu, the strongest soul-extinguishing flame and destruction divine wind. An unparalleled talent will also face an unparalleled tribulation. I don't know if he can pass it. If he can, we really need this person. This is a deviation from my original estimation. The high priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe changed his opinion. Lin Xian sped up the teleportation. She even used her own energy to replace the Saint Spirit stones to activate the teleportation array and increase the speed of the teleportation. Originally, a teleportation would take 15 minutes, but she completed it in a moment. She knew that this was Night's sorrow's crisis. Night's sorrow sat cross-legged and activated his leakless true body to resist the invasion of the soul-extinguishing flame and the destruction divine wind. One attacked the soul, and the other attacked the body. The tribulation of wind and fire was to obliterate the cultivator's body and soul. His defense was very stable. This was the most crucial step in the cultivation journey. Night's sorrow was very cautious. He didn't have any way to counterattack. He could only rely on defense until the destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame dissipated. The cultivators who were meditating near Night's sorrow also left. Night's sorrow had the most destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame, but there was also the destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame that suddenly appeared around him. This was a warning from the heavenly Tao not to interfere with the tribulation. He could only resist it head-on. Night's sorrow's heart was as calm as still water. He activated his leakless true body to resist the suppression of the tribulation of wind and fire. In his extremely calm state of mind, Night's sorrow discovered that there were some wills in the destruction divine wind that he hadn't comprehended yet. He immediately immersed his mind and continued to comprehend them. The destruction will appear on Night's sorrow's body, and the power of the destruction will continue to rise. This is a madman. He's still trying to comprehend the destruction divine wind during his tribulation, Commander Yu muttered. He has so many terrifying attributes. This is a monster. He will either rise up or fall. There is no other possibility, High Priest Heaven said. With a tyrannical soul power as a foundation and a calm state of mind, Night's sorrow's control over the destruction will rapidly improve. From the 5-star king realm, he entered the 6-star king realm. He didn't stop there either. He advanced all the way to the 7-star king realm, reaching the high-level Destruction King realm. The attribute laws and wills contained in the tribulations of the world were the most complete. Just like the lightning tribulation, it was a complete fusion of the lightning attribute laws and wills. The destruction divine wind contained the most complete laws and wills, which was what Night Sorrow needed the most. Speak. Chapter 1666. The laws and willpower of the tribulations were the most complete. Of course, no one would think of using these laws and willpower during the tribulations. This was because the tribulations were deadly. If one wasn't careful, they would be destroyed by the tribulations and be consigned to eternal damnation. Night Sorrow was very stable now. His leakless true body was consumed by the tribulations of wind and fire. If he ran out of energy first, he would be destroyed by the tribulations of wind and fire. If the energy of the tribulations of wind and fire was exhausted first, he would become an emperor. Therefore, if he could comprehend it now, he would naturally do so. Night Sorrow's body was surrounded by the destruction divine wind. However, there was also the rolling destruction willpower and the destruction divine wind. The destruction willpower wasn't driven by the destruction divine wind. It existed independently and belonged to Night Sorrow. A genius. No wonder Lin Piaomiao thinks highly of him. However, our Heaven's Vault tribe wants this person. Whether he accepts our recruitment or not, we have to control him. Before Lin Piaomiao reacts, we have to deal with him, Heaven's Vault High Priest said. Commander Yu and the two men who came later nodded. Night Sorrow's destruction willpower didn't stop after reaching the 7-star king realm. It continued to increase, but the speed was slower. After all, the remaining 30% of the destruction willpower wasn't that easy to capture. The soul-extinguishing flame burned, trying to drill into Night Sorrow's spirit sea and destroy his soul. The destruction divine wind rolled around Night Sorrow's body, trying to take away his life force. One was from the outside in, the other was from the inside out. They were two different extremes. Night Sorrow's leakless true body locked his body, not letting the soul-extinguishing flame enter his body and not letting his life force be taken away by the destruction divine wind. The soul-extinguishing flame burned more vigorously, and the destruction divine wind became more violent. However, Night Sorrow was still as gentle as Mount Tai. The intensity of the destruction divine wind made it easier for Night Sorrow to comprehend the destruction willpower. "This guy is still enjoying it," Commander Yu muttered. At this moment, many people were watching. After all, the wind and fire tribulations of Emperor Realm weren't easy to see. Some heaven monarchs would break through in secret places or under the protection of their sects and elders. This way, they wouldn't be exposed in front of others. Time slipped away bit by bit. Night Sorrow endured the tribulation of wind and fire. No one could feel how strenuous it was for Night Sorrow. That was the truth. Night Sorrow was using the myriad Daos treasured tome to activate the virtuous immortal body. What he was using was the space-time energy. Night Sorrow knew what to do. If the energy in his body was not enough, he would use his Jin Qi of Void. Even if he ran out of Jin Qi of Void, he still had destruction energy and death energy. He would have no problem recovering unless the wind and fire calamity changed. Night Sorrow had taken 2 days to teleport to the Heaven's Vault tribe, but Lin Xianer had taken more than half a day to arrive. When Lin Xianer arrived at the Heaven's Vault tribe, she changed into a golden battle suit with a long sword hanging from her waist. This was the attire of the ethereal battle emperor, Lin Piaomiao. She didn't want Night Sorrow to know that Lin Xianer was the misty battle empress and didn't want to ruin their friendship. Besides, Lin Xianer wouldn't be able to control the situation even if she came. Lin Piaomiao even felt that a clone wouldn't be enough. Lin Piaomiao is here. She's fast. Looks like things aren't going so smoothly. Heaven's High Priest looked in the direction that Lin Piaomiao had come from. So fast. Ethereal Imperial City needs close to 2 days to teleport here. That brat has only broken through for less than a day, Commander Yu said in surprise. Looks like that brat has a clone in ethereal Imperial City. Lin Piaomiao immediately knew about his tribulation. Heaven's high priest fell into deep thought. At this moment, Lin Piaomiao appeared. She appeared near Night's Sorrow in the blink of an eye. Battle Empress, why are you in the mood to visit my Heaven's Vault tribe? Heaven's high priest greeted. I'm not in the mood. It's just that the overlord of my ethereal dynasty is breaking through. I'm here to protect him. Could it be that Heaven's high priest is here to comprehend something? Lin Piaomiao asked. He. He's the overlord of the ethereal dynasty. From what I know, the overlord belongs to the ethereal dynasty. Lord Battle Empress, you don't have to be so nervous, right? Heaven's high priest said with a smile. Does it matter if he's an overlord or not? What matters is that he's from the ethereal dynasty. That's enough. Lin Piaomiao said. Ethereal Battle Empress, this is the Heaven's Vault tribe. It's better not to speak too loudly, Commander Yu said. Who are you to speak here? If I want to kill you, he can't stop me. Lin Piaomiao snorted coldly. The he she was referring to was naturally High Priest Piaomiao. Commander Yu, don't be rude. Heaven's High Priest waved his hand at Commander Yu. He didn't say anything else, but his fingers trembled and light emitted from them. A moment later, Heaven's High Priest raised his head. Since he's someone that Ethereal Battle Empress thinks highly of, I'll give in this step. Lord Piaomiao, you must remember the Heaven's Vault tribe's kindness. Let's go. After speaking, Heaven's High Priest left Heaven's Vault cliff with Commander Yu. Lin Piaomiao stabbed the sheathed longsword in her right hand into the ground. Her eyes behind the veil scanned the surroundings. Unrelated people, retreat 30 miles. After hearing the conversation between Ethereal Battle Empress and Heaven's High Priest, the onlookers knew Ethereal Battle Empress's identity. No one questioned Ethereal Battle Empress's words. They all retreated 30 miles. Commander Yu, who had left Heaven's Vault cliff, was puzzled. High Priest, we should kill that kid. This is equivalent to giving the ethereal dynasty a heaven-defying seedling. He's a virtuous person. Killing him will harm our own luck. Also, if we don't leave now, Lin Piaomiao's true body will come. She'll attack you. What you said just now triggered her killing intent. Her true body will arrive in an hour, Heaven's High Priest said. He didn't speak just now because he was using the art of destiny to deduce. Commander Yu was stunned for a moment because he hadn't expected this. Lin Piaomiao's direct combat ability is strong. It's hard for me to restrain her. So, there's no need to go against her. Heaven's High Priest explained the reason why he let go. He didn't want to go against Lin Piaomiao. After Lin Piaomiao's true body arrived, she merged with her doppelganger and stood there watching Night's Sorrow go through the wind-fire tribulation. Night's Sorrow comprehended the will of destruction during the wind-fire tribulation. Lin Piaomiao was very impressed. In the past, no one had done this. It could be said that no one had the spare energy to do so. But now, Night's Sorrow's will of destruction was increasing to a visible degree. Lin Piaomiao didn't let down her guard. Heaven's High Priest wasn't a simple person. It was hard to say if he would really retreat because his reputation wasn't very good. He didn't care about face when doing things. He only pursued the greatest benefits. Night's Sorrow was now fully focused on resisting the wind-fire tribulation and comprehending the will of destruction. He didn't know what was happening outside. At this time passed very slowly. The people watching from afar were all paying attention to Night's Sorrow's situation. Because if the cultivation went smoothly, they might also reach the same level as Night's Sorrow. It was better to have a situation to learn from. After the will of destruction reached completion, it didn't stop. But Night Sorrow's divine wind of destruction and soul-extinguishing flame had already started to weaken. Lin Piaomiao even felt that if the wind-fire tribulation passed later, it would be more beneficial for Night Sorrow. If the will of destruction reached completion and entered the Emperor realm, that would be amazing. Speak. The second update has arrived. Thank you to a Qinxian trading company for your protection. Also, I haven't exploded recently. Let me explain. Recently, there's been no electricity at home. I've been going out to look for electricity. I use my notebook to write and then use my phone to send books. It's already not easy to maintain a minimum of 4 updates. I've persevered a lot. So, I don't need to gain sympathy. But I will work hard to do what I should do. When the electricity comes, I will explode. The one who wants to explode the most is not only the fans, but also myself. The effort and the reward are proportional. I also want to write more. Of course, I won't fill it up. Chapter 1667. The destructive wind weakened. Night Sorrow still felt that it wasn't enough. Next, the destructive intent vibrated, increasing the intensity of the destructive wind. Then, he continued to comprehend the destructive intent within. Crazy. At this moment, Yi Shang was acting very crazily. Other people would be eager to pass their tribulation as soon as possible, but what about Yi Shang? What he needed to do now was to stimulate the divine wind of destruction, increase its violence, and stimulate its will to manifest. Lin Piaomiao felt that she had been daring all this time, but compared to Night Sorrow, she was still a little lacking. One had to know that the tribulation had many variables. Passing it first was the safest thing to do. After all, there were still many opportunities to comprehend the intent. Night Sorrow was taking a risk. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. In fact, Night Sorrow was very confident. He still had 80% of the void qi in his body. He could deal with any unexpected situations. Many people understood what Night Sorrow was doing. They were all very impressed. At this time, Lin Piaomiao looked up at the sky. There was a strong energy fluctuation. Just as Lin Piaomiao was worried, there was a singing sound in the sky. Then, golden lotuses appeared and floated in the sky. Then, one by one, they fell towards Night Sorrow. Light of merit, it was the light of merit descending. After Night Sorrow entered the Emperor realm, he attracted the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he was covered by the heavenly law. His merit from killing evil spirits in the evil Punisher land was naturally discovered by the heavenly law. Therefore, merit descended. Sound of nature, golden lotuses blooming in the sky. This is the scene right now. It was difficult to obtain merit in a small or high-level world because the living beings you benefited were limited. But in the celestial realm, there were countless living beings. Night Sorrow killed thousands of evil spirits this time. To the celestial realm, it was immeasurable merit. The golden lotus of merit was very domineering. It directly dispersed the soul-extinguishing flame and entered Night Sorrow's spirit sea. Night Sorrow's leakless true body couldn't block it. The golden lotus of merit directly entered his spirit sea. Night Sorrow's head was covered in the golden light of virtue, and his body was wrapped in the divine wind of destruction. Wind of destruction, strengthen. Night Sorrow felt that he now had some ability, so he opened his mouth and said. Following the words of Night Sorrow in the mansion of Night Sorrow, the divine wind of destruction on his body had indeed strengthened a little. Words were law. Although Night Sorrow's merit cultivation had not reached the level of the merit Heavenly Lord, it had reached the critical point of the merit Grand Sage. After saying that, Night Sorrow continued to comprehend the will of destruction. Too monstrous. This was Lin Piaomiao's evaluation of Night Sorrow. Not only was he able to increase the might of the tribulation, but he also dared to increase the might of the tribulation. This was definitely unprecedented. Night Sorrow was still comprehending, but when his will of destruction reached 90% and reached the level of an overlord, the destructive wind dissipated. Night Sorrow did not use the power of the deluxe merit grand sage anymore. Some things could only be done once. There was no benefit in going against the will of the heavens. The destructive wind dissipated, and auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, landing on Night Sorrow's body. The heavens rewarded him with energy. Night Sorrow used his leakless true body to wrap all the energy into his body so that it would not dissipate. Then, Night Sorrow stood up and looked at Lin Piao. Although he had been in the midst of the tribulation, Night Sorrow still knew some things. He knew that Lin Piao was guarding him. Congratulations. Lin Piao extended her right hand and grabbed the long sword. Thank you for protecting me. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Lin Piao. It's nothing. Lin Xian'er informed me, so I naturally had to protect you. Moreover, you are the leader of the Mishti dynasty. I can't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry disturb your breakthrough. Lin Piao said. War Emperor. Hearing Lin Piao's words, Night Sorrow had more or less guessed. Of course, he did not know about the conversation between Lin Piao and the High Priest. Yes, it's me. Are you all right now? Lin Piao nodded and asked. Very good. My spacetime attribute has entered the Emperor realm. However, my other comprehensions are still lacking. Night Sorrow turned to look at the sky cliff. You want to comprehend the will? I will find a place for you. This is not a good place. The High Priest has been here before. Lin Piao could see that Night Sorrow did not want to leave. However, this was the territory of the Sky Cliff tribe. Lin Piao was not afraid. However, if Night Sorrow stayed here, it was hard to say what would happen. She could not stay here forever because the Zhaohua dynasty and the celestial sect were not very obedient. Thank you, War Emperor. Let's go. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, Night Sorrow and Lin Piao left the Sky Cliff tribe and teleported back to the Mishti dynasty. At that moment, Yi Shan, who was inside Yiyue Manor, had returned to his normal state. However, the aura emanating from his body had changed. Yi Shan's figure appeared illusory. Looking at him, it did not feel like him at all. This was the overbearing power of the spacetime domain, illusory yet real. Master, what happened to you? Ning Yun, who had been waiting by the side with the members of the god-slaying team, asked. You idiot. Your master has become an emperor. He is now a rank 9 Emperor Realm Cultivator. Datura said. She was very happy because this was a milestone in the transformation of a cultivator. Congratulations, Master. Ningyun bowed to Night Sorrow. Congratulations, Uncle. With a big belly, Chiyue, who was sitting at the side, stood up and bowed to Night Sorrow. Chiyue, what are you doing? Come and sit over there. Night Sorrow quickly helped Chiyue up and asked her to sit down. Congratulations, Captain. Congratulations, Brother 13. The members of the god-slaying team roared and congratulated him. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I came to the celestial realm to pursue this step. I want to break the shackles of the 9-domain world and the primal chaos realm that prevent us from becoming an emperor. Breaking the shackles today is a historical moment for me, Night Sorrow. It is the completion of a transformation. However, it is also a step for the rise of our world. In the future, all of you can do it. I am very happy that all of you were by my side when I achieved success. Night Sorrow said some of the words in his heart. Night Sorrow, we have to celebrate. We have to send the news back. Datura said. It is indeed something to be happy about. Send the news back and let everyone be happy. Night Sorrow nodded. Night Moon Villa was filled with a festive atmosphere. Large red lanterns were hung at the door. However, Knight Sorrow was still cultivating and familiarizing himself with the effects of the spacetime domain. The spacetime domain allowed Knight Sorrow's speed to increase. Within his domain, he could teleport to any location in an instant. In addition, the time and space within the spacetime domain could be changed. For example, when a sword chi entered the spacetime domain, Knight Sorrow could decelerate time. At the same time, he could use a few spatial folds to resist the power of the sword chi. In other words, he could not be in the same space as the energy that attacked him. The effect was extremely strong. Without any domain to resist his domain, Knight Sorrow was the ruler of the spacetime domain. He was invincible. As there was no hurry, Knight Sorrow's original body and Lin Piaomio returned to the ethereal imperial city in 2 days. Lord Knight, you have reached the Emperor realm in less than 200 years. This is an unprecedented feat. It is the Mishti dynasty's fortune to be able to appear in the Mishti dynasty's territory. If Lord Knight has any difficulties, you can find me at the City Lord's mansion anytime, Lin Piaomio said as they parted. Chapter 1668. Yi Shang thanks Your Excellency Battle Emperor for taking care of Star Moon Lake. I thank Your Excellency Battle Emperor for protecting us. If Your Excellency Battle Emperor needs my help, I will not refuse, said Yi Shang. Sometimes, things cannot be tied to benefits. I'll help you. Although you've become an emperor, you're still an initial emperor. You must continue to work hard. With your battle strength, you might have some say in the Imperial Emperor realm. Lin Piaomio said. I will continue to work hard. Knight Sorrow nodded. I have high hopes for you. Lin Piaomio said and left. Knight Sorrow left the teleportation array and flew towards the Night Moon Villa. He planned to rest for a while before continuing to find a place to cultivate. He wanted to perfect his nihility domain and destruction intent as soon as possible. Knight Sorrow returned to the Night Moon Villa and merged with his clone. Lin Xian also returned to the Night Moon Villa. Congratulations on successfully passing the trials of wind and fire and becoming an emperor. Lin Xian was wearing a white dress, which was completely different from Lin Piaomio. Thank you Sister Xian for asking for help. If the Battle Emperor hadn't arrived in time, I would have been in trouble. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. We're friends, so there's no need to be so courteous. Just now, the Battle Emperor came back and told me that everything went smoothly. Also, she'll arrange for us to go to the evil punishing grounds as soon as possible. This is a map from the Battle Emperor. Lin Xian handed a map to Yi Shan. After taking a look, Knight Sorrow realized that there were 2 key markings on it. One was the Nihility River and the other was the Sea of Destruction. One was the place to comprehend the Nihility attribute and the other was the place to comprehend the Destruction attribute. Knight Sorrow nodded and kept the map. This was the place he would go after resting for a while and stabilizing his cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Ning and Wu Feng also arrived at the Night Moon Villa. You bastard, why didn't you inform me of such a joyous occasion? Zhang Ning patted Knight Sorrow's shoulder heavily when he saw Knight Sorrow. That's right. Why didn't you inform Big Brother that you've entered the Imperial capital? We only found out when we saw the big red lantern outside your door, Wu Feng said. Send out invitations to the 7 prefectures. Let them know that Knight Sorrow is also a great emperor cultivator. Let them know that they were blind to provoke you. Zhang Ning made the decision for Knight Sorrow. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Knight Sorrow nodded. The news spread out like a storm, sweeping through the entire ethereal imperial city. Gong Yufan received the invitation but it felt hot in his hands. His heart was filled with worry. What if Knight Sorrow challenged the Emperor Realm cultivators of Moon-Gazing Manor? Moon-Gazing Manor had many heaven monarchs but only one great Emperor Realm commander. If the only great Emperor cultivator was heavily injured or forced to leave, then Moon-Gazing Manor's strength would be suppressed beyond recognition. Gong Yufan didn't doubt Yi Shang's strength. When Yi Shang was a heaven monarch, he was able to kill a gifted half-thearch. Once he entered the arch realm, he would be able to fight above his cultivation level. Gong Yufan doubted if he could handle Yi Shang, let alone the one-star the arch realm commanders under him. After thinking about it, Gong Yufan decided to find a middleman to meet with Night Sorrow to resolve the grudge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle Night Sorrow's suppression of moon-gazing manner. Gong Yufan wasn't the only one with a headache. Young Tianlai was the same. He was also furious. His son couldn't bully someone and his helper couldn't bully someone. Now that Night Sorrow had entered the imperial capital, Sky Sun Prefecture was in danger. Luo Yuandao, who received the invitation, smiled. "Fei, do you see this? This is Night Sorrow." When he first made his move, he was a heaven monarch. He was not even a half-thearch. However, in such a short time, he has already become a thearch. He is indeed powerful. Fei cannot compare to him. "I can only work hard to be myself," Luo Fei said. "You're right. Do you want to die just because others are doing well? Do your best." Hearing your words, I'm very pleased. I'll prepare a generous gift. The celebration is the day after tomorrow. Let's go and have a look. Perhaps there will be some jokes to watch, Luo Yuandao said. Forward Si Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai met. The two of them wanted to discuss countermeasures. They were currently in the same boat. Palace Lord Yang, now that Tsang Ning, Luo Yuandao, and Lin Qixing are on good terms with Night Sorrow, Bai Han from Great River Province and Han Jinyu from Suppressing Mountain Province won't support us. Even if they do, it's useless. Gong Yufan said. The 7 manors of the Ethereal Empire were Tsang Ning Manor, Dark Shadow Manor, 7 Stars Manor, Sky Sun Manor, Moon Viewing Manor, Great River Manor, and Mountain Suppression Manor. The 2 strongest manor lords were Tsang Ning Manor and Luo Yuandao of Dark Shadow Manor. 2 of them were imperial emperors while the other 5 were emperors. Gong Yufan knew that apart from Tsang Ning and Luo Yuandao who might be able to suppress Night Sorrow, the other 5 had no chance of winning against Night Sorrow. He knew how strong Night Sorrow was in actual combat. Then what do you think, Palace Lord Gong? The Battle Emperor acknowledged Star Moon Lake's power and even issued a territorial lord's decree. That means he acknowledged Night Sorrow's identity and status. It's useless for us to use our status in Ethereal Empire to suppress him. If he uses the rules set by the Battle Emperor to challenge us, our 2 prefectures will have no place to stand. Young Tianlai felt humiliated but he had no other choice. That's right. Our eyes weren't bright enough this time. We can only find someone to mediate. The Battle Emperor is no longer a possibility. If we go to the Battle Emperor, we'll be asking for trouble. Both of us are in the wrong. Tsang Ning can't wait to kill us and won't interfere. Luo Yuandao. Do you think we can turn things around if we go to Luo Yuandao? Gong Yufan asked. Right now, there are only 2 people we can find. One is one of the palace lords, Luo Yuandao, who is also a law enforcement elder. The other is Elder Lon of the City Lord Mansion. Elder Lon is powerful and prestigious, but if we go to him, we'll be scolded badly and he won't care. Young Tianlai was a little annoyed because Night Sorrow's sudden ascension to the imperial capital had disrupted their plans. Then let's go find Luo Yuandao first. He's now a law enforcement elder and has connections with Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow will give him face. The key is whether Luo Yuandao will give us face or not. Gong Yufan thought for a moment and said. After making the decision, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai went to the Shadow Mansion and asked to see Luo Yuandao. Luo Yuandao naturally wouldn't refuse the 2 palace lords. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai went straight to the point and told Luo Yuandao why they were here. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yuandao asked, "This seat didn't want to get involved in this circle. However, we've worked together for many years. This seat can pass on the message for you. But if you want to resolve this matter, have you thought about your sincerity?" Luo Yuandao felt that there was nothing that couldn't be resolved from Knight Sorrow's point of view. What was needed was for Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan to come up with a reasonable attitude and a reasonable price. Furthermore, he felt that this was one of the things he could accomplish after becoming the enforcement elder. Chapter 1669. Then wait for the news. Luo Yuandao stood up and brought Luo Fei to Night Moon Manor with the gifts. After Yi Shang detected Luo Yuandao's arrival, he went to the manor's entrance to receive him. Manor head Luo and brother Luo have both arrived. Coincidentally, Manor head Sang and the others are also drinking tea at the waterside pavilion. "Let's go together." "All right." Luo Yuandao nodded. "This is a gift for Night Lord." Luo Fei took out a storage ring with a red ribbon wrapped around it and handed it to Night Sorrow. "Don't call me Night Lord, just call me Brother Yi. Next time, you have to learn from me. I only brought 2 jars of wine and 2 bags of tea to congratulate you." Night Sorrow smiled and accepted the gift. "Ha! Night Moon Manor's threshold is not high, so this gift is not expensive. Let's wait for the next time to congratulate Night Lord," Luo Yuandao said with a smile. He knew that Night Sorrow was easy to get along with. Then, the 3 of them arrived at the waterside pavilion. Luo Yuandao greeted Song Ning and Wu Feng. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian'er with shock and disbelief because he could not see through Lin Xian'er. "Estate Lord Luo, this is my sister Lin Xian'er," Song Ning introduced. Luo Yuandao greets Miss Lin. Luo Yuandao's posture was very humble. He knew that Lin Xian'er was not simple. Lin Xian'er nodded and continued drinking her tea. After sitting down, Luo Yuandao first congratulated Night Sorrow for entering the Emperor realm. Then, they talked about the main topic. "Night Lord, the situation is like this. Today, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai came to the Shadow Estate to find me. They want to reconcile. Everyone knows that they are in the wrong. Originally, I did not want to get involved in this matter. However, I am now the law enforcement elder of the City Lord Estate. Therefore, I have to pass on this message," Luo Yuandao said. "I understand. If it was before I became an emperor, I would not have reconciled. Now that I owe the Battle Emperor a favor, it is not good to capture her estate lords. I can reconcile, but it depends on their attitude and sincerity." Night Sorrow sighed. "Then I thank Overlord Yi for giving me, Luo Yuandao, face. I will bring these words back. Their attitude and the price they have to pay are their own business," Luo Yuandao said. "All right, I have troubled you." Night Sorrow nodded. Luo Yuandao did not mention anything else. Luo Yuandao did not give him a hard time. "Don't say that. After becoming the law enforcement elder, I haven't done anything yet. Lord Yi is giving me face, so there is a possibility of success. I appreciate it. You, Night Sorrow, are my friend. I have principles in my life. Lord Battle Emperor has helped me, so I won't betray the ethereal imperial dynasty. In addition, I don't make many friends, but I won't betray my friends either. Among the 7 prefecture lords, only Lin Qixing is my friend. The other is you, Overlord Knight." Night Sorrow poured a cup of tea for Luo Yuandao. Since Luo Yuandao said so, he had to accept it. Then, Luo Yuandao and Luo Fei left the Night Moon Estate. "Night Sorrow, you are amazing. Even Luo Yuandao does not approve of me, but you became his friend." Song Ning curled his lips. "If he approves, then I have to accept it. No matter what, I have to help him." Regardless of Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlia's attitude, this hatred must be resolved. Knight Sorrow said. He did not mean to scheme against you this time, but he did hit Knight Sorrow's weak spot. However, he did not lie. Among the 7 estate lords, only Lin Qixing has a good relationship with him, Zhang Ning said. Zhang Ning said. She also understood that Luo Yuandao's unintentional actions and words were not only effective on Yishang, but also on Lin Xian's side. Of course, Luo Yuandao was telling the truth. Sometimes, things are not so difficult. He treats me as a friend, so I have to help him. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. After returning to the Shadow Estate, Luo Yuandao went to the pavilion where Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan were. How is the matter with the enforcement elder? Gong Yufan stood up and asked anxiously. If Knight Sorrow were to fight, the first to bear the brunt of it would be his Serene Moon Estate. I pulled out my old face to plead on your behalf, and Yishang agreed to negotiate. However, I'll say this first. If you don't have a proper attitude and unreasonable compensation, causing Yishang to fall out with you, I'll also lose face. Then, I won't let you off so easily. You'll have to think about how to deal with this matter. Also, remember that Knight Sorrow is my friend, Luo Yuandao said. Said Luo Yuandao. He didn't want Yishang to suffer because Yishang had given him face and recognized him as a friend. Elder Luo, don't worry. We will take care of it. Gong Yufan nodded. Then, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai left the Shadow Estate. Father, what are you thinking about? In the Shadow Estate, Luo Fei poured a cup of tea for Luo Yuandao and asked. It's nothing. I have something to tell you today. Star Moon Lake is a new force, so it's inevitable that there will be some setbacks in its development. Our Shadow Manor wants to support it. You two are of the same generation, but he is my friend. You must remember this. I don't make friends easily, but once I do, I cannot betray them, Luo Yuan explained. Fei understands. Luo Fei smiled and nodded. He also approved of Knight Sorrow. He had to admit that his attitude was very good. He had really let go of the past. Actually, they don't need it. However, it is within our capabilities. Luo Yuandao sighed. 9W plus Star Moon Lake is a new force. It is good that they have no more opponents. Of course, Knight Sorrow is not afraid. Luo Fei said. Of course not. Zhang Ning and Wu Fing are on very good terms with him. Also, the woman called Lin Xian today is also an incredible expert. I can't tell how strong she is, but at the very least, she is a monarch. He has 3 imperial emperors by his side and is an imperial emperor himself. Who do you think he needs to be afraid of? He really gave me face today. Luo Yuandao smiled. He knew that Knight Sorrow's development in the ethereal empire was unshakable. You really can't be blind. Yuan Ji was blind and ended up falling from power. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai listened to their father and will have to think twice. They are probably scared to death right now. We can't afford to lose too much, Luo Fei said. Those 2 bastards. If they don't talk nicely this time, our Shadow Estate will suppress them before Knight Sorrow can deal with them. We have given them face but they don't want it. We will embarrass them. Luo Yuandao said. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai arrived at Guanyue Estate and entered Gong Yufan's study. Consider compensation. Luo Yuandao spoke up for us, but now he's on Yishang's side. If we can't satisfy Yishang this time, then we really won't be able to survive, said Yang Tianlai. We have to bring our troublemaker children to apologize. This is a must. Their attack on Yishang's residence was the cause of this matter. Secondly, we have to compensate them with resources. However, this is a problem. Gong Yufan sighed. Chapter 1670. Knight Sorrow's family and friends had all arrived at the Night Moon Manor. Fortunately, the Night Moon Manor was thousands of miles wide, so it wasn't crowded. The Domain Lord and City Lord of the Nine Domain World had all arrived. Zhu Jiuyun, Long Xianxing, Xie Lanjun, Heavenly Underworld Sage and the other old sages of the Nine Domain World had all arrived at the Night Moon Manor. In the Medicine Valley, Knight Sorrow's senior brothers had all arrived. Of course, Guan Yu was originally at the Night Moon Manor. Knight Sorrow didn't want to celebrate, but this matter was too important to the Primal Chaos World and the Nine Domain World. It was also a joyous occasion. Yen Tianpe and Lin Ruoxu had also arrived. Both Taishu Yen and some people from the Heaven Profound World had also arrived. Knight Sorrow received them one by one. He didn't act high and mighty just because he was the emperor. Yen Tianpe, Lin Ruoxu and Yi Qianhua came together with a young man beside them. The young man was wearing a blue battle robe. When he saw Knight Sorrow, he seemed a little reserved. Domain Lord, let me introduce you. This is Shi Zhongzhou. He has already awakened some of his memories. I believe Domain Lord can recall something. Lin Ruoxu introduced. Knight Sorrow greets the Middle Continent Saint King. Knight Sorrow cupped his fists towards the young man. Domain Lord, you can't do this. The reserved young man panicked. There's nothing wrong with that. The Saint King of the Central Continent is a sage of the Nine Domain World. This has nothing to do with your current cultivation, said Yi Shang. He naturally understood some things after hearing Lin Ruoxu's explanation. Domain Lord, don't say that. Although the three of us have worked hard, we didn't change anything. Domain Lord, you have completed the Nine Domain World and created a new world for the Nine Domain World. There is no comparison between the two. Shi Zhongzhou said. It took a few generations for the Nine Domain World to rise. Although the first few generations didn't change the situation, they left behind a strength of character for the future generations. No one can deny that strength of character is the pillar that supported the rise of the Nine Domain World. I'm happy. No one has any regrets now. Knight Sorrow said. After receiving the guests, Knight Sorrow went to find Mo Qin and Chu Lingfei. 11th Senior Brother, I'm here. Knight Sorrow arrived at Mo Chen's resting area. Ha! 13, shouldn't you be busy right now? Mo Chen laughed heartily. He was surprised by Knight Sorrow's arrival. He knew that Night Moon Villa was full of guests that needed to be received. No matter how busy I am, it's not as important as drinking with 11th Senior Brother. Knight Sorrow took out a jar of wine and placed it on the table. I like those words. It's still the same little 13. Mo Chen opened the wine jar. I remember when I was still young, 11th Senior Brother would accompany me when I went out to train. When I was lonely and helpless, would turn around and look at 11th Senior Brother. That gave me the courage to face everything. Knight Sorrow poured a glass of wine for Mo Chen. In the blink of an eye, quite a few years have passed. Seeing 13 grow up, as your senior brother, I am gratified and proud. Mo Chen sighed. At that time, I didn't have much contact with the other senior brothers. I felt that 11th Senior Brother was the most amiable and the easiest to get along with, Knight Sorrow said. Eldest Senior Brother was a little strict. 12 and I were beaten up by the rattan fried meat. In our Medicine Valley Taishan Peak, 13, you were the only one who didn't eat rattan, Mo Chen said with a smile. His eyes were a little wet. Although many years had passed, the relationship between them hadn't changed at all. I've been too busy these years. I didn't even spend time with my family and neglected my senior brothers. I feel sorry for 6th Senior Sister and 9th Senior Sister. Knight Sorrow felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. 13, what are you talking about? No one is blaming you. Everyone understands you. Yang Lei, Aoi, and Night Sorrow's other senior brothers of Taishian Peak arrived. Ninth senior sister, you're all here. Eldest senior brother, please take a seat. Night Sorrow stood up. 13, you're too demanding of yourself. You're worthy of everyone in the world. Your senior brothers can't wait to feel sorry for you. Why would they mind? Gong Xian stepped forward and hugged Night Sorrow, patting Night Sorrow's back. 13, you're in the wrong. Why don't you come and drink with 11 instead of us? Shi Tianlin said with some dissatisfaction. 8th senior brother, don't be angry. I thought it was too late, so I didn't want to disturb you. As for 11th senior brother, I know he won't mind, Night Sorrow said with a smile. No one will mind. It's rare for us to get together these years. 6th senior brother, 9th senior brother, let's drink crazily together tonight, okay? Gong Xian looked at Aoi and Yang Lei. No problem. Aoi wiped the corners of her eyes. She hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Senior brothers, I can't. Our god-slaying squad doesn't go out on missions. We have to cultivate in the camp at night. That's the rule, Guanyi said softly. 13 is the captain, right? Let him know, Gong Xian said. Long Jin is currently in charge of the god-slaying squad. I'll go say hi, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I'll go. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow and went to the god-slaying squad's camp. 12, you're very obedient now. Shi Tianlin said as he put his arm around Guanye's shoulder. He's working hard. Look at us now. Other than Night Sorrow, 6th senior brother, and 9th senior brother, 12 has the highest achievements, Gong Xian said. At this moment, Guanyi had already reached the 8th level. He was just a little behind Qin Jin. It's mainly because the god-slaying squad is treated well. Tang Tian, Chu Ning, and Ma Shizhuang are all Saint Kings. If I don't try my best, I'll be laughed at, Guanyi said with a smile. Sigh, it's not easy for you to be an Uncle Master, Shi Tianlin said with some emotion. Those who joined the god-slaying squad are all promising. Those who were in the same batch as them are a little weaker. The highest among them is only a high-level saint, Huan Nan said. This can't be forced. The god-slaying squad's training and experience are very intense. It's very difficult for the latecomers to catch up, Guanyi said. He was explaining on behalf of Night Sorrow so that others wouldn't misunderstand. Yang Lei returned with Chu Ning, Tang Tian, Ma Shizhuang, and Qin Jin. The four of them first greeted Night Sorrow, the captain, before greeting their master and uncle master. You don't have freedom now, do you? Back then, you cried and begged to join the god-slaying squad, Yang Lei said with a smile. 9th Martial Ant, joining the god-slaying squad was the best decision of my life. We're famous in the 9 regions world. Everyone in the Chaos Realm knows that the god-slaying squad is under the Domain Master. In the future, the god-slaying squad will also have a place in the Celestial Realm. I'm proud to be a member of the god-slaying squad, Chu Ning said. You've become promising, kid. Huan Nan nodded with a smile. Brother 13, thank you for bringing me all the way here. Qin Jin bowed to Night Sorrow. You're the first friend I've ever made in my life. There's no need for thanks between us brothers. Night Sorrow reached out and pulled Qin Jin up, allowing Qin Jin to sit down. While drinking, Night Sorrow asked about the current situation in the Medicine Valley. Z, Original and First, 7. Chapter 1671. I really haven't done anything for the Medicine Valley. Eldest senior brother's words really make me blush with shame, Night Sorrow said with a sigh. You've done enough. Didn't you bring up these 4 fellows? The main thing is that your reputation can support the development of the Medicine Valley, Gong Xian said. I am indeed busy. I am not only a disciple of the Medicine Valley, but also a representative of the 9 domains world and the 9 domains of chaos. If the Medicine Valley needs anything, just look for my 9th senior sister, Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei. They drank until the middle of the night. They drank until Shi Tianlin fell under the chair and started snoring. Only then did the banquet end. Night Sorrow was also helped back to rest by Yang Lei and Aoi. Everyone's cultivation was very high. Not to mention wine, even if they used energy to protect themselves, it would be useless. However, everyone drank instinctively. Naturally, it depended on one's alcohol tolerance. Shi Tianlin was not convinced and wanted to drink with Night Sorrow, but he ended up lying under the table. After sleeping for a whole night, Night Sorrow felt refreshed. After leaving the main pavilion, Night Sorrow stretched and then rushed towards the teleportation array. At this time, Wu Lingfei in a white dress walked out of the teleportation array. Auntie Fei, weren't you cultivating in the Clear Sky Pagoda? Night Sorrow asked. You rascal, such a big thing and you didn't inform Auntie Fei. If Auntie Fei hadn't come out of seclusion and asked the servants where everyone was, wouldn't we have missed this celebration? Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow with dissatisfaction. This is my fault, Auntie Fei. Night Sorrow smiled and welcomed Wu Lingfei to the main pavilion. He then made a pot of tea. That silly boy from back then is now an emperor. Auntie Fei is very happy. Wu Lingfei's beautiful eyes fell on Night Sorrow. The scene of Night Sorrow going to East Snow Mountain was like yesterday. Aunt Fei, I will deal with the problem of the evil dragon's poison flame later. Night Sorrow said. There's no need to rush. Aunt Fei can handle it. Moreover, staying in the Haotian God Pagoda allows time to slow down by 50 times. Only half a year has passed. Wu Lingfei said with a smile. She knew that Night Sorrow was anxious, but she didn't take it seriously. Auntie Fei was the only family I had before I found my family. Of course, she's also the only family I care about now. So, if Auntie Fei's life isn't good, I can't accept it. Night Sorrow said. You're already an emperor, yet you're still acting like a child. Today is the day of the celebration. Aunt Fei saw that the heaven-worshipping ceremony was already set up. Luckily, I didn't miss it. I didn't miss your good day. Wu Lingfei pointed in the direction of the Night Moon Villa's garden. Today, the garden was where the celebration would be held. It's nothing. It's just a breakthrough. Night Sorrow didn't really care about these things. There are many guests today. I need you to attend to them. Aunt Fei will go find Chu Yu and Yang Lei. Wu Lingfei smiled and left. Auntie Fei, Night Sorrow will definitely let you live happily. After this, I won't let you suffer any pain. Yi Shan muttered in a low voice. He then went to receive the guests. The guests that came today were all important figures. He had even invited the people of the Misty 7 Prefecture Lords. 01 Premier Luo Yuandao arrived early. After Night Sorrow received him, the two of them chatted casually. After Wu Fing and Song Ning arrived, they sat together and drank tea. Luo Yuandao expressed his congratulations and welcome to Wu Fing for joining Ethereal City's Lord Residence. He hoped that they could work together happily in the future. Although Wu Fing wasn't interested in these things, he knew that Luo Yuandao and Night Sorrow had a good relationship. So, he chatted with Luo Yuandao. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai arrived. However, Night Sorrow didn't receive them. Instead, it was Ji Dao who received them. Gong Yufan brought Gong Xian Yu while Yang Tianlai brought Yang Yu. Bastard, why aren't you apologizing to Lord Knight? Yang Tianlai brought Yang Yu to the waterside pavilion. He kicked Yang Yu's knees and forced him to kneel on the ground. Yang Yu didn't know any better and offended Lord Knight. Please punish me. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that if Night Sorrow wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have a good life. Even his father wouldn't be able to protect him. Gong Xianyu was also pushed by Gong Yufan to kneel in front of Night Sorrow. He also begged for mercy. Both of you, get up. At the end of the day, it's a problem with your family's education. Yishang waved his hand and helped the two of them up before tossing them to the side. He still needed Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai to explain the situation. Lord Knight, Gong Yufan didn't educate my daughter well and allowed her to offend you. Therefore, Moon-Gazing Manor will send 8 million Saint Spirit Stones and a street in Linhai as a congratulatory gift. It's also an apology. Gong Yufan took out a storage ring. Lord Knight, Yang Yu didn't know any better. I will punish him when I return. Please don't take it to heart. This is a token of appreciation from Sky Sun Manor. Yang Tianlai also handed over a storage ring. Night Sorrow nodded at Ji Dao. Ji Dao accepted Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlia's gifts. Originally, I didn't want to let go of this matter. However, since Palace Lord Luo has spoken, we will settle this matter. The compensation isn't important. What's important is that Moon-Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor don't touch the people and properties of Star Moon Lake. Night Sorrow stated his request. That's not a problem. I will arrange it when I return. Moon-Gazing Manor and Star Moon Lake will be friends in the future. There won't be any conflicts. Gong Yufan stated. Yang Tianlai was the same. Now that this matter was settled, it could be considered as resolving a sore point. However, he was still in pain. As the Palace Lord of Ethereal Empire, it was humiliating for him to beg for mercy. Since that's the case, let's forget about the past. Ji Dao, arrange for the two Palace Lords to go to the VIP seats. Night Sorrow said to Ji Dao. Ji Dao brought Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan to the VIP seats in the garden. Night Sorrow, I thank you here. Luo Yuandao cupped his hands at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow didn't mention any conditions. He didn't even mention anything about the compensation. This was giving him face. Palace Lord Luo treats me, Night Sorrow, as a friend. Naturally, this matter isn't a big deal. Night Sorrow said. These two guys don't have any strength of character. They won't amount to much. Lin Xian's expression wasn't too good. In fact, Lin Xian was very angry. This was the Palace Lord of Ethereal City that she didn't want to see. Sister Xian don't let this affect your mood. Zhang Ning said. Lin Xian nodded. However, she had made a decision in her heart. She wanted to investigate Gong Yufan. She saw pain on Yang Tianlia's face just now. That was shame. However, Gong Yufan's expression was relaxed. Therefore, she felt a little disgusted. At this moment, an old man came to the door. Night Sorrow, that's Elder Lon from the City Lord's Palace. You have to go and receive him. Zhang Ning reminded Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow also sensed the person who came. However, he was a little surprised because he recognized him. It was Elder Nalan from the Divine Devil Castle. After hearing Zhang Ning's words, Night Sorrow understood that Elder Nalan also had two identities.